Chapter 67 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 67, in which a tragedy is acted, and two more are begun. James Wolfe, Harry's new colonel, came back from America a few weeks after our Virginian had joined his regiment. Wolfe had previously been lieutenant colonel of Kingsley's, and a second battalion of the regiment had been formed and given to him in reward for his distinguished gallantry and services at Cape Breton. Harry went with quite unfeigned respect and cordiality to pay his duty to his new commander, on whom the eyes of the world began to be turned now, the common opinion being that he was likely to become a great general. In the late affairs in France, several officers of great previous repute had been tried and found lamentably wanting. The Duke of Marlborough had shown himself no worthy descendant of his great ancestor. About my Lord George Sackville's military genius there were doubts even before his unhappy behaviour at Minden prevented a great victory. The nation was longing for military glory, and the minister was anxious to find a general who might gratify the eager desire of the people. Mr. Wolfe's and Mr. Lambert's business keeping them both in London, the friendly intercourse between those officers was renewed, no one being more delighted than Lambert at his younger friend's good fortune. Harry, when he was away from his duty, was never tired of hearing Mr. Wolfe's details of the military operations of the last year, about which Wolfe talked very freely and openly. Whatever thought was in his mind, he appears to have spoken it out generously. He had that simplicity which distinguished Nelson afterwards. He talked frankly of his actions. Some of the fine gentlemen at St. James's might wonder and sneer at him, but amongst our little circle of friends we may be sure he found admiring listeners. The young General had the romance of a boy on many matters. He delighted in music and poetry. On the last day of his life he said he would rather have written Gray's Elegy than have won a battle. We may be sure that with a gentleman of such literary tastes our friend George would become familiar. And as they were both in love, and both accepted lovers, and both eager for happiness, no doubt they must have had many sentimental conversations together, which would be very interesting to report could we only have accurate accounts of them. In one of his later letters, Warrington writes, "I had the honour of knowing the famous General Wolfe, and seeing much of him during his last stay in London. We had a subject of conversation then which was of unfailing interest to both of us, and I could not but admire Mr. Wolfe's simplicity, his frankness, and a sort of glorious bravery which characterized him. He was much in love, and he wanted heaps and heaps of laurels to take to his mistress. If it be a sin to covet honour," he used to say with Harry the Fifth, he was passionately fond of plays and poetry, "I am the most offending soul alive." Surely on his last day he had a feast which was enough to satisfy the greediest appetite for glory. He hungered after it. He seemed to me not merely like a soldier going resolutely to his duty, but rather like a knight in quest of dragons and giants. My own country has furnished of late a chief of a very different order, and quite an opposite genius. I scarce know which to admire most, the Briton's chivalrous ardour, or the more Roman constancy of our great Virginian. As Mr. Lambert's official duties detained him in London, his family remained contentedly with him, and I suppose Mr. Warrington was so satisfied with the rural quiet of Southampton Row, and the beautiful flowers and trees of Bedford Gardens, that he did not care to quit London for any long period. He made his pilgrimage to Castlewood, and passed a few days there, occupying the chamber of which he had often heard his grandfather talk, and which Colonel Esmond had occupied as a boy, and he was received kindly enough by such members of the family as happened to be at home. But no doubt he loved better to be in London by the side of a young person in whose society he found greater pleasure than any which my Lord Castlewood's circle could afford him, though all the ladies were civil, and Lady Maria especially gracious, and enchanted with the tragedy which George and Parson Sampson read out to the ladies. The chaplain was enthusiastic in its praises, and indeed it was through his interest, and not through Mr. Johnson's, after all, that Mr. Warrington's piece ever came on the stage. Mr. Johnson, it is true, pressed the play on his friend Mr. Garrick for Drury Lane, but Garrick had just made an arrangement with the famous Mr. Home for a tragedy from the pen of the author of Douglas. Accordingly, Carpezan was carried to Mr. Rich at Covent Garden, and accepted by that manager. On the night of the production of the piece, Mr. Warrington gave an elegant entertainment to his friends at the Bedford Head in Covent Garden, whence they adjourned in a body to the theatre, leaving only one or two with our young author, who remained at the coffee house, where friends from time to time came to him with an account of the performance. The part of Carpezan was filled by Barry, Shooter was the old nobleman, Reddish, I need scarcely say, made an excellent Ulric, and the King of Bohemia was by a young actor from Dublin, Mr. Gogan, or Hagan, as he was called on the stage, and who looked and performed the part to admiration. Mrs. Woffington looked too old in the first act as the heroine, but her murder in the fourth act, about which great doubts were expressed, went off to the terror and delight of the audience. Miss Wayne sang the ballad which is supposed to be sung by the King's page, just at the moment of the unhappy wife's execution, and all agreed that Barry was very terrible and pathetic as Carpezan, especially in the execution scene. The grace and elegance of the young actor Hagan won general applause. The piece was put very elegantly on the stage by Mr. Rich, though there was some doubt whether, in the march of Janissaries in the last, the manager was correct in introducing a favourite elephant, which had figured in various pantomimes, and by which one of Mr. Warrington's black servants marched in a Turkish habit. The others sat in the footman's gallery, and uproariously wept and applauded at the proper intervals. The execution of Sybilla was the turning point of the piece. Her head off, George's friends breathed freely, and one messenger after another came to him at the coffee house to announce the complete success of the tragedy. Mr. Barry, amidst general applause, announced the play for repetition, and that it was the work of a young gentleman of Virginia, his first attempt in the dramatic style. We should like to have been in the box, where all our friends were seated during the performance, to have watched Theo's flutter and anxiety whilst the success of the play seemed dubious, and have beheld the blushes and the sparkles in her eyes when the victory was assured. Harry, during the little trouble in the fourth act, was deadly pale. Whiter, Mrs. Lambert said, than Barry, with all his chalk. But if Briareus could have clapped hands, he could scarcely have made more noise than Harry at the end of the piece. Mr. Wolfe and General Lambert huzzayed enthusiastically. Mrs. Lambert, of course, cried. And though Hetty said, "Why do you cry, mamma? You don't want any of them alive again. You know it serves them all right," the girl was really as much delighted as any person present, including little Charley from the Chartreux, who had leave from Dr. Crusius for that evening, and Miss Lucy, who had been brought from boarding school on purpose to be present on the great occasion. My Lord Castlewood and his sister Lady Maria were present, and his lordship went from his box and complimented Mr. Barry and the other actors on the stage. And Parson Sampson was invaluable in the pit, where he led the applause, having, I believe, given previous instructions to Gumbo to keep an eye upon him from the gallery, and do as he did. Be sure there was a very jolly supper of Mr. Warrington's friends that night. Much more jolly than Mr. Garrick's, for example, who made but a very poor success with his Aegis and its dreary choruses, and who must have again felt that he had missed a good chance in preferring Mr. Home's tragedy to our young author's. A jolly supper, did we say? Many jolly suppers. Mr. Gumbo gave an entertainment to several gentlemen of the shoulder knot, who had concurred in supporting his master's masterpiece. Mr. Henry Warrington gave a supper at the Star and Garter in Pall Mall, to 10 officers of his new regiment, who had come up for the express purpose of backing Carpezan. And finally, Mr. Warrington received the 3 principal actors of the tragedy, our family party from the side box, Mr. Johnson and his ingenious friend Mr. Reynolds, the painter, my Lord Castlewood and his sister, and 1 or 2 more. My Lady Maria happened to sit next to the young actor who had performed the part of the king. Mr. Warrington somehow had Miss Theo for a neighbour, and no doubt passed a pleasant evening beside her. The greatest animation and cordiality prevailed, and when toasts were called, Lady Maria gaily gave "The King of Hungary" for hers. That gentleman, who had plenty of eloquence and fire and excellent manners, on as well as off the stage, protested that he had already suffered death in the course of the evening, hoped that he should die 100 times more on the same field, but, dead or living, vowed he knew whose humble servant he ever should be. Ah, if he had but a real crown in place of the diadem of pasteboard and tinsel, with what joy would he lay it at her ladyship's feet! Neither my lord nor Mr. Esmond were over well pleased with the gentleman's exceeding gallantry, a part of which they attributed, no doubt justly, to the wine and punch, of which he had been partaking very freely. Theo and her sister, who were quite new to the world, were a little frightened by the exceeding energy of Mr. Hagan's manner; but Lady Maria, much more experienced, took it in perfectly good part. At a late hour coaches were called, to which the gentlemen attended the ladies, after whose departure some of them returned to the supper room; and the end was, that Carpezan had to be carried away in a chair, and that the King of Hungary had a severe headache, and that the poet, though he remembered making a great number of speeches, was quite astounded when half a dozen of his guests appeared at his house the next day, whom he had invited overnight to come and sup with him once more. As he put Mrs. Lambert and her daughters into their coach on the night previous, all the ladies were flurried, delighted, excited, and you may be sure our gentleman was with them the next day, to talk of the play and the audience, and the actors, and the beauties of the piece, over and over again. Mrs. Lambert had heard that the ladies of the theatre were dangerous company for young men. She hoped George would have a care and not frequent the green room too much. George smiled, and said he had a preventive against all green room temptations, of which he was not in the least afraid, and as he spoke he looked in Theo's face, as if in those eyes lay the amulet which was to preserve him from all danger. "Why should he be afraid, mamma?" asks the maiden simply. She had no idea of danger or of guile. "No, my darling, I don't think he need be afraid," says the mother, kissing her. "You don't suppose Mr. George would fall in love with that painted old creature who performed the chief part?" asks Miss Hetty, with a toss of her head. "She must be old enough to be his mother." "Pray, do you suppose that at our age nobody can care for us, or that we have no hearts left?" asks mamma, very tartly. "I believe, or I may say, I hope and trust, your father thinks otherwise. He is, I imagine, perfectly satisfied, miss. He does not sneer at age, whatever little girls out of the schoolroom may do. And they had better be back there, and they had much better remember what the fifth commandment is. That they had, Hetty." I didn't think I was breaking it by saying that an actress was as old as George's mother," pleaded Hetty. "George's mother is as old as I am, miss. At least, she was when we were at school. And Fanny Parker, Mrs. Mountain, who now was 7 months older, and we were in the French class together, and I have no idea that our age is to be made the subject of remarks and ridicule by our children, and I will thank you to spare it, if you please. Do you consider your mother too old, George?" "I am glad my mother is of your age, Aunt Lambert," says George, in the most sentimental manner. Strange infatuation of passion, singular perversity of reason. At some period before his marriage, it not unfrequently happens that a man actually is fond of his mother-in-law. At this time our good General vowed, and with some reason, that he was jealous. Mrs. Lambert made much more of George than of any other person in the family. She dressed up Theo to the utmost advantage in order to meet him. She was for ever caressing her, and appealing to her when he spoke. It was, "Don't you think he looks well? Don't you think he looks pale, Theo, to-day? Don't you think he has been sitting up over his books too much at night?" And so forth. If he had a cold, she would have liked to make gruel for him, and see his feet in hot water. She sent him recipes of her own for his health. When he was away, she never ceased talking about him to her daughter. I dare say Miss Theo liked the subject well enough. When he came, she was sure to be wanted in some other part of the house, and would bid Theo take care of him till she returned. Why, before she returned to the room, could you hear her talking outside the door to her youngest innocent children, to her servants in the upper regions, and so forth? When she reappeared, was not Mr. George always standing or sitting at a considerable distance from Miss Theo? Except, to be sure, on that one day when she had just happened to drop her scissors, and he had naturally stooped down to pick them up. Why was she blushing? Were not youthful cheeks made to blush, and roses to bloom in the spring? Not that mamma ever noted the blushes, but began quite an artless conversation about this or that, as she sat down brimful of happiness to her work-table. And at last there came a letter from Virginia in Madam Esmond's neat, well-known hand, and over which George trembled and blushed before he broke the seal. It was in answer to the letter which he had sent home respecting his brother's commission and his own attachment to Miss Lambert. Of his intentions respecting Harry, Madam Esmond fully approved. As for his marriage, she was not against early marriages. She would take his picture of Miss Lambert with the allowance that was to be made for lovers' portraits, and hope for his sake that the young lady was all he described her to be. With money, as Madam Esmond gathered from her son's letter, she did not appear to be provided at all, which was a pity, as, though wealthy in land, her family had but little ready money. However, by Heaven's blessing, there was plenty at home for children and children's children, and the wives of her sons should share all she had. When she heard more at length from Mr. and Mrs. Lambert, she would reply for her part more fully. She did not pretend to say that she had not greater hopes for her son, as a gentleman of his name and prospects might pretend to the hand of the first lady of the land. But as Heaven had willed that her son's choice should fall upon her old friend's daughter, she acquiesced, and would welcome George's wife as her own child. This letter was brought by Mr. Van den Bosch of Albany, who had lately bought a very large estate in Virginia, and who was bound for England to put his granddaughter to a boarding school. She, Madam Esmond, was not mercenary, nor was it because this young lady was heiress of a very great fortune that she desired her sons to pay Mr. Van D. B. every attention. Their properties lay close together, and could Harry find in the young lady those qualities of person and mind suitable for a companion for life, at least she would have the satisfaction of seeing both her children near her in her declining years. Madam Esmond concluded by sending her affectionate compliments to Mrs. Lambert, from whom she begged to hear further, and her blessing to the young lady who was to be her daughter-in-law. The letter was not cordial, and the writer evidently but half satisfied; but, such as it was, her consent was there formally announced. How eagerly George ran away to Soho with the long-desired news in his pocket! I suppose our worthy friends there must have read his news in his countenance. Else why should Mrs. Lambert take her daughter's hand, and kiss her with such uncommon warmth when George announced that he had received letters from home? Then, with a break in his voice, a pallid face, and a considerable tremor, turning to Mr. Lambert, he said, "Madam Esmond's letter, sir, is in reply to one of mine, in which I acquainted her that I had formed an attachment in England, for which I asked my mother's approval. She gives her consent, I am grateful to say, and I have to pray my dear friends to be equally kind to me." "God bless thee, my dear boy!" says the good General, laying a hand on the young man's head. "I am glad to have thee for a son, George. There, there, don't go down on your knees, young folks. George may, to be sure, and thank God for giving him the best little wife in all England. Yes, my dear, except when you were ill, you never caused me a heartache. And happy is the man, I say, who wins thee." I have no doubt the young people knelt before their parents, as was the fashion in those days, and am perfectly certain that Mrs. Lambert kissed both of them, and likewise bedewed her pocket handkerchief in the most plentiful manner. Hetty was not present at this sentimental scene, and when she heard of it, spoke with considerable asperity, and a laugh that was by no means pleasant, saying, "Is this all the news you have to give me? Why, I have known it these months past. Do you think I have no eyes to see and no ears to hear? Indeed!" But in private she was much more gentle. She flung herself on her sister's neck, embracing her passionately, and vowing that never, never would Theo find any one to love her like her sister. With Theo she became entirely mild and humble. She could not abstain from the jokes and satire with George, but he was too happy to heed her much, and too generous not to see the cause of her jealousy. When all parties concerned came to read Madam Esmond's letter, that document, it is true, appeared rather vague. It contained only a promise that she would receive the young people at her house, and no sort of proposal for a settlement. The General shook his head over the letter. He did not think of examining it until some days after the engagement had been made between George and his daughter. But now he read Madam Esmond's words, they gave him but small encouragement. "Bah!" says George, "I shall have £300 for my tragedy. I shall easily write a play a year, and if the worst comes to the worst, we can live on that." "On that and your patrimony," says Theo's father. George now had to explain, with some hesitation, that, what with paying bills for his mother, and Harry's commission and debts, and his own ransom, George's patrimony proper was well nigh spent. Mr. Lambert's countenance looked graver still at this announcement, but he saw his girl's eyes turn towards him with an alarm so tender, that he took her in his arms, and vowed that, let the worst come to the worst, his darling should not be balked of her wish. About the going back to Virginia, George frankly owned that he little liked the notion of returning to be entirely dependent on his mother. He gave General Lambert an idea of his life at home, and explained how little to his taste that slavery was. No, why should he not stay in England, write more tragedies, study for the bar, get a place perhaps? Why, indeed? He straightway began to form a plan for another tragedy. He brought portions of his work from time to time to Miss Theo and her sister. Hetty yawned over the work, but Theo pronounced it to be still more beautiful and admirable than the last, which was perfect. The engagement of our young friends was made known to the members of their respective families, and announced to Sir Miles Warrington in a ceremonious letter from his nephew. For a while, Sir Miles saw no particular objection to the marriage, though, to be sure, considering his name and prospects, Mr. Warrington might have looked higher. The truth was that Sir Miles imagined that Madam Esmond had made some considerable settlement on her son, and that his circumstances were more than easy. But when he heard that George was entirely dependent on his mother, and that his own small patrimony was dissipated, as Harry's had been before, Sir Miles's indignation at his nephew's imprudence knew no bounds. He could not find words to express his horror and anger at the want of principle exhibited by both these unhappy young men. He thought it his duty to speak his mind about them, and wrote his opinion to his sister Esmond in Virginia. As for General and Mrs. Lambert, who passed for respectable persons, was it to be borne that such people should inveigle a penniless young man into a marriage with their penniless daughter? Regarding them and George's behaviour, Sir Miles fully explained his views to Madam Esmond, gave half a finger to George whenever his nephew called on him in town, and did not even invite him to partake of the famous family small beer. Towards Harry his uncle somewhat unbent. Harry had done his duty in the campaign, and was mentioned with praise in high quarters. He had sown his wild oats. He at least was endeavouring to amend. But George was a young prodigal, fast careening to ruin, and his name was only mentioned in the family with a groan. Are there any poor fellows nowadays, I wonder, whose polite families fall on them and persecute them, groan over them and stone them, and hand stones to their neighbours that they may do likewise? All the patrimony spent! Gracious heavens! Sir Miles turned pale when he saw his nephew coming. Lady Warrington prayed for him as a dangerous reprobate, and in the meantime George was walking the town, quite unconscious that he was occasioning so much wrath and so much devotion. He took little Miley to the play, and brought him back again. He sent tickets to his aunt and cousins which they could not refuse. You know, it would look too marked were they to break altogether. So they not only took the tickets, but whenever country constituents came to town, they asked for more, taking care to give the very worst motives to George's intimacy with the theatre, and to suppose that he and the actresses were on terms of the most disgraceful intimacy. An august personage having been to the theatre, and expressed his approbation of Mr. Warrington's drama to Sir Miles, when he attended his Royal Highness's levee at Savile House, Sir Miles, to be sure, modified his opinion regarding the piece, and spoke henceforth more respectfully of it. Meanwhile, as we have said, George was passing his life entirely careless of the opinion of all the uncles, aunts, and cousins in the world. Most of the Esmond cousins were at least more polite and cordial than George's kinsfolk of the Warrington side. In spite of his behaviour over the cards, Lord Castlewood, George always maintained, had a liking for our Virginians, and George was pleased enough to be in his company. He was a far abler man than many who succeeded in life. He had a good name, and somehow only stained it; a considerable wit, and nobody trusted it; and a very shrewd experience and knowledge of mankind, which made him mistrust them, and himself most of all, and which perhaps was the bar to his own advancement. My Lady Castlewood, a woman of the world, wore always a bland mask, and received Mr. George with perfect civility, and welcomed him to lose as many guineas as he liked at her ladyship's card tables. Between Mr. William and the Virginian brothers there never was any love lost. But as for Lady Maria, though her love affair was over, she had no rancour. She professed for her cousins a very great regard and affection, a part of which the young gentlemen very gratefully returned. She was charmed to hear of Harry's valour in the campaign. She was delighted with George's success at the theatre. She was for ever going to the play, and had all the favourite passages of Carpezan by heart. One day, as Mr. George and Miss Theo were taking a sentimental walk in Kensington Gardens, whom should they light upon but their cousin Maria, in company with a gentleman in a smart suit and handsome laced hat? And who should the gentleman be but his Majesty King Louis of Hungary, Mr. Hagan? He saluted the party, and left them presently. Lady Maria had only just happened to meet him. Mr. Hagan came sometimes, he said, for quiet, to study his parts in Kensington Gardens, and George and the two ladies walked together to Lord Castlewood's door in Kensington Square, Lady Maria uttering 1,000 compliments to Theo upon her good looks, upon her virtue, upon her future happiness, upon her papa and mamma, upon her destined husband, upon her paduasoy cloak, and dear little feet and shoe buckles. Harry happened to come to London that evening, and slept at his accustomed quarters. When George appeared at breakfast, the captain was already in the room. The custom of that day was to call all army gentlemen captains. And looking at the letters on the breakfast table. "Why, George!" he cries, "there is a letter from Maria." "Little boy bring it from Common Garden last night. Master George asleep," says Gumbo. "What can it be about?" asks Harry, as George peruses his letter with a queer expression of face. "About my play, to be sure," George answers, tearing up the paper, and still wearing his queer look. "What, she is not writing love letters to you, is she, Georgy?" "No, certainly not to me," replies the other. But he spoke no word more about the letter. And when at dinner in Dean Street Mrs. Lambert said, "So you met somebody walking with the King of Hungary yesterday in Kensington Gardens?" "What little tell-tale told you?" "A mere casual rencontre. The King goes there to study his parts, and Lady Maria happened to be crossing the garden to visit some of the other King's servants at Kensington Palace. And so there was an end to that matter, for the time being." Other events were at hand fraught with interest to our Virginians. One evening after Christmas, the two gentlemen, with a few more friends, were met round General Lambert's supper table, and among the company was Harry's new colonel of the 67th, Major General Wolfe. The young General was more than ordinarily grave. The conversation all related to the war. Events of great importance were pending. The great Minister, now in power, was determined to carry on the war on a much more extended scale than had been attempted hitherto. An army was ordered to Germany to help Prince Ferdinand. Another great expedition was preparing for America, and here, says Mr. Lambert, "I will give you the health of the commander, a glorious campaign, and a happy return to him." "Why do you not drink the toast, General James?" asked the hostess of her guest. "He must not drink his own toast," says General Lambert. "It is we must do that." "What! Was James appointed?" All the ladies must drink such a toast as that, and they mingled their kind voices with the applause of the rest of the company. "Why did he look so melancholy?" the ladies asked of one another when they withdrew. In after days they remembered his pale face. "Perhaps he has been parting from his sweetheart," suggests tender-hearted Mrs. Lambert. And at this sentimental notion, no doubt, all the ladies looked sad. The gentlemen, meanwhile, continued their talk about the war and its chances. Mr. Wolfe did not contradict the speakers when they said that the expedition was to be directed against Canada. "Ah, sir!" says Harry, "I wish your regiment was going with you, and that I might pay another visit to my old friends at Quebec." What? Had Harry been there? Yes. He described his visit to the place 5 years before, and knew the city and the neighbourhood well. He lays a number of bits of biscuit on the table before him, and makes a couple of rivulets of punch on each side. "This fork is the Isle d'Orleans," says he, with the north and south branches of St. Lawrence on each side. Here's the Low Town with a battery. How many guns were mounted there in our time, brother? But at long shots from the St. Joseph shore, you might play the same game. Here's what they call the Little River, the St. Charles, and a bridge of boats with a tete du pont over to the Place of Arms. Here's the Citadel, and here's convents, ever so many convents, and the Cathedral. And here, outside the lines to the west and south, is what they call the Plains of Abraham, where a certain little affair took place. Do you remember, brother? He and a young officer of the Roussillon regiment cock-cawed at each other for 20 minutes, and George pinked him, and then they jured each other on amitié éternelle. Well, it was for George, for his second saved his life on that awful day of Braddock's defeat. He was a fine little fellow, and I give his toast. Je bois à la santé du Chevalier de Florac. What? Can you speak French too, Harry? Asks Mr. Wolfe. The young man looked at the General with eager eyes. Yes, says he, I can speak, but not so well as George. But he remembers the city, and can place the batteries, you see, and knows the ground 1,000 times better than I do, cries the elder brother. The two elder officers exchanged looks with one another. Mr. Lambert smiled and nodded, as if in reply to the mute queries of his comrade. On which the other spoke. "Mr. Harry," he said, "if you have had enough of fine folks, and whites, and horse racing—" "Oh, sir!" says the young man, turning very red, "and if you have a mind to a sea voyage at a short notice, come and see me at my lodgings to-morrow." What was that sudden uproar of cheers which the ladies heard in their drawing-room? It was the hurrah which Henry Warrington gave when he leaped up at hearing the General's invitation. The women saw no more of the gentleman that night. General Lambert had to be away upon his business early next morning before seeing any of his family, nor had he mentioned a word of Harry's outbreak on the previous evening. But when he rejoined his folks at dinner, a look at Miss Hetty's face informed the worthy gentleman that she knew what had passed on the night previous, and what was about to happen to the young Virginian. After dinner, Mrs. Lambert sat demurely at her work. Miss Theo took her book of Italian poetry. Neither of the General's customary guests happened to be present that evening. He took little Hetty's hand in his, and began to talk with her. He did not allude to the subject which he knew was uppermost in her mind, except that, by a more than ordinary gentleness and kindness, he perhaps caused her to understand that her thoughts were known to him. "I have breakfasted," says he, "with James Wolfe this morning, and our friend Harry was of the party. When he and the other guests were gone, I remained and talked with James about the great expedition on which he is going to sail. Would that his brave father had lived a few months longer to see him come back covered with honours from Louisbourg, and knowing that all England was looking to him to achieve still greater glory. James is dreadfully ill in body, so ill that I am frightened for him, and not a little depressed in mind at having to part from the young lady whom he has loved so long. A little rest, he thinks, might have set his shattered frame up, and to call her his has been the object of his life. But great as his love is, and he is as romantic as one of you young folks of 17, honour and duty are greater, and he leaves home, and wife, and ease, and health, at their bidding. Every man of honour would do the like, every woman who loves him truly would buckle on his armour for him. James goes to take leave of his mother to-night, and though she loves him devotedly, and is one of the tenderest women in the world, I am sure she will show no sign of weakness at his going away." "When does he sail, papa?" the girl asked. "He will be on board in 5 days." And Hetty knew quite well who sailed with him. CHAPTER 67 Chapter 68 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 68, in which Harry goes westward. Our tender hearts are averse to all ideas and descriptions of parting, and I shall therefore say nothing of Harry Warrington's feelings at taking leave of his brother and friends. Were not thousands of men in the same plight? Had not Mr. Wolfe his mother to kiss? His brave father had quitted life during his son's absence on the glorious Louisbourg campaign, and his sweetheart to clasp in a farewell embrace. Had not stout Admiral Holmes, before sailing westward with his squadron, the Somerset, the Terrible, the Northumberland, the Royal William, the Trident, the Diana, the Seahorse, his own flag being hoisted on board the Dublin, to take leave of Mrs. and Mrs. Holmes? Was Admiral Saunders, who sailed the day after him, exempt from human feeling? Away go William and his crew of jovial sailors, ploughing through the tumbling waves, and poor black-eyed Susan on shore watches the ship as it dwindles in the sunset. It dwindles in the west. The night falls darkling over the ocean. They are gone, but their hearts are at home yet awhile. In silence, with a heart inexpressibly soft and tender, how each man thinks of those he has left! What a chorus of pitiful prayer rises up to the Father, at sea and on shore, on that parting night, at home by the vacant bedside, where the wife kneels in tears, round the fire, where the mother and children together pour out their supplications, or on deck, where the seafarer looks up to the stars of heaven, as the ship cleaves through the roaring midnight waters. To-morrow the sun rises upon our common life again, and we commence our daily task of toil and duty. George accompanies his brother, and stays a while with him at Portsmouth while they are waiting for a wind. He shakes Mr. Wolfe's hand, looks at his pale face for the last time, and sees the vessels depart amid the clangor of bells and the thunder of cannon from the shore. Next day he is back at his home, and at that business which is sure one of the most selfish and absorbing of the world's occupations, to which almost every man who is 30 years old has served, ere this, his apprenticeship. He has a pang of sadness as he looks in at the lodgings to the little room which Harry used to occupy, and sees his half-burned papers still in the grate. In a few minutes he is on his way to Dean Street again, and whispering by the fitful firelight in the ear of the clinging sweetheart. She is very happy, oh, so happy at his return. She is ashamed of being so. Is it not heartless to be so, when poor Hetty is so melancholy? Poor little Hetty! Indeed, it is selfish to be glad when she is in such a bad way. It makes one quite wretched to see her. "Don't, sir! Well, I ought to be wretched, and it's very, very wicked of me if I'm not," says Theo, and one can understand her soft-hearted repentance. What she means by "don't," who can tell? I have said the room was dark and the fire burned fitfully, and "don't" is, no doubt, uttered in one of the dark fits. Enter servants with supper and lights. The family arrives, the conversation becomes general. The destination of the fleet is known everywhere now. The force on board is sufficient to beat all the French in Canada, and, under such an officer as Wolfe, to repair the blunders and disasters of previous campaigns. He looked dreadfully ill indeed, but he has a great soul in a feeble body. The ministers, the country, hope the utmost from him. After supper, according to custom, Mr. Lambert assembles his modest household, of whom George Warrington may be said quite to form a part, and as he prays for all travellers by land and water, Theo and her sister are kneeling together. And so, as the ship speeds farther and farther into the west, the fond thoughts pursue it, and the night passes, and the sun rises. A day or two more, and everybody is at his books or his usual work. As for George Warrington, that celebrated dramatist is busy about another composition. When the tragedy of Carpezan had run some 30 or 20 nights, other persons of genius took possession of the theatre. There may have been persons who wondered how the town could be so fickle as ever to tire of such a masterpiece as the tragedy; who could not bear to see the actors dressed in other habits, reciting other men's verses. But George, of a sceptical turn of mind, took the fate of his tragedy very philosophically, and pocketed the proceeds with much quiet satisfaction. From Mr. Dodsley, the bookseller, he had the usual compliment of £100; from the manager of the theatre, 200 or more; and such praises from the critics and his friends, that he set to work to prepare another piece, with which he hoped to achieve even greater successes than by his first performance. Over these studies, and the other charming business which occupies him, months pass away. Happy business! Happiest time of youth and life, when love is first spoken and returned; when the dearest eyes are daily shining welcome, and the fondest lips never tire of whispering their sweet secrets; when the parting look that accompanies "good night" gives delightful warning of to morrow; when the heart is so overflowing with love and happiness that it has to spare for all the world; when the day closes with glad prayers and opens with joyful hopes; when doubt seems cowardice, misfortune impossible, poverty only a sweet trial of constancy. Theo's elders, thankfully remembering their own prime, sit softly by, and witness this pretty comedy performed by their young people. And in one of his later letters, dutifully written to his wife during a temporary absence from home, George Warrington records how he had been to look up at the windows at the dear old house in Dean Street, and wondered who was sitting in the chamber where he and Theo had been so happy. Meanwhile, we can learn how the time passes, and our friends are engaged, by some extracts from George's letters to his brother. From the old window opposite Bedford Gardens, this 20th August, 1759. Why are you gone back to rugged rocks, bleak shores, burning summers, nipping winters at home, when you might have been cropping ever so many laurels in Germany? Kingsleys are coming back as covered with them as Jack a Green on May Day. Our 6 regiments did wonders, and our horse would have done if my Lord George Sackville only had let them. But when Prince Ferdinand said "Charge!" his lordship could not hear, or could not translate the German word for forward, and so we only beat the French, without utterly annihilating them, as we might, had Lord Granby or Mr. Warrington had the command. My lord is come back to town, and is shouting for a court-martial. He held his head high enough in prosperity. In misfortune he shows such a constancy of arrogance that one almost admires him. He looks as if he rather envied poor Mr. Byng, and the not shooting him were a manque de garde towards him. The Duke has had notice to get himself in readiness for departing from this world of grandeurs and victories, and downfalls and disappointments. An attack of palsy has visited his Royal Highness, and Pelita Moores has just peeped in at his door, as it were, and said, "I will call again." Tyrant as he was, this prince had been noble in disgrace, and no king has ever had a truer servant than ours has found in his son. Why do I like the losing side always, and am I disposed to revolt against the winners? Your famous Mr. P., your chief's patron and discoverer, I have been to hear in the House of Commons twice or thrice. I revolt against his magniloquence. I wish some little David would topple over that swelling giant. His thoughts and his language are always attitudinising. I like Barry's manner best, though the other is the more awful actor. Pocahontas gets on apace. Barry likes his part of Captain Smith, and though he will have him wear a red coat and blue facings and an epaulet, I have a fancy to dress him exactly like one of the pictures of Queen Elizabeth's gentlemen at Hampton Court, with a ruff and a square beard and square shoes. And Pocahontas, would you like her to be tattooed? Asks Uncle Lambert. Hagan's part as the warrior who is in love with her, and seeing her partiality for the captain, nobly rescues him from death, I trust will prove a hit. A strange fish is this Hagan, his mouth full of stage plays and rant, but good, honest, and brave, if I don't err. He is angry at having been cast lately for Sir O'Brallaghan, in Mr. Macklin's new farce of Love a la Mode. He says that he does not keer to disgrace his tongue with imitations of that rascal brogue, as if there was any call for limitations, when he has such an admirable twang of his own. Shall I tell you? Shall I hide the circumstance? Shall I hurt your feelings? Shall I set you in a rage of jealousy, and cause you to ask for leave to return to Europe? Know, then, that though Carpezan is long since dead, Cousin Maria is for ever coming to the playhouse. Tom Spencer has spied her out, night after night, in the gallery, and she comes on the nights when Hagan performs. Quick, Burroughs! Mr. Warrington's boots and portmanteau. Order a chaise and four for Portsmouth immediately. The letter which I burned one morning when we were at breakfast I may let the cat out of the bag, now puss has such a prodigious way to run was from Cousin M., hinting that she wished me to tell no tales about her. But I can't help just whispering to you that Maria at this moment is busy consoling herself as fast as possible. Shall I spoil sport? Shall I tell her brother? Is the affair any business of mine? What have the Esmonds done for you and me but win our money at cards? Yet I like our noble cousin. It seems to me that he would be good if he could, or rather, he would have been once. He has been set on a wrong way of life, from which 'tis now probably too late to rescue him. O beati agricolae! Our Virginia was dull, but let us thank Heaven we were bred there. We were made little slaves, but not slaves to wickedness, gambling, bad male and female company. It was not until my poor Harry left home that he fell among thieves. I mean thieves en grand, such as waylaid him and stripped him on English high roads. I consider you none the worse because you were the unlucky one, and had to deliver your purse up. And now you are going to retrieve and make a good name for yourself, and kill more French dragons, and become a great commander. And our mother will talk of her son, the captain, the colonel, the general, and have his picture painted with all his stars and epaulets, when poor I shall be but a dawdling poetaster, or, if we may hope for the best, a snug placeman, with a little box at Richmond or Kew, and a half score of little piccaninnies, that will come and bob curtsies at the garden gate when their uncle the General rides up on his great charger, with his aide de camp's pockets filled with gingerbread for his nephews and nieces. 'Tis for you to brandish the sword of Mars. As for me, I look forward to a quiet life, a quiet little home, a quiet little library full of books, and a little some one dulce ridentem, dulce loquentem on the other side of the fire, as I scribble away at my papers. I am so pleased with this prospect, so utterly contented and happy, that I feel afraid as I think of it, lest it should escape me, and even to my dearest Hal am shy of speaking of my happiness. What is ambition to me with this certainty? What do I care for wars, with this beatific peace smiling near? Our mother's friend, Mynheer Van den Bosch, has been away on a tour to discover his family in Holland, and, strange to say, has found one. Miss, who was intended by maternal solicitude to be a wife for your worship, has had 6 months at Kensington School, and is coming out with 100 pretty accomplishments, which are to complete her a perfect fine lady. Her papa brought her to make a curtsey in Dean Street, and a mighty elegant curtsey she made. Though she is scarce 17, no dowager of 60 can be more at her ease. She conversed with Aunt Lambert on an equal footing. She treated the girls as chits, to Hetty's wrath and Theo's amusement. She talked politics with the General, and the last routs, dresses, operas, fashions, scandal, with such perfect ease, that for a blunder or two you might have fancied Miss Lydia was born in Mayfair. At the court end of the town she will live, she says, and has no patience with her father, who has a lodging in Monument Yard. For those who love a brown beauty, a prettier little mignonne creature cannot be seen. But my taste you know, dearest brother, and... Here follows a page of raptures and quotations of verse, which, out of a regard for the reader and the writer's memory, the editor of the present pages declines to reprint. Gentlemen and ladies of a certain age may remember the time when they indulged in these rapturous follies on their own accounts, when the praises of the charmer were for ever warbling from their lips or trickling from their pens, when the flowers of life were in full bloom, and all the birds of spring were singing. The twigs are now bare, perhaps, and the leaves have fallen, but for all that, shall we not remember the vernal time? As for you, young people, whose May, or April is it, has not commenced yet, you need not be detained over other folks' love rhapsodies. Depend on it, when your spring season arrives, kindly nature will warm all your flowers into bloom, and rouse your glad bosoms to pour out their full song. End of chapter 68. Chapter 69 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 69. A Little Innocent. George Warrington has mentioned in the letter just quoted that, in spite of my Lord Castlewood's previous play transactions with Harry, my lord and George remained friends, and met on terms of good kinsmanship. Did George want franks, or an introduction at court, or a place in the House of Lords to hear a debate, his cousin was always ready to serve him, was a pleasant and witty companion, and would do anything which might promote his relative's interests, provided his own were not prejudiced. Now he even went so far as to promise that he would do his best with the people in power to provide a place for Mr. George Warrington, who daily showed a greater disinclination to return to his native country and place himself once more under the maternal servitude. George had not merely a sentimental motive for remaining in England. The pursuits and society of London pleased him infinitely better than any which he could have at home. A planter's life of idleness might have suited him, could he have enjoyed independence with it, but in Virginia he was only the first, and, as he thought, the worst treated of his mother's subjects. He dreaded to think of returning with his young bride to his home, and of the life which she would be destined to lead there. Better freedom and poverty in England, with congenial society, and a hope, perchance, of future distinction, than the wearisome routine of home life, the tedious subordination, the frequent bickerings, the certain jealousies and differences of opinion to which he must subject his wife so soon as they turn their faces homeward. So Lord Castlewood's promise to provide for George was very eagerly accepted by the Virginian. My lord had not provided very well for his own brother, to be sure, and his own position, peer as he was anything but enviable. But we believe what we wish to believe, and George Warrington chose to put great stress upon his kinsman's offer of patronage. Unlike the Warrington family, Lord Castlewood was quite gracious when he was made acquainted with George's engagement to Miss Lambert, came to wait upon her parents, praised George to them, and the young lady to George, and made himself so prodigiously agreeable in their company, that these charitable folk forgot his bad reputation, and thought it must be a very wicked and scandalous world which maligned him. He said, indeed, that he was improved in their society, as every man must be who came into it. Among them he was witty, lively, good, for the time being. He left his wickedness and worldliness with his cloak in the hall, and only put them on again when he stepped into his chair. What worldling on life's voyage does not know of some such harbour of rest and calm, some haven where he puts in out of the storm? Very likely Lord Castlewood was actually better whilst he stayed with those good people, and for the time being, at least, no hypocrite. And I dare say the Lambert elders thought no worse of his lordship for openly proclaiming his admiration for Miss Theo. It was quite genuine, and he did not profess it was very deep. "It don't affect my sleep, and I am not going to break my heart because Miss Lambert prefers somebody else," he remarked. "Only I wish, when I was a young man, madam, I had had the good fortune to meet with somebody so innocent and good as your daughter. I might have been kept out of a deal of harm's way. But innocent and good young women did not fall into mine, or they would have made me better than I am." "Sure, my lord, it is not too late?" says Mrs. Lambert, very softly. Castlewood started back, misunderstanding her. "Not too late, madam?" he inquired. She blushed. "It is too late to court my dear daughter, my lord, but not too late to repent. We read 'tis never too late to do that. If others have been received at the 11th hour, is there any reason why you should give up hope?" "Perhaps I know my own heart better than you," he says in a plaintive tone. "I can speak French and German very well, and why? Because I was taught both in the nursery. A man who learns them late can never get the practice of them on his tongue. And so 'tis the case with goodness. I can't learn it at my age. I can only see others practise it, and admire them. When I am on the side opposite to Lazarus, will Miss Theo give me a drop of water? Don't frown. I know I shall be there, Mrs. Lambert. Some folks are doomed so, and I think some of our family are amongst these. Some people are vacillating, and one hardly knows which way the scale will turn; whereas some are predestined angels, and fly heavenwards naturally, and do what they will." "Oh, my lord, and why should you not be of the predestined? Whilst there is a day left, whilst there is an hour, there is hope," says the fond matron. "I know what is passing in your mind, my dear madam. Nay, I read your prayers in your looks. But how can they avail?" Lord Castlewood asks sadly. "You don't know all, my good lady. You don't know what a life ours is of the world, how early it began, how selfish nature, and then necessity and education, have made us. It is fate holds the reins of the chariot, and we can't escape our doom. I know better. I see better people. I go my own way. My own? No, not mine. Fate's. And it is not altogether without pity for us, since it allows us from time to time to see such people as you." And he took her hand and looked her full in the face, and bowed with a melancholy grace. Every word he said was true. No greater error than to suppose that weak and bad men are strangers to good feelings or deficient of sensibility. Only the good feeling does not last. Nay, the tears are a kind of debauch of sentiment, as old libertines are said to find that the tears and grief of their victims add a zest to their pleasure. But Mrs. Lambert knew little of what was passing in this man's mind. How should she? And so prayed for him with the fond persistence of woman. He was much better, yes, much better than he was supposed to be. He was a most interesting man. There were hopes. Why should there not be the most precious hopes for him still? It remains to be seen which of the two speakers formed the correct estimate of my lord's character. Meanwhile, if the gentleman was right, the lady was mollified, and her kind wishes and prayers for this experienced sinner's repentance, if they were of no avail for his amendment, at least could do him no harm. Kind-souled doctors, and what good woman is not of the faculty, look after a reprobate as physicians after a perilous case. When the patient is converted to health, their interest ceases in him, and they drive to feel pulses and prescribe medicines elsewhere. But while the malady was under treatment, our kind lady could not see too much of her sick man. Quite an intimacy sprung up between my Lord Castlewood and the Lamberts. I am not sure that some worldly views might not suit even with good Mrs. Lambert's spiritual plans. For who knows into what pure Eden, though guarded by flaming sworded angels, worldliness will not creep? Her son was about to take orders. My Lord Castlewood feared very much that his present chaplain, Mr. Sampson's, careless life and heterodox conversations might lead him to give up his chaplaincy. In which case my lord hinted the little modest cure would be vacant, and at the service of some young divine of good principles and good manners, who would be content with a small stipend and a small but friendly congregation. Thus an acquaintance was established between the two families, and the ladies of Castlewood, always on their good behaviour, came more than once to make their curtseys in Mrs. Lambert's drawing-room. They were civil to the parents and the young ladies. My Lady Castlewood's card assemblies were open to Mrs. Lambert and her family. There was play, certainly, all the world played, his Majesty, the bishops, every peer and peeress in the land. But nobody need play who did not like, and surely nobody need have scruples regarding the practice, when such august and venerable personages were daily found to abet it. More than once Mrs. Lambert made her appearance at her ladyship's routs, and was grateful for the welcome which she received, and pleased with the admiration which her daughters excited. Mention has been made in a foregoing page and letter of an American family of Dutch extraction, who had come to England very strongly recommended by Madam Esmond, their Virginian neighbour, to her sons in Europe. The views expressed in Madam Esmond's letter were so clear that arch matchmaker, Mrs. Lambert, could not but understand them. As for George, he was engaged already. As for poor Hetty's flame, Harry, he was gone on service, for which circumstance Hetty's mother was not very sorry, perhaps. She laughingly told George that he ought to obey his mamma's injunctions, break off his engagement with Theo, and make up to Miss Lydia, who was 10 times, 100 times as rich as her poor girl, and certainly much handsomer. "Yes, indeed," says George, "that I own. She is handsomer, and she is richer, and perhaps even cleverer." All which praises Mrs. Lambert but half liked. "But say she is all these. So is Mr. Johnson much cleverer than I am. So is whom shall we say? So is Mr. Hagan, the actor, much taller and handsomer. So is Sir James Lowther much richer. Yet pray, ma'am, do you suppose I am going to be jealous of any one of these three, or think my Theo would jilt me for their sakes? Why should I not allow that Miss Lydia is handsomer, then, and richer, and cleverer too, and lively and well bred, if you insist on it, and an angel, if you will have it so? Theo is not afraid. Art thou, child?" "No, George," says Theo, with such an honest look of the eyes as would convince any scepticism or shame any jealousy. And if, after this pair of speeches, mamma takes occasion to leave the room for a minute to fetch her scissors, or her thimble, or a bootjack and slippers, or the cross and ball on the top of St. Paul's, or her pocket-handkerchief which she has forgotten in the parlour, if, I say, Mrs. Lambert quits the room on any errand or pretext, natural or preposterous, I shall not be in the least surprised if, at her return in a couple of minutes, she finds George in near proximity to Theo, who has a heightened colour, and whose hand George is just dropping. I shall not have the least idea of what they have been doing. Have you, madam? Have you any remembrance of what used to happen when Mr. Grundy came a-courting? Are you, who, after all, were not in the room with our young people, going to cry out fie and for shame? Then fie and for shame upon you, Mrs. Grundy! Well, Harry being away, and Theo and George irrevocably engaged, so that there was no possibility of bringing Madam Esmond's little plans to bear, why should not Mrs. Lambert have plans of her own? And if a rich, handsome, beautiful little wife should fall in his way, why should not Jack Lambert from Oxford have her? So thinks mamma, who is always thinking of marrying and giving in marriage, and so she prattles to General Lambert, who, as usual, calls her a goose for her pains. At any rate, Mrs. Lambert says beauty and riches are no objection. At any rate, Madam Esmond desired that this family should be hospitably entertained, and it was not her fault that Harry was gone away to Canada. Would the General wish him to come back, leave the army and his reputation, perhaps? Yes, and come to England and marry this American, and break poor Hetty's heart? Would her father wish that? Let us spare further arguments, and not be so rude as to hint that Mr. Lambert was in the right in calling a fond wife by the name of that absurd splay-footed bird annually sacrificed at the feast of St. Michael. In those early days there were vast distinctions of rank drawn between the court and city people, and Mr. Van den Bosch, when he first came to London, scarcely associated with any but the latter sort. He had a lodging near his agent's in the city. When his pretty girl came from school for a holiday, he took her an airing to Islington or Highgate, or an occasional promenade in the Artillery ground in Bunhill Fields. They went to that Baptist meeting house in Finsbury Fields, and on the sly to see Mr. Garrick once or twice, or that funny rogue Mr. Foote at the little theatre. To go to a Lord Mayor's feast was a treat to the gentlemen of the highest order, and to dance with a young mercer at Hampstead Assembly gave the utmost delight to the young lady. When George first went to wait upon his mother's friends, he found our old acquaintance Mr. Draper of the Temple sedulous in his attentions to her, and the lawyer, who was married, told Mr. Warrington to look out, as the young lady had a plumb to her fortune. Mr. Drabshaw, a young Quaker gentleman and nephew of Mr. Trail, Madam Esmond's Bristol agent, was also in constant attendance upon the young lady, and in dreadful alarm and suspicion when Mr. Warrington first made his appearance. Wishing to do honour to his mother's neighbours, Mr. Warrington invited them to an entertainment at his own apartments, and who should so naturally meet them as his friends from Soho? Not one of them but was forced to own little Miss Lydia's beauty. She had the foot of a fairy, the arms, neck, flashing eyes of a little brown huntress of Diana. She had brought a little plaintive accent from home with her, of which I, moi qui vous parle, have heard 100 gross Cockney imitations, and watched as many absurd disguises, and which, I say, in moderation, is charming in the mouth of a charming woman. Who sets up to say no, forsooth? You dear Miss Whittington, with whose H's fate has dealt so unkindly, you lovely Miss Nicole Jarvie, with your northern burr, you beautiful Miss Maloney, with your Dame Street warble. All accents are pretty from pretty lips, and who shall set the standard up? Shall it be a rose, or a thistle, or a shamrock, or a star and stripe? As for Miss Lydia's accent, I have no doubt it was not odious even from the first day when she set foot on these polite shores. Otherwise, Mr. Warrington, as a man of taste, had certainly disapproved of her manner of talking, and her schoolmistress at Kensington had not done her duty by her pupil. After the 6 months were over, during which, according to her father's calculation, she was to learn all the accomplishments procurable at the Kensington Academy, Miss Lydia returned nothing loth to her grandfather, and took her place in the world. A narrow world at first it was to her, but she was a resolute little person, and resolved to enlarge her sphere in society; and whither she chose to lead the way, the obedient grandfather followed her. He had been thwarted himself in early life, he said, and little good came of the severity he underwent. He had thwarted his own son, who had turned out but ill. As for little Lyddy, he was determined she should have as pleasant a life as was possible. Did not Mr. George think he was right? 'Twas said in Virginia, he did not know with what reason, that the young gentlemen of Castlewood had been happier if Madam Esmond had allowed them a little of their own way. George could not gainsay this public rumour, or think of inducing the benevolent old gentleman to alter his plans respecting his granddaughter. As for the Lambert family, how could they do otherwise than welcome the kind old man, the parents so tender and liberal, Madam Esmond's good friend? When Miss came from school, grandpapa removed from Monument Yard to an elegant house in Bloomsbury, whither they were followed at first by their city friends. There were merchants from Virginia Walk, there were worthy tradesmen, with whom the worthy old merchant had dealings, there were their ladies, and daughters, and sons, who were all highly gracious to Miss Lyddy. It would be a long task to describe how these disappeared one by one, how there were no more junketings at Belsize, or trips to Highgate, or Saturday jaunts to Deputy Higgs' villa, Highbury, or country dances at honest Mr. Lutestring's house at Hackney. Even the Sunday practice was changed, and, oh, abomination of abominations! Mr. Van den Bosch left Bethesda Chapel in Bunhill Row, and actually took a pew in Queen Square Church. Queen Square Church! And Mr. George Warrington lived hard by in Southampton Row. 'Twas easy to see at whom Miss Lyddy was setting her cap, and Mr. Draper, who had been full of her and her grandfather's praises before, now took occasion to warn Mr. George, and gave him very different reports regarding Mr. Van den Bosch to those which had first been current. Mr. Van D. B., for all he bragged so of his Dutch parentage, came from Albany, and was nobody's son at all. He had made his money by land speculation, or by privateering, which was uncommonly like piracy, and by the guinea trade. His son had married, if marriage it could be called, which was very doubtful, an assigned servant, and had been cut off by his father, and had taken to bad courses, and had died, luckily for himself, in his own bed. "Mr. Draper has told you bad tales about me," said the placid old gentleman to George. "Very likely we are all sinners, and some evil may be truly said of all of us, with a great deal more that is untrue. Did he tell you that my son was unhappy with me? I told you so, too. Did he bring you wicked stories about my family? He liked it so well that he wanted to marry my Lyddy to his brother. Heaven bless her! I have had a many offers for her. And you are the young gentleman I should have chose for her, and I like you none the worse because you prefer somebody else. Though what you can see in your miss as compared to my Lyddy, begging your honour's pardon, I am at a loss to understand." "There is no accounting for tastes, my good sir," said Mr. George, with his most superb air. "No, sir, 'tis a wonder of nature, and daily happens. When I kept store to Albany, there was one of your tip-top gentry there that might have married my dear daughter that was alive then; and with a pretty piece of money, whereby, for her father and I had quarrelled, Miss Lyddy would have been a pauper, you see, and in place of my beautiful Bella, the gentleman chooses a little homely creature, no prettier than your miss, and without a dollar to her fortune. The more fool he, saving your presence, Mr. George." "Pray don't save my presence, my good sir," says George, laughing. I suppose the gentleman's word was given to the other lady, and he had seen her first, and hence was indifferent to your charming daughter. I suppose when a young fellow gives his word to perform a cursed piece of folly, he always sticks to it, my dear sir, begging your pardon. But, Lord, Lord, what am I speaking of? I am a speaking of 20 year ago. I was well to do then, but I may say, Heaven has blessed my store, and I am 3 times as well off now. Ask my agents how much they will give for Joseph Van den Bosch's bill at 6 months on New York, or at sight, may be, for £40,000. I warrant they will discount the paper. Happy he who has the bill, sir! Says George, with a bow, not a little amused with the candour of the old gentleman. Lord, Lord, how mercenary you young men are! Cries the elder simply. Always thinking about money nowadays. Happy he who has the girl, I should say. The money ain't the question, my dear sir, when it goes along with such a lovely young thing as that. Though I humbly say it who oughtn't, and who am her fond silly old grandfather. We were talking about you, Lyddy, darling. Come, give me a kiss, my blessing. We were talking about you, and Mr. George said he wouldn't take you with all the money your poor old grandfather can give you. Nay, sir, says George. Well, you are right to say nay, for I didn't say all, that's the truth. My blessing will have a deal more than that trifle I spoke of, when it shall please Heaven to remove me out of this world to a better. When poor old Gappy is gone, Lyddy will be a rich little Lyddy, that she will. But she don't wish me to go yet, does she? Oh, you darling dear grandpapa, says Lyddy. This young gentleman won't have you. Lyddy looks an arch thank you from her brown eyes. But at any rate he is honest, and that is more than we can say of some folks in this wicked London. Oh, Lord, Lord, how mercenary they are! Do you know that yonder in Monument Yard they were all at my poor little blessing for her money? There was Tom Lutestring, there was Mr. Draper, your precious lawyer, there was actually Mr. Tubbs of Bethesda Chapel, and they must all come buzzing like flies round the honey pot. That is why we came out of the quarter where my brother tradesmen live. To avoid the flies, to be sure, says Miss Lydia, tossing up her little head. Where my brother tradesmen live, continues the old gentleman. Else, who am I to think of consorting with your grandees and fine folk? I don't care for the fashions, Mr. George. I don't care for plays and poetry, begging your honour's pardon. I never went to a play in my life, but to please this little minx. Oh, sir, 'twas lovely, and I cried so, didn't I, grandpapa? Says the child. At what, my dear? At Mr. Warrington's play, grandpapa. Did you, my dear? I dare say, I dare say. It was mail day, and my letters had come in, and my ship, the lovely Lyddy, had just come into Falmouth, and Captain Joyce reported how he had mercifully escaped a French privateer, and my head was so full of thanks for that escape, which saved me a deal of money, Mr. George. For the rate at which ships is underwrote this war time is so scandalous, that I often prefer to venture than to insure. That I confess I didn't listen much to the play, sir, and only went to please this little Lyddy. And you did please me, dearest Gappy, cries the young lady. Bless you, then it's all I want. Why does a man want more here below than to please his children, Mr. George? Especially me, who knew what was to be unhappy when I was young, and to repent of having treated this darling's father too hard. Oh, grandpapa! cries the child, with more caresses. Yes, I was too hard with him, dear, and that's why I spoil my little Lydkin so. More kisses ensue between Lyddy and Gappy. The little creature flings the pretty polished arms round the old man's neck, presses the dark red lips on his withered cheek, surrounds the venerable head with a halo of powder, beaten out of his wig by her caresses, and eyes Mr. George the while, as much as to say, "There, sir, should you not like me to do as much for you?" We confess, but do we confess all? George certainly told the story of his interview with Lyddy and Gappy, and the old man's news regarding his granddaughter's wealth. But I don't think he told everything, else Theo would scarce have been so much interested, or so entirely amused and good-humoured with Lyddy when next the two young ladies met. They met now pretty frequently, especially after the old American gentleman took up his residence in Bloomsbury. Mr. Van den Bosch was in the city for the most part of the day, attending to his affairs, and appearing at his place upon 'Change. During his absence, Lyddy had the command of the house, and received her guests there like a lady, or rode abroad in a fine coach which she ordered her grandpapa to keep for her, and into which he could very seldom be induced to set his foot. Before long, Miss Lyddy was as easy in the coach as if she had ridden in one all her life. She ordered the domestics here and there, she drove to the mercer's and the jeweller's, and she called upon her friends with the utmost stateliness, or rode abroad with them to take the air. Theo and Hetty were both greatly diverted with her, but would the elder have been quite as well pleased had she known all Miss Lyddy's doings? Not that Theo was of a jealous disposition, far otherwise; but there are cases when a lady has a right to a little jealousy, as I maintain, whatever my fair readers may say to the contrary. It was because she knew he was engaged, very likely, that Miss Lyddy permitted herself to speak so frankly in Mr. George's praise. When they were alone, and this blessed chance occurred pretty often at Mr. Van den Bosch's house, for we have said he was constantly absent on one errand or the other, it was wonderful how artlessly the little creature would show her enthusiasm, asking him all sorts of simple questions about himself, his genius, his way of life at home and in London, his projects of marriage, and so forth. "I am glad you are going to be married, oh, so glad!" she would say, heaving the most piteous sigh the while. "For I can talk to you frankly, quite frankly, as a brother, and not be afraid of that odious politeness about which they were always scolding me at boarding school. I may speak to you frankly, and if I like you, I may say so. Mayn't I, Mr. George?" "Pray say so," says George, with a bow and a smile. "That is a kind of talk which most men delight to hear, especially from such pretty lips as Miss Lydia's." "What do you know about my lips?" says the girl, with a pout and an innocent look into his face. "What, indeed?" asks George. "Perhaps I should like to know a great deal more." "They don't tell nothing but truth, anyhow," says the girl. "That's why some people don't like them. If I have anything on my mind, it must come out. I am a country bred girl, I am, with my heart in my mouth, all honesty and simplicity. Not like your English girls, who have learned I don't know what at their boarding schools, and from the men afterwards." "Our girls are monstrous little hypocrites, indeed!" cries George. "You are thinking of Miss Lambert's? And I might have thought of them, but I declare I did not then. They have been at boarding school, they have been in the world a great deal, so much the greater pity for them, for be certain they learned no good there. And now I have said so, of course you will go and tell Miss Theo, won't you, sir?" "That she has learned no good in the world? She has scarce spoken to men at all, except her father, her brother, and me. Which of us would teach her any wrong, think you?" "Oh, not you, though I can understand its being very dangerous to be with you," says the girl with a sigh. "Indeed, there is no danger, and I don't bite," says George, laughing. "I didn't say bite," said the girl softly. "There's other things dangerous besides biting, I should think. Aren't you very witty? Yes, and sarcastic, and clever, and always laughing at people? Haven't you a coaxing tongue? If you was to look at me in that kind of way, I don't know what would come to me. Was your brother like you, as I was to have married? Was he as clever and witty as you? I have heard he was like you, but he hadn't your coaxing tongue. Heigh ho! 'Tis well you are engaged, Master George, that is all. Do you think if you had seen me first, you would have liked Miss Theo best? They say marriages were made in heaven, my dear, and let us trust that mine has been arranged there," says George. "I suppose there was no such thing never known as a man having two sweethearts?" asks the artless little maiden. "Guess it's a pity. Oh me! What nonsense I'm a talking! There now, I'm like the little girl who cried for the moon, and I can't have it. 'Tis too high for me, too high, and splendid, and shining. Can't reach up to it nohow. Well, what a foolish, wayward, little spoilt thing I am now! But one thing you promise, on your word and honour, now, Mr. George." "And what is that?" "That you won't tell Miss Theo, else she'll hate me." "Why should she hate you?" "Because I hate her, and wish she was dead," breaks out the young lady. And the eyes that were looking so gentle and lachrymose, but now flame with sudden wrath, and her cheeks flush up. "For shame!" she adds, after a pause. "I'm a little fool to speak, but whatever is in my heart must come out. I am a girl of the woods, I am. I was bred where the sun is hotter than in this foggy climate, and I am not like your cold English girls, who, before they speak, or think, or feel, must wait for mamma to give leave. There, there! I may be a little fool for saying what I have. I know you'll go and tell Miss Lambert. Well, do." But, as we have said, George didn't tell Miss Lambert. Even from the beloved person there must be some things kept secret. Even to himself, perhaps, he did not quite acknowledge what was the meaning of the little girl's confession; or, if he acknowledged it, did not act upon it, except in so far as this, perhaps, that my gentleman, in Miss Lydia's presence, was particularly courteous and tender, and in her absence thought of her very kindly, and always with a certain pleasure. It were hard, indeed, if a man might not repay by a little kindness and gratitude the artless affection of such a warm young heart. What was that story, meanwhile, which came round to our friends, of young Mr. Lutestring and young Mr. Drabshaw the Quaker having a boxing match at a tavern in the city, and all about this young lady? They fell out over their cups, and fought probably. Why did Mr. Draper, who had praised her so at first, tell such stories now against her grandfather? "I suspect," says Madame de Bernstein, "that he wants the girl for some client or relation of his own, and that he tells these tales in order to frighten all suitors from her. When she and her grandfather came to me she behaved perfectly well, and I confess, sir, I thought it was a great pity that you should prefer yonder red cheeked countrified little chit, without a halfpenny, to this pretty, wild, artless girl with such a fortune as I hear she has." "Oh, she has been with you, has she, aunt?" asks George of his relative. "Of course she has been with me," the other replies curtly. "Unless your brother has been so silly as to fall in love with that other little Lambert girl." "Indeed, ma'am, I think I can say he has not," George remarks. "Why, then, when he comes back with Mr. Wolfe, should he not take a fancy to this little person, as his mamma wishes? Only, to do us justice, we Esmonds care very little for what our mammas wish, and marry her, and set up beside you in Virginia. She is to have a great fortune, which you won't touch. Pray, why should it go out of the family?" George now learned that Mr. Van den Bosch and his granddaughter had been often at Madame de Bernstein's house. Taking his favourite walk with his favourite companion to Kensington Gardens, he saw Mr. Van den Bosch's chariot turning into Kensington Square. The Americans were going to visit Lady Castlewood, then. He found, on some little inquiry, that they had been more than once with her ladyship. It was, perhaps, strange that they should have said nothing of their visits to George. But, being little curious of other people's affairs, and having no intrigues or mysteries of his own, George was quite slow to imagine them in other people. What mattered to him how often Kensington entertained Bloomsbury, or Bloomsbury made its bow at Kensington? A number of things were happening at both places, of which our Virginian had not the slightest idea. Indeed, do not things happen under our eyes, and we do not see them? Are not comedies and tragedies daily performed before us, of which we understand neither the fun nor the pathos? Very likely George goes home thinking to himself, "I have made an impression on the heart of this young creature. She has almost confessed as much. Poor artless little maiden! I wonder what there is in me that she should like me? Can he be angry with her for this unlucky preference? Was ever a man angry at such a reason? He would not have been so well pleased, perhaps, had he known all, and that he was only one of the performers in the comedy, not the principal character by any means. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern in the tragedy, the part of Hamlet by a gentleman unknown. How often are our little vanities shocked in this way, and subjected to wholesome humiliation! Have you not fancied that Lucinda's eyes beamed on you with a special tenderness, and presently become aware that she ogles your neighbour with the very same killing glances? Have you not exchanged exquisite whispers with Lalage at the dinner table, sweet murmurs heard through the hum of the guests and clatter of the banquet, and then overheard her whispering the very same delicious phrases to old Surdus in the drawing-room? The sun shines for everybody, the flowers smell sweet for all noses, and the nightingale and Lalage warble for all ears, not your long ones only, good brother. End of chapter 69. Chapter 70 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 70, in which Cupid plays a considerable part. We must now, however, and before we proceed with the history of Miss Lydia and her doings, perform the duty of explaining that sentence in Mr. Warrington's letter to his brother, which refers to Lady Maria Esmond, and which, to some simple readers, may be still mysterious. For how, indeed, could well-regulated persons divine such a secret? How could innocent and respectable young people suppose that a woman of noble birth, of ancient family, of mature experience, a woman whom we have seen exceedingly in love only a score of months ago, should so far forget herself as, oh, my very finger-tips blush as I write the sentence, as not only to fall in love with a person of low origin, and very many years her junior, but actually to marry him in the face of the world? That is, not exactly in the face, but behind the back of the world, so to speak. For Parson Sampson privily tied the indissoluble knot for the pair at his chapel in Mayfair. Now, stop before you condemn her utterly. Because Lady Maria had and overcome a foolish partiality for her young cousin, was that any reason why she should never fall in love with anybody else? Are men to have the sole privilege of change, and are women to be rebuked for availing themselves now and again of their little chance of consolation? No invectives can be more rude, gross, and unphilosophical than, for instance, Hamlet's to his mother about her second marriage. The truth, very likely, is that that tender parasitic creature wanted a something to cling to, and Hamlet senior out of the way, twined herself round Claudius. Nay, we have known females so bent on attaching themselves that they can twine round two gentlemen at once. Why, forsooth, shall there not be marriage tables after funeral baked meats? If you said grace for your feast yesterday, is that any reason why you shall not be hungry to-day? Your natural fine appetite and relish for this evening's feast shows that tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock you will most probably be in want of your dinner. I, for my part, when Flirtilla or Jiltissa were partial to me, the kind reader will please to fancy that I am alluding here to persons of the most ravishing beauty and lofty rank, always used to bear in mind that a time would come when they would be fond of somebody else. We are served a la Russe, and gobbled up a dish at a time, like the folks in Polyphemus's cave. Tis hodie mihi cras tibi. There are some anthropophagi who devour dozens of us. The old, the young, the tender, the tough, the plump, the lean, the ugly, the beautiful. There's no escape, and one after another, as our fate is, we disappear down their omnivorous maws. Look at Lady Ogresham. We all remember last year how she served poor Tom Kydd, seized upon him, devoured him, picked his bones, and flung them away. Now it is Ned Suckling she has got into her den. He lies under her great eyes, quivering and fascinated. Look at the poor little trepid creature, panting and helpless under the great eyes. She trails towards him nearer and nearer. He draws to her closer and closer. Presently there will be one or two feeble squeaks for pity, and, hobble gobble, he will disappear. Ah me, it is pity, too. I knew, for instance, that Maria Esmond had lost her heart ever so many times before Harry Warrington found it, but I like to fancy that he was going to keep it. That bewailing mischance, and times out of joint, she would yet have preserved her love, and fondled it in decorous celibacy. If, in some paroxysm of senile folly, I should fall in love tomorrow, I shall still try and think I have acquired the fee simple of my charmer's heart. Not that I am only a tenant on a short lease of an old battered furnished apartment, where the dingy old wine glasses have been clouded by scores of pairs of lips, and the tumbled old sofas are muddy with the last lodger's boots. Dear, dear nymph, being beloved and beautiful! Suppose I had a little passing passion for Glycera, and her complexion really was as pure as splendid Parian marble. Suppose you had a fancy for Telephus, and his low collars and absurd neck. Those follies are all over now, aren't they? We love each other for good now, don't we? Yes, for ever. And Glycera may go to Bath, and Telephus take his Servicium Rosum to Jack Ketch. N'est-ce pas? No, we never think of changing, my dear. However winds blow, or time flies, or spoons stir, our potage, which is now so piping hot, will never get cold. Passing fancies we may have allowed ourselves in former days. And really your infatuation for Telephus don't frown so, my darling creature, and make the wrinkles in your forehead worse. I say, really, it was the talk of the whole town. And as for Glycera, she behaved confoundedly ill to me. Well, well, now that we understand each other, it is for ever that our hearts are united, and we can look at Sir Cresswell, and snap our fingers at his wig. But this Maria of the last century was a woman of an ill-regulated mind. You, my love, who know the world, know that in the course of this lady's career a great deal must have passed that would not bear the light or edify in the telling. You know, not, my dear creature, that I mean you have any experience, but you have heard people say, you have heard your mother say, that an old flirt, when she has done playing the fool with one passion, will play the fool with another. That flirting is like drinking, and the brandy being drunk up, no, not you, Glycera, the brandy being drunk up, Glycera, who has taken to drinking, will fall upon the gin. So, if Maria Esmond has found a successor for Harry Warrington, and set up a new sultan in the precious empire of her heart, what, after all, could you expect from her? That territory was like the Low Countries, accustomed to being conquered, and for ever open to invasion. and Maria's present enslaver was no other than Mr. Gagin, or Hagan, the young actor who had performed in George's tragedy. His tones were so thrilling, his eye so bright, his mien so noble, he looked so beautiful in his gilt leather armour and large buckled periwig, giving utterance to the poet's glowing verses, that the lady's heart was yielded up to him, even as Ariadne's to Bacchus, when her affair with Theseus was over. The young Irishman was not a little touched and elated by the high-born damsel's partiality for him. He might have preferred a Lady Maria Hagan more tender in years, but one more tender in disposition it were difficult to discover. She clung to him closely indeed. She retired to his humble lodgings in Westminster with him, when it became necessary to disclose their marriage, and when her furious relatives disowned her. General Lambert brought the news home from his office in Whitehall one day, and made merry over it with his family. In those homely times a joke was none the worse for being a little broad, and a fine lady would laugh at a jolly page of Fielding, and weep over a letter of Clarissa, which would make your present ladyship's eyes start out of your head with horror. He uttered all sorts of waggeries, did the merry General, upon the subject of this marriage; upon George's share in bringing it about; upon Barry's jealousy when he should hear of it. He vowed it was cruel that cousin Hagan had not selected George as groomsman, that the first child should be called Carpezan or Sibylla, after the tragedy, and so forth. They would not quite be able to keep a coach, but they might get a chariot and pasteboard dragons from Mr. Rich's theatre. The baby might be christened in Macbeth's cauldron, and Harry and Harlequin ought certainly to be godfathers. "Why shouldn't she marry him if she likes him?" asked little Hetty. "Why should he not love her because she is a little old? Mamma is a little old, and you love her none the worse. When you married my mamma, sir, I have heard you say you were very poor, and yet you were very happy, and nobody laughed at you." Thus this impudent little person spoke by reason of her tender age, not being aware of Lady Maria Esmond's previous follies. So her family has deserted her. George described what wrath they were in; how Lady Castlewood had gone into mourning; how Mr. Will swore he would have the rascal's ears; how furious Madame de Bernstein was, the most angry of all. "It is an insult to the family," says haughty little Miss Het, "and I can fancy how ladies of that rank must be indignant at their relative's marriage with a person of Mr. Hagan's condition. But to desert her is a very different matter." "Indeed, my dear child," cries mamma, "you are talking of what you don't understand. After my Lady Maria's conduct, no respectable person can go to see her." "What conduct, mamma?" "Never mind," cries mamma. "Little girls can't be expected to know, and ought not to be too curious to inquire what Lady Maria's conduct has been. Suffice it, miss, that I am shocked her ladyship should ever have been here; and I say again, no honest person should associate with her." "Then, Aunt Lambert, I must be whipped and sent to bed," says George with mock gravity. "I own to you, though I did not confess sooner, seeing that the affair was not mine, that I have been to see my cousin the player and her ladyship his wife. I found them in very dirty lodgings in Westminster, where the wretch has the shabbiness to keep not only his wife, but his old mother, and a little brother whom he puts to school. I found Mr. Hagan, and came away with a liking, and almost a respect for him, although I own he has made a very improvident marriage. But how improvident some folks are about marriage, aren't they, Theo?" "Improvident, if they marry such spendthrifts as you," says the General. "Master George found his relations, and I'll be bound to say he left his purse behind him." "No, not the purse, sir," says George, smiling very tenderly. "Theo made that. But I am bound to own it came empty away. Mr. Rich is a great dudgeon. He says he hardly dares have Hagan on his stage, and is afraid of a riot such as Mr. Garrick had about the foreign dancers. This is to be a fine gentleman's riot. The macaronis are furious, and vow they will pelt Mr. Hagan, and have him cudgelled afterwards. My cousin Will, at Arthur's, has taken his oath he will have the actors' ears. Meanwhile, as the poor man does not play, they have cut off his salary, and without his salary this luckless pair of lovers have no means to buy bread and cheese." "And you took it to them, sir! It was like you, George!" says Theo, worshipping him with her eyes. "It was your purse took it, dear Theo," replies George. "Mamma, I hope you will go and see them to-morrow," prays Theo. "If she doesn't, I shall get a divorce, my dear," cries papa. "Come and kiss me, you little wench, that is, avec le bon permission de Monsieur mon beau-fils." "Monsieur mon beau fiddlestick, papa," says Miss Lambert, and I have no doubt complies with the paternal orders. And that was the first time George Esmond Warrington, Esquire, was ever called a fiddlestick. Any man, even in our own time, who makes an imprudent marriage, knows how he has to run the gauntlet of the family, and undergo the abuse, the scorn, the wrath, the pity of his relations. If your respectable family cry out because you marry the curate's daughter, 1 in 10, let us say, of his charming children, or because you engage yourself to the young barrister, whose only present pecuniary resources come from the court which he reports, and who will have to pay his Oxford bills out of your slender little fortune, if your friends cry out for making such engagements as these, fancy the feelings of Lady Maria Hagan's friends, and even those of Mr. Hagan's, on the announcement of this marriage. There is old Mrs. Hagan, in the first instance. Her son has kept her dutifully and in tolerable comfort, ever since he left Trinity College at his father's death, and appeared as Romeo at Crow Street Theatre. His salary has sufficed of late years to keep the brother at school, to help the sister who has gone out as companion, and to provide fire, clothing, tea, dinner, and comfort for the old clergyman's widow. And now, forsooth, a fine lady, with all sorts of extravagant habits, must come and take possession of the humble home, and share the scanty loaf and mutton. Were Hagan not a high-spirited fellow, and the old mother very much afraid of him, I doubt whether my lady's life at the Westminster lodgings would be very comfortable. It was very selfish, perhaps, to take a place at that small table, and in poor Hagan's narrow bed. But love, in some passionate and romantic dispositions, never regards consequences, or measures accommodation. Who has not experienced that frame of mind? What thrifty wife has not seen and lamented her husband in that condition, when, with rather a heightened colour and a douce Macaire smile on his face, he comes home and announces that he has asked 20 people to dinner next Saturday? He doesn't know whom exactly, and he does know the dining-room will only hold 16. Never mind. 2 of the prettiest girls can sit upon young gentlemen's knees. Others won't come. There's sure to be plenty. In the intoxication of love, people venture upon this dangerous sort of housekeeping. They don't calculate the resources of their dining table, or those inevitable butchers' and fishmongers' bills, which will be brought to the ghastly housekeeper at the beginning of the month. Yes, it was rather selfish of my Lady Maria to seat herself at Hagan's table, and take the cream off the milk, and the wings of the chickens, and the best half of everything where there was only enough before. And no wonder the poor old mamma-in-law was disposed to grumble. But what was her outcry compared to the clamour at Kensington among Lady Maria's noble family? Think of the talk and scandal all over the town. Think of the titters and whispers of the ladies in attendance at the Prince's court, where Lady Fanny had a place; of the jokes of Mr. Will's brother officers at the usher's table; of the waggeries in the daily prints and magazines, of the comments of outraged prudes, of the laughter of the clubs and the sneers of the ungodly. At the receipt of the news, Madame Bernstein had fits, and ran off to the solitude of her dear rocks at Tunbridge Wells, where she did not see above 40 people of a night at cards. My lord refused to see his sister, and the Countess, in mourning, as we have said, waited upon one of her patronesses, a gracious princess, who was pleased to condole with her upon the disgrace and calamity which had befallen her house. For 1, 2, 3 whole days the town was excited and amused by the scandal. Then there came other news: a victory in Germany, doubtful accounts from America, a general officer coming home to take his trial, an exquisite new soprano singer from Italy, and the public forgot Lady Maria in her garret, eating the hard-earned meal of the actor's family. This is an extract from Mr. George Warrington's letter to his brother, in which he describes other personal matters, as well as a visit he had paid to the newly married pair. "My dearest little Theo," he writes, "was eager to accompany her mamma upon this errand of charity, but I thought Aunt Lambert's visit would be best under the circumstances, and without the attendance of her little spinster aide de camp. Cousin Hagan was out when we called. We found her ladyship in a loose undress, and with her hair in not the neatest papers, playing at cribbage with a neighbour from the second floor, while good Mrs. Hagan sat on the other side of the fire with a glass of punch, and the whole duty of man. Maria, your Maria once, cried a little when she saw us, and Aunt Lambert, you may be sure, was ready with her sympathy. While she bestowed it on Lady Maria, I paid the best compliments I could invent to the old lady. When the conversation between Aunt L. and the bride began to flag, I turned to the latter, and between us we did our best to make a dreary interview pleasant. Our talk was about you, about Wolfe, about war. You must be engaged face to face with the Frenchman by this time, and God send my dearest brother safe and victorious out of the battle. Be sure we follow your steps anxiously. We fancy you at Cape Breton. We have plans of Quebec, and charts of the St. Lawrence. Shall I ever forget your face of joy that day when you saw me return, safe and sound, from the little combat with the little Frenchman? So will my Harry, I know, return from his battle. I feel quite assured of it, elated somehow with the prospect of your certain success and safety. And I have made all here share my cheerfulness. We talk of the campaign as over, and Captain Warrington's promotion as secure. Pray Heaven all our hopes may be fulfilled one day, ere long. How strange it is that you, who are the meddlesome fellow you know you are, should escape quarrels hitherto, and I, who am a peaceful youth, wishing no harm to anybody, should have battles thrust upon me. What do you think actually of my having had another affair upon my wicked hands? And with whom, think you? With no less a personage than your old enemy, our kinsman, Mr. Will. What or who set him to quarrel with me, I cannot think. Spencer, who acted as second for me, for matters actually have gone this length. Don't be frightened, it is all over, and nobody is a scratch the worse. Thinks some one set Will on me, but who, I say? His conduct has been most singular, his behaviour quite unbearable. We have met pretty frequently lately at the house of good Mr. Van den Bosch, whose pretty granddaughter was consigned to both of us by our good mother. Oh, dear mother! Did you know that the little thing was to be such a causa belli, and to cause swords to be drawn, and precious lives to be menaced? But so it has been. To show his own spirit, I suppose, or having some reasonable doubt about mine, whenever Will and I have met at Mynheer's house, and he is for ever going there, he has shown such downright rudeness to me that I have required more than ordinary patience to keep my temper. He has contradicted me once, twice, thrice in the presence of the family, and out of sheer spite and rage, as it appeared to me. Is he paying his addresses to Miss Lydia and her father's ships, negroes, and £40,000? I should guess so. The old gentleman is forever talking about his money, and adores his granddaughter, and as she is a beautiful little creature, numbers of folk here are ready to adore her too. Was Will rascal enough to fancy that I would give up my Theo for 1,000,000 of guineas, and negroes, and Venus to boot? Could the thought of such baseness enter into the man's mind? I don't know that he has accused me of stealing Van den Bosch's spoons and tankards when we dined there, or of robbing on the highway. But for one reason or the other he has chosen to be jealous of me, and as I have parried his impertinences with little sarcastic speeches, though perfectly civil before company, perhaps I have once or twice made him angry. Our little Miss Lydia has unwittingly added fuel to the fire on more than one occasion, especially yesterday, when there was talk about your worship. "Ah!" says the heedless little thing, as we sat over our dessert, "'tis lucky for you, Mr. Esmond, that Captain Harry is not here." "Why, miss?" asks he, with one of his usual conversational ornaments. He must have offended some fairy in his youth, who has caused him to drop curses for ever out of his mouth, as she did the girl to spit out toads and serpents. I know some one from whose gentle lips there only fall pure pearls and diamonds. "Why?" says Will, with a cannonade of oaths. "Oh, fie!" says she, putting up the prettiest little fingers to the prettiest little rosy ears in the world. "Oh, fie, sir, to use such naughty words! 'Tis lucky the Captain is not here, because he might quarrel with you, and Mr. George is so peaceable and quiet that he won't. Have you heard from the Captain, Mr. George?" "From Cape Breton," says I. "He is very well, thank you. That is..." I couldn't finish the sentence, for I was in such a rage that I scarce could contain myself. "From the Captain, as you call him, Miss Lyddy," says Will. "He'll distinguish himself as he did at St. Cas. Ho, ho!" "So I apprehend he did, sir," says Will's brother. "Did he?" says our dear cousin. "Always thought he ran away, took to his legs, got a ducking, and ran away as if a bailiff was after him." "La!" says Miss. "Did the Captain ever have a bailiff after him?" "Didn't he? Ho, ho!" laughs Mr. Will. I suppose I must have looked very savage, for Spencer, who was dining with us, trod on my foot under the table. "Don't laugh so loud, cousin," I said very gently. "You may wake good old Mr. Van den Bosch." The good old gentleman was asleep in his armchair, to which he commonly retires for a nap after dinner. "Oh, indeed, cousin!" says Will, and he turns and winks at a friend of his, Captain Deuceace, whose own and whose wife's reputation, I dare say, you heard of when you frequented the clubs, and whom Will has introduced into this simple family as a man of the highest fashion. "Don't be afraid, miss," says Mr. Will, "nor my cousin needn't be." "Oh, what a comfort!" cries Miss Lyddy. "Keep quite quiet, gentlemen, and don't quarrel, and come up to me when I send to say the tea is ready." And with this she makes a sweet little curtsey and disappears. "Hang it! Jack, pass the bottle. And don't wake the old gentleman," continues Mr. Will. "Won't you help yourself, cousin?" he continues, being particularly facetious in the tone of that word cousin. "I am going to help myself," I said, "but I am not going to drink the glass. And I'll tell you what I am going to do with it, if you will be quite quiet, cousin." Desperate kicks from Spencer all this time. "And what the deuce do I care what you are going to do with it?" asks Will, looking rather white. "I am going to fling it into your face, cousin," says I, very rapidly performing that feat. "By Jove, and no mistake!" cries Mr. Deuceace; and as he and William roared out an oath together, good old Van den Bosch woke up, and, taking the pocket handkerchief off his face, asked what was the matter. I remarked it was only a glass of wine gone the wrong way, and the old man said, 'Well, well, there is more where that came from. Let the butler bring you what you please, young gentleman,' and he sank back in his great chair, and began to sleep again. From the back of Montague House Gardens there is a beautiful view of Hampstead at 6 o'clock in the morning, and the statue of the King on St. George's Church is reckoned elegant, cousin," says I, resuming the conversation. "Damn the statue!" begins Will. But I said, "Don't, cousin, or you will wake up the old gentleman. Had we not best go upstairs to Miss Lyddy's tea table?" We arranged a little meeting for the next morning, and a coroner might have been sitting upon one or other or both of our bodies this afternoon. But, would you believe it, just as our engagement was about to take place, we were interrupted by 3 of Sir John Fielding's men, and carried to Bow Street, and ignominiously bound over to keep the peace. Who gave the information? Not I, or Spencer, I can vow; though I own I was pleased when the constables came running to us, bludgeon in hand, for I had no wish to take Will's blood, or sacrifice my own to such a rascal. Now, sir, have you such a battle as this to describe to me? A battle of powder and no shot? A battle of swords as bloody as any on the stage? I have filled my paper without finishing the story of Maria and her Hagan. You must have it by the next ship. You see, the quarrel with Will took place yesterday, very soon after I had written the first sentence or two of my letter. I had been dawdling till dinner time. I looked at the paper last night, when I was grimly making certain little accounts up, and wondered shall I ever finish this letter. And now the quarrel has been so much more interesting to me than poor Molly's love adventures, that, behold, my paper is full to the brim. Wherever my dearest Harry reads it, I know that there will be a heart full of love for his loving brother, G. E. W. End of chapter 70. Chapter 71 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 71. White Favours. The little quarrel between George and his cousin caused the former to discontinue his visits to Bloomsbury in a great measure; for Mr. Will was more than ever assiduous in his attentions, and, now that both were bound over to peace, so outrageous in his behaviour that George found the greatest difficulty in keeping his hands from his cousin. The artless little Lydia had certainly a queer way of receiving her friends. But 6 weeks before, madly jealous of George's preference for another, she now took occasion repeatedly to compliment Theo in her conversation. Miss Theo was such a quiet, gentle creature, Lydia was sure George was just the husband for her. How fortunate that horrible quarrel had been prevented! The constables had come up just in time, and it was quite ridiculous to hear Mr. Esmond cursing and swearing, and the rage he was in at being disappointed of his duel. "But the arrival of the constables saved your valuable life, dear Mr. George, and I am sure Miss Theo ought to bless them for ever," says Lyddy with a soft smile. "You won't stop and meet Mr. Esmond at dinner to-day? You don't like being in his company? He can't do you any harm, and I am sure you will do him none." Kind speeches like these, addressed by a little girl to a gentleman, and spoken by a strange inadvertency in company, and when other gentlemen and ladies were present, were not likely to render Mr. Warrington very eager for the society of the young American lady. George's meeting with Mr. Will was not known for some days in Dean Street, for he did not wish to disturb those kind folks with his quarrel. But when the ladies were made aware of it, you may be sure there was a great flurry and to-do. "You were actually going to take a fellow creature's life, and you came to see us, and said not a word? Oh, George, it was shocking!" said Theo. "My dear, he had insulted me and my brother," pleaded George. Could I let him call us both cowards, and sit by and say, thank you?" The General sat by and looked very grave. "You know you think, papa, it is a wicked and unchristian practice, and have often said you wish gentlemen would have the courage to refuse." "To refuse? Yes," says Mr. Lambert, still very glum. "It must require a prodigious strength of mind to refuse," says Jack Lambert, looking as gloomy as his father. "And I think if any man were to call me a coward, I should be apt to forget my orders." "You see, brother Jack is with me!" cries George. "I must not be against you, Mr. Warrington," says Jack Lambert. "Mr. Warrington!" cries George, turning very red. "Would you, a clergyman, have George break the commandments and commit murder, John?" asks Theo, aghast. "I am a soldier's son, sister," says the young divine, drily. "Besides, Mr. Warrington has committed no murder at all. We must soon be hearing from Canada, father. The great question of the supremacy of the two races must be tried there ere long." He turned his back on George as he spoke, and the latter eyed him with wonder. Hetty, looking rather pale at this original remark of brother Jack, is called out of the room by some artful pretext of her sister. George started up and followed the retreating girls to the door. "Great powers, gentlemen!" says he, coming back. "I believe, on my honour, you are giving me the credit of shirking this affair with Mr. Esmond." The clergyman and his father looked at one another. "A man's nearest and dearest are always the first to insult him," says George, flashing out. "You mean to say, not guilty? God bless thee, my boy!" cries the General. "I told thee so, Jack!" and he rubbed his hand across his eyes, and blushed, and wrung George's hand with all his might. "Not guilty of what, in heaven's name?" asks Mr. Warrington. "Nay," said the General, "Mr. Jack here brought the story. Let him tell it. I believe 'tis a damned lie with all my heart." And uttering this wicked expression, the General fairly walked out of the room. The Reverend J. Lambert looked uncommonly foolish. "And what is this damned lie, sir, that somebody has been telling of me?" asked George, grinning at the young clergyman. "To question the courage of any man is always an offence to him," says Mr. Lambert, "and I rejoice that yours has been belied." "Who told the falsehood, sir, which you repeated?" bawls out Mr. Warrington. "I insist on the man's name." "You forget you are bound over to keep the peace," says Jack. "Curse the peace, sir! We can go and fight in Holland. Tell me the man's name, I say!" "Fair and softly, Mr. Warrington," cries the young parson. "My hearing is perfectly good. It was not a man who told me the story, which, I confess, I imparted to my father." "What?" asks George, the truth suddenly occurring. "Was it that artful, wicked little vixen in Bloomsbury Square?" "Vixen is not the word to apply to any young lady, George Warrington," exclaims Lambert, "much less to the charming Miss Lydia. She's artful, the most innocent of Heaven's creatures. She wicked, that angel, with unfeigned delight that the quarrel should be over, with devout gratitude to think that blood consanguineous should not be shed. She spoke in terms of the highest praise of you for declining this quarrel, and of the deepest sympathy with you for taking the painful but only method of averting it." "What method?" demands George, stamping his foot. "Why, of laying an information, to be sure," says Mr. Jack. On which George burst forth into language much too violent for us to repeat here, and highly uncomplimentary to Miss Lydia. "Don't utter such words, sir!" cried the parson, who, as it seemed, now took his turn to be angry. "Do not insult, in my hearing, the most charming, the most innocent of her sex. If she has been mistaken in her information regarding you, and doubted your willingness to commit what, after all, is a crime for a crime homicide is, and of the most awful description, you, sir, have no right to blacken that angel's character with foul words. and, innocent yourself, should respect the most innocent, as she is the most lovely of women. Oh, George, are you to be my brother?" "I hope to have that honour," answered George, smiling. He began to perceive the other's drift. "What then, what, though 'tis too much bliss to be hoped for by sinful man, what if she should one day be your sister? Who could see her charms without being subjugated by them? I own that I am a slave. I own that those Latin Sapphics in the September number of the Gentleman's Magazine, beginning Vindicae quondam se sinit Venus Dei, with an English version by my friend Hickson of Corpus, were mine. I have told my mother what hath passed between us, and Mrs. Lambert also thinks that the most lovely of her sex has deigned to look favourably on me. I have composed a letter, she another. She proposes to wait on Miss Lydia's grandpapa this very day, and to bring me the answer which shall make me the happiest or the most wretched of men. It was in the unrestrained intercourse of family conversation that I chanced to impart to my father the sentiments which my dear girl had uttered. Perhaps I spoke slightingly of your courage, which I don't doubt. By heaven, I don't doubt. It may be she has erred too regarding you. It may be that the fiend jealousy has been gnawing at my bosom, and, horrible suspicion, that I thought my sister's lover found too much favour with her that I would have all my own. Ah, dear George, who knows his faults? I am as one distracted with passion. Confound it, sir! What right have you to laugh at me? I would have you know that risu inepto. What have you two boys made up? Cries the General, entering at this moment, in the midst of a roar of laughter from George. I was giving my opinion to Mr. Warrington upon laughter, and upon his laughter in particular, says Jack Lambert, in a fume. George is bound over to keep the peace, Jack. Thou canst not fight him for 2 years, and between now and then let us trust you will have made up your quarrel. Here is dinner, boys. We will drink absent friends, and an end to the war, and no fighting out of the profession. George pleaded an engagement as a reason for running away early from his dinner, and Jack must have speedily followed him, for when the former, after transacting some brief business at his own lodgings, came to Mr. Van den Bosch's door, in Bloomsbury Square, he found the young parson already in parley with a servant there. His master and mistress had left town yesterday, the servant said. Poor Jack! And you had the decisive letter in your pocket? George asked of his future brother-in-law. Well, yes. Jack owned he had the document. And my mother has ordered a chair, and was coming to wait on Miss Lyddy, he whispered piteously, as the young men lingered on the steps. George had a note, too, in his pocket for the young lady, which he had not cared to mention to Jack. In truth, his business at home had been to write a smart note to Miss Lyddy, with a message for the gentleman who had brought her that funny story of his giving information regarding the duel. The family being absent, George, too, did not choose to leave his note. If Cousin Will has been the slander-bearer, I will go and make him recant, thought George. Will the family soon be back? He blandly asked. They are gone to visit the quality, the servant replied. Here is the address on this paper. And George read, in Miss Lydia's hand, the box from Madam Hockett's to be sent by the Farnham flying coach, addressed to Miss Van den Bosch, at the Right Honourable the Earl of Castlewood's, Castlewood, Hants. Where? Cried poor Jack, aghast. His lordship and their ladyships have been here often, the servant said with much importance. The families is quite intimate. This was very strange, for in the course of their conversation Lyddy had owned but to one single visit from Lady Castlewood. And they must be going to stay there some time, for Miss have took a power of boxes and gowns with her, the man added, and the young men walked away, each crumpling his letter in his pocket. "What was that remark you made?" asks George of Jack, at some exclamation of the latter. "I think you said " "Distraction! I am beside myself, George. I scarce know what I am saying," groans the clergyman. "She is gone to Hampshire, and Mr. Esmond is gone with her." "Othello could not have spoken better, and she has a pretty scoundrel in her company," says Mr. George. "Ha! Here is your mother's chair." Indeed, at this moment, poor Aunt Lambert came swinging down Great Russell Street, preceded by her footman. "'Tis no use going farther, Aunt Lambert," cries George. "Our little bird has flown." "What little bird?" "The bird Jack wished to pair with. The Liddy bird, aunt." "Why, Jack, I protest you are swearing again! This morning 'twas the sixth commandment you wanted to break, and now " "Confound it, leave me alone, Mr. Warrington! Do you hear?" growls Jack, looking very savage, and away he strides far out of the reach of his mother's bearers. "What is the matter, George?" asks the lady. George, who has not been very well pleased with brother Jack's behaviour all day, says, "Brother Jack has not a fine temper, Aunt Lambert. He informs you all that I am a coward, and remonstrates with me for being angry. He finds his mistress gone to the country, and he bawls and stamps and swears. Oh, fie! Oh, Aunt Lambert, beware of jealousy!" "Did the General ever make you jealous?" "You will make me very angry if you speak to me in this way," says poor Aunt Lambert from her chair. "I am respectfully dumb. I make my bow, I withdraw," says George, with a low bow, and turns towards Holborn. His soul was wrath within him. He was bent on quarrelling with somebody. Had he met cousin Will that night, it had gone ill with his sureties. He sought Will at all his haunts, at Arthur's, at his own house. There Lady Castlewood's servants informed him that they believed Mr. Esmond had gone to join the family in Hants. He wrote a letter to his cousin. "My dear, kind cousin William," he said, "you know I am bound over, and would not quarrel with any one, much less with a dear, truth-telling, affectionate kinsman, whom my brother insulted by caning. But if you can find any one who says that I prevented a meeting the other day by giving information, will you tell your informant that I think it is not I, but somebody else is the coward? And I write to Mr. Van den Bosch by the same post, to inform him and Miss Lyddy that I find some rascal has been telling them lies to my discredit, and I beg them to have a care of such persons." And these neat letters being despatched, Mr. Warrington dressed himself, showed himself at the play, and took supper cheerfully at the Bedford. In a few days George found a letter on his breakfast table, franked Castlewood, and indeed written by that nobleman. "Dear cousin," my lord wrote, "there has been so much annoyance in our family of late, that I am sure 'tis time our quarrels should cease. 2 days since my brother William brought me a very angry letter, signed G. Warrington, and at the same time, to my great grief and pain, acquainted me with a quarrel that had taken place between you, in which, to say the least, your conduct was violent. 'Tis an ill use to put good wine to, that to which you applied good Mr. Van den Bosch's. Sure, before an old man, young ones should be more respectful. I do not deny that William's language and behaviour are often irritating. I know he has often tried my temper, and that within the 24 hours. Ah! why should we not all live happily together? You know, cousin, I have ever professed a sincere regard for you, that I am a sincere admirer of the admirable young lady to whom you are engaged, and to whom I offer my most cordial compliments and remembrances. I would live in harmony with all my family where 'tis possible, the more because I hope to introduce to it a Countess of Castlewood. At my mature age, 'tis not uncommon for a man to choose a young wife. My Lydia you will divine that I am happy in being able to call mine the elegant Miss Van den Bosch will naturally survive me. After soothing my declining years, I shall not be jealous if at their close she should select some happy man to succeed me, though I shall envy him the possession of so much perfection and beauty. Though of a noble Dutch family, her rank, the dear girl declares, is not equal to mine, which she confesses that she is pleased to share. I, on the other hand, shall not be sorry to see descendants to my house, and to have it, through my Lady Castlewood's means, restored to something of the splendour which it knew before 2 or 3 improvident predecessors impaired it. My Lydia, who is by my side, sends you and the charming Lambert family her warmest remembrances. The marriage will take place very speedily here. May I hope to see you at church? My brother will not be present to quarrel with you. When I and dear Lydia announced the match to him yesterday, he took the intelligence in bad part, uttered language that I know he will one day regret, and is at present on a visit to some neighbours. The Dowager Lady Castlewood retains the house at Kensington, we having our own establishment, where you will ever be welcome, dear cousin, by your affectionate humble servant, Castlewood. From the London Magazine of November, 1759. Saturday, October 13th. Married at his seat, Castlewood, Hants, the Right Honourable Eugene, Earl of Castlewood, to the beautiful Miss Van den Bosch of Virginia, £70,000. End of chapter 71. Chapter 72 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 72. From the Warrington MS. In which my lady is on the top of the ladder. Looking across the fire towards her accustomed chair, who has been the beloved partner of my hearth during the last half of my life, I often ask, for middle-aged gentlemen have the privilege of repeating their jokes, their questions, their stories, whether 2 young people ever were more foolish and imprudent than we were when we married, as we did, in the year of the old King's death. My son, who has taken some prodigious leaps in the heat of his fox hunting, says he surveys the gaps and rivers which he crossed so safely over with terror afterwards, and astonishment at his own foolhardiness in making such desperate ventures. And yet there is no more eager sportsman in the 2 counties than Miles. He loves his amusement so much that he cares for no other. He has broken his collar bone, and had 100 tumbles, to his mother's terror, but so has his father, thinking perhaps of a copy of verse, or his speech at quarter sessions, been thrown over his old mare's head, who has slipped on a stone as they were both dreaming along a park road at 4 miles an hour; and Miles's reckless sport has been the delight of his life, as my marriage has been the blessing of mine, and I never think of it but to thank Heaven. Mind, I don't set up my worship as an example. I don't say to all young folks, go and marry upon 2d. a year, or people would look very black at me at our vestry meetings; but my wife is known to be a desperate matchmaker, and when Hodge and Susan appear in my justice room with a talk of allowance, we urge them to spend their half-crown a week at home, add a little contribution of our own, and send for the vicar. Now, when I ask a question of my dear oracle, I know what the answer will be, and hence, no doubt, the reason why I so often consult her. I have but to wear a particular expression of face, and my Diana takes her reflection from it. Suppose I say, "My dear, don't you think the moon was made of cream cheese to-night?" She will say, "Well, papa, it did look very like cream cheese indeed. There's nobody like you for droll similes." Or suppose I say, "My love, Mr. Pitt's speech was very fine, but I don't think he is equal to what I remember his father." "Nobody was equal to my Lord Chatham," says my wife. And then one of the girls cries, "Why, I have often heard our papa say Lord Chatham was a charlatan." On which mamma says, How like she is to her Aunt Hetty! As for Miles, tras tyriusve is all one to him. He only reads the sporting announcements in the Norwich paper. So long as there is good scent, he does not care about the state of the country. I believe the rascal has never read my poems, much more my tragedies; for I mentioned Pocahontas to him the other day, and the dunce thought she was a river in Virginia. And with respect to my Latin verses, how can he understand them when I know he can't construe Corderius? Why, this notebook lies publicly on the little table at the corner of the fireside, and any one may read in it who will take the trouble of lifting my spectacles off the cover. But Miles never hath. I insert in the loose pages caricatures of Miles, jokes against him, but he never knows nor heeds them. Only once, in place of a neat drawing of mine, in China ink, representing Miles asleep after dinner, and which my friend Bunbury would not disown, I found a rude picture of myself going over my mare Sultana's head, and entitled "The Squire on Horseback, or Fish out of Water," and the fellow to roar with laughter, and all the girls to titter, when I came upon the page. My wife said she never was in such a fright as when I went to my book; but I can bear a joke against myself, and have heard many, though, strange to say, for one who has lived among some of the chief wits of the age, I never heard a good one in my life. Never mind, Miles, though thou art not a wit, I love thee none the worse. There never was any love lost between two wits in the family. Though thou hast no great beauty, thy mother thinks thee as handsome as Apollo, or his Royal Highness the Prince of Wales, who was born in the very same year with thee. Indeed, she always thinks Coates's picture of the Prince is very like her eldest boy, and has the print in her dressing room to this very day. Note in a female hand. My son is not a spendthrift, nor a breaker of women's hearts, as some gentlemen are; but that he was exceeding like H.R.H. when they were both babies is most certain, the Duchess of Annister having herself remarked him in St. James's Park, where Gumbo and my poor Molly used often to take him for an airing. T.H. W. In that same year, with what different prospects my Lord Esmond, Lord Castlewood's son, likewise appeared to adorn the world. My Lord C. and his humble servant had already come to a coolness at that time, and, heaven knows, my honest Miles's godmother, at his entrance into life, brought no gold pap boats to his christening. Matters have mended since, laus Deo, indeed, for I suspect neither Miles nor his father would ever have been able to do much for themselves, and by their own wits. Castlewood House has quite a different face now from that venerable one which it wore in the days of my youth, when it was covered with the wrinkles of time, the scars of old wars, the cracks and blemishes which years had marked on its hoary features. I love best to remember it in its old shape, as I saw it when young Mr. George Warrington went down at the owner's invitation to be present at his lordship's marriage with Miss Lydia Van den Bosch, an American lady of noble family of Holland, as the county paper announced her ladyship to be. Then the Tower stood as Warrington's grandfather, the Colonel, the Marquis, as Madam Esmond would like to call her father, had seen them. The woods, thinned not a little to be sure, stood, nay, some of the selfsame rooks may have cawed over them, which the Colonel had seen threescore years back. His picture hung in the hall which might have been his, had he not preferred love and gratitude to wealth and worldly honour; and Mr. George Esmond Warrington, that is, egomet ipse, who wrote this page down, as he walked the old place, pacing the long corridors, the smooth, dew-spangled terraces, and cold, darkling avenues, felt a while as if he was one of Mr. Walpole's cavaliers, with ruff rapier, buff coat, and gorget, and as if an old Pretender, or a Jesuit emissary in disguise, might appear from behind any tall tree trunk round about the mansion, or antique carved cupboard within it. I had the strangest, saddest, pleasantest old world fancies as I walked the place. I imagined tragedies, intrigues, serenades, escalados, Oliver's Roundheads battering the towers, or Bluff Hal's Beefeaters picking over the plain before the castle. I was then courting a certain young lady. Madam, your ladyship's eyes had no need of spectacles then, and on the brow above them there was never a wrinkle or a silver hair. And I remember I wrote a ream of romantic description, under my Lord Castlewood's franks, to the lady who never tired of reading my letters then. She says I only send her 3 lines now, when I am away in London or elsewhere. 'Tis that I may not fatigue your old eyes, my dear. Mr. Warrington thought himself authorised to order a genteel new suit of clothes for my lord's marriage, and, with Monsieur Gumbo in attendance, made his appearance at Castlewood a few days before the ceremony. I may mention that it had been found expedient to send my faithful Sady home on board a Virginia ship. A great inflammation attacking the throat and lungs, and proving fatal in very many cases, in that year of Wolfe's expedition, had seized and well nigh killed my poor lad, for whom his native air was pronounced to be the best cure. We parted with an abundance of tears, and Gumbo shed as many when his master went to Quebec; but he had attractions in this country, and none for the military life, so he remained attached to my service. We found Castlewood House full of friends, relations, and visitors. Lady Fanny was there upon compulsion, a sulky bridesmaid. Some of the virgins of the neighbourhood also attended the young Countess. A bishop's widow herself, the Baroness Beatrix, brought a holy brother-in-law of the bench from London to tie the holy knot of matrimony between Eugene, Earl of Castlewood, and Lydia Van den Bosch, spinster; and for some time, before and after the nuptials, the old house in Hampshire wore an appearance of gaiety to which it had long been unaccustomed. The country families came gladly to pay their compliments to the newly married couple. The lady's wealth was the subject of everybody's talk, and no doubt did not decrease in the telling. Those naughty stories which were rife in town, and spread by her disappointed suitors there, took some little time to travel into Hampshire; and when they reached the country found it disposed to treat Lord Castlewood's wife with civility, and not inclined to be too curious about her behaviour in town. Suppose she had jilted this man and laughed at the other? It was her money they were anxious about, and she was no more mercenary than they. The Hampshire folks were determined that it was a great benefit to the country to have Castlewood House once more open, with beer in the cellars, horses in the stables, and spits turning before the kitchen fires. The new lady took her place with great dignity, and 'twas certain she had uncommon accomplishments and wit. Was it not written in the marriage advertisements that her ladyship brought her noble husband £70,000? On a beaucoup d'esprit with £70,000, the Hampshire people said this was only a small portion of her wealth. When the grandfather should fall, ever so many plums would be found on that old tree. That quiet old man and keen reckoner began quickly to put the dilapidated Castlewood accounts in order, of which long neglect, poverty, and improvidence had hastened the ruin. The business of the old gentleman's life now, and for some time henceforth, was to advance, improve, mend my lord's finances, to screw the rents up where practicable, to pare the expenses of the establishment down. He could, somehow, look to every yard of worsted lace on the footmen's coats, and every pound of beef that went to their dinner. A watchful old eye noted every flagon of beer which was fetched from the buttery, and marked that no waste occurred in the larder. The people were fewer, but more regularly paid. The liveries were not so ragged, and yet the tailor had no need to dun for his money. The gardeners and grooms grumbled, though their wages were no longer overdue. but the horses fattened on less corn, and the fruit and vegetables were ever so much more plentiful. So keenly did my lady's old grandfather keep a watch over the household affairs, from his lonely little chamber in the turret. These improvements, though here told in a paragraph or two, were the affairs of months and years at Castlewood, where, with thrift, order, and judicious outlay of money, however, upon some pressing occasions, my lord might say he had none, the estate and household increased in prosperity. That it was a flourishing and economical household no one could deny. Not even the dowager lady and her two children, who now seldom entered within Castlewood gates, my lady considering them in the light of enemies, for who, indeed, would like a stepmother-in-law? The little reigning countess gave the dowager battle, and routed her utterly and speedily. Though educated in the colonies, and ignorant of polite life during her early years, the Countess Lydia had a power of language and a strength of will that all had to acknowledge who quarrelled with her. The Dowager and my Lady Fanny were no match for the young American. They fled from before her to their jointure house in Kensington, and no wonder their absence was not regretted by my lord, who was in the habit of regretting no one whose back was turned. Could cousin Warrington, whose hand his lordship pressed so affectionately on coming and parting, with whom cousin Eugene was so gay and frank and pleasant when they were together, expect or hope that his lordship would grieve at his departure, at his death, at any misfortune which could happen to him, or any souls alive? Cousin Warrington knew better. Always of a sceptical turn, Mr. W. took a grim delight in watching the peculiarities of his neighbours, and could like this one even though he had no courage and no heart. Courage, heart, what are these to you and me in the world? A man may have private virtues as he may have half a million in the funds. What we, du monde, expect is, that he should be lively, agreeable, keep a decent figure, and pay his way. Colonel Esmond Warrington's grandfather, in whose history and dwelling place Mr. W. took an extraordinary interest, might once have been owner of this house of Castlewood, and of the titles which belonged to its possessor. The gentleman often looked at the Colonel's grave picture as it still hung in the saloon, a copy or replica of which piece Mr. Warrington fondly remembered in Virginia. "He must have been a little touched here," my lord said, tapping his own tall, placid forehead. "There are certain actions, simple in common with some men, which others cannot understand, and deny as utter lies, or deride as acts of madness. I do you the justice to think, cousin," says Mr. Warrington to his lordship, "that you would not give up any advantage for any friend in the world." I am selfish, but am I more selfish than the rest of the world?" asks my lord, with a French shrug of his shoulders, and a pinch out of his box. Once, in their walks in the fields, his lordship happening to wear a fine scarlet coat, a cow ran towards him, and the ordinarily languid nobleman sprang over a stile with the agility of a schoolboy. He did not conceal his tremor, or his natural want of courage. "I dare say you respect me no more than I respect myself, George," he would say in his candid way, and begin a very pleasant, sardonical discourse upon the fall of man, and his faults and shortcomings, and wonder why Heaven had not made us all brave and tall, and handsome and rich. As for Mr. Warrington, who very likely loved to be king of his company, as some people do, he could not help liking this kinsman of his, so witty, graceful, polished, high placed in the world, so utterly his inferior. Like the animal in Mr. Sterne's famous book, "Do not beat me," his lordship's look seemed to say, "but if you will, you may." No man, save a bully and coward himself, deals hardly with a creature so spiritless. End of chapter 72. Chapter 73 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 73. We Keep Christmas at Castlewood, 1759. We know, my dear children, from our favourite fairy story books, how, at all christenings and marriages, someone is invariably disappointed, and vows vengeance; and so need not wonder that good cousin Will should curse and rage energetically at the news of his brother's engagement with the colonial heiress. At first Will fled the house in his wrath, swearing he would never return. But nobody, including the swearer, believed much in Master Will's oaths; and this unrepentant prodigal, after a day or two, came back to the paternal house. The fumes of the marriage feast allured him. He could not afford to resign his knife and fork at Castlewood table. He returned, and drank and ate there, in token of revenge. He pledged the young bride in a bumper, and drank perdition to her under his breath. He made responses of smothered maledictions as her father gave her away in the chapel, and my lord vowed to love, honour, and cherish her. He was not the only grumbler respecting that marriage, as Mr. Warrington knew. He heard then and afterwards no end of abuse of my lady and her grandfather. The old gentleman's city friends, his legal adviser, the dissenting clergyman at whose chapel they attended on their first arrival in England, and poor Jack Lambert, the unorthodox young divine, whose eloquence he had fondly hoped had been exerted over her in private, were bitter against the little lady's treachery, and each had a story to tell of his having been enslaved, encouraged, jilted by the young American. The lawyer, who had had such an accurate list of all her properties, estates, moneys, slaves, ships, expectations, was ready to vow and swear that he believed the whole account was false, that there was no such place as New York or Virginia, or at any rate that Mr. Van den Bosch had no land there, that there was no such thing as a guinea trade, and that the negroes were so many black falsehoods invented by the wily old planter. The dissenting pastor moaned over his stray lambling. If such a little, wily, mischievous monster could be called a lamb at all. Poor Jack Lambert ruefully acknowledged to his mamma the possession of a lock of black hair, which he bedewed with tears, and apostrophised in quite unclerical language. And as for Mr. William Esmond, he, with the shrieks and curses in which he always freely indulged, even at Castlewood, under his sister-in-law's own pretty little nose, when under any strong emotion, called Acheron to witness that out of that region there did not exist such an artful young devil as Miss Lydia. He swore that she was an infernal female Cerberus, and called down all the wrath of this world and the next upon his swindling rascal of a brother, who had cajoled him with fair words, and filched his prize from him. "Why," says Mr. Warrington, when Will expatiated on these matters with him, "if the girl is such a she-devil as you describe her, you are all the better for losing her. If she intends to deceive her husband and to give him a dose of poison, as you say, how lucky for you, you are not the man! You ought to thank the gods, Will, instead of cursing them for robbing you of such a fury, and can't be better revenged on Castlewood than by allowing him her sole possession." All this was very well, Will Esmond said, but, not unjustly perhaps, remarked that his brother was not the less a scoundrel for having cheated him out of the fortune which he expected to get, and which he had risked his life to win, too. George Warrington was at a loss to know how his cousin had been made so to risk his precious existence, for which perhaps a rope's end had been a fitting termination; on which Will Esmond, with the utmost candour, told his kinsman how the little Cerberus had actually caused the meeting between them, which was interrupted somehow by Sir John Fielding's men; how she was always saying that George Warrington was a coward for ever sneering at Mr. Will, and the latter doubly a poltroon for not taking notice of his kinsman's taunts. How George had run away and nearly died of fright in Braddock's expedition. "And, deuce take me," says Will, "I never was more surprised, cousin, than when you stood to your ground so coolly in Tottenham Court Fields yonder; for me and my second offered to wager that you would never come." Mr. Warrington laughed, and thanked Mr. Will for this opinion of him. "Though," he says, "cousin, 'twas lucky for me the constables came up, or you would have whipped your sword through my body in another minute. Didn't you see how clumsy I was as I stood before you? And you actually turned white and shook with anger." "Yes, curse me!" says Mr. Will, who turned very red this time. "That's my way of showing my rage, and I was confoundedly angry with you, cousin. But now 'tis my brother I hate, and that little devil of a countess. A countess! A pretty countess, indeed!" And with another rumbling cannonade of oaths, Will saluted the reigning member of his family. "Well, cousin," says George, looking him queerly in the face, "you let me off easily, and I dare say I owe my life to you, or at any rate a whole waistcoat, and I admire your forbearance and spirit. What a pity that a courage like yours should be wasted as a mere court usher! You are a loss to your Majesty's army, you positively are." "I never know whether you are joking or serious, Mr. Warrington," growls Will. "I should think very few gentlemen would dare joke with you, cousin, if they had a regard for their own lives or ears," cries Mr. Warrington, who loved this grave way of dealing with his noble kinsman, and used to watch with a droll interest the other choking his curses, grinding his teeth because afraid to bite, and smothering his cowardly anger. "And you should moderate your expressions, cousin, regarding the dear Countess and my lord your brother," Mr. Warrington resumed. "Of you they always speak most tenderly. Her ladyship has told me everything." "What everything?" cries Will, aghast. "As much as women ever do tell, cousin. She owned that she thought you had been a little epris with her. What woman can help liking a man who has admired her?" "Why, she hates you, and says you were wild about her, Mr. Warrington," says Mr. Esmond. "Spretae injuria formae, cousin." "For me? What's for me?" asks the other. "I never did care for her, and hence, perhaps, she does not love me. Don't you remember that case of the wife of the Captain of the Guard?" "Which guard?" asks Will. "My Lord Potiphar," says Mr. Warrington. "Lord who?" "My Lord Falmouth is Captain of the Yeomen of the Guard, and my Lord Berkeley of the Pensioners. My Lord Hobart had 'em before. Suppose you haven't been long enough in England to know who's who, cousin?" remarks Mr. William. But Mr. Warrington explained that he was speaking of a captain of the guard of the King of Egypt, whose wife had persecuted one Joseph for not returning her affection for him. On which Will said that, as for Egypt, he believed it was a confounded long way off, and that if Lord What-d'ye-call's wife told lies about him, it was like her sex, who he supposed were the same everywhere. Now the truth is, that when he paid his marriage visit to Castlewood, Mr. Warrington had heard from the little Countess her version of the story of differences between Will Esmond and herself; and this tale differed in some respects, though he is far from saying it is more authentic than the ingenious narrative of Mr. Will. The lady was grieved to think how she had been deceived in her brother-in-law. She feared that his life about the court and town had injured those high principles which all the Esmonds are known to be born with; that Mr. Will's words were not altogether to be trusted; that a loose life and pecuniary difficulties had made him mercenary, blunted his honour, perhaps even impaired the high chivalrous courage which we Esmonds, cousin, the little lady said, tossing her head, which we Esmonds must always possess. Leastways, you and me, and my lord, and my cousin Harry have it, I know. says the Countess. "Oh, cousin George! And must I confess that I was led to doubt of yours, without which a man of ancient and noble family like ours isn't worthy to be called a man? I shall try, George, as a Christian lady, and the head of one of the first families in this kingdom and the whole world, to forgive my brother William for having spoke ill of a member of our family, though a younger branch and by the female side, and made me, for a moment, doubt of you. He did so. Perhaps he told me ever so many bad things you had said of me." "I, my dear lady?" cries Mr. Warrington. "Which he said you said of me, cousin, and I hope you didn't, and heartily pray you didn't, and I can afford to despise him. And he paid me his court, that's a fact, and so have others, and that I'm used to, and he might have prospered better than he did, perhaps, for I did not know my dear lord, nor come to value his great and eminent qualities, as I do out of the fullness of this grateful heart now. But, oh, I found William was deficient in courage, and no man as wants that can ever have the esteem of Lydia, Countess of Castlewood. No more he can. He said 'twas you that wanted for spirit, cousin, and angered me by telling me that you was always abusing of me. But I forgive you, George, that I do. And when I tell you that it was he was afraid, the mean skunk, and actually sent for them constables to prevent the match between you and he, you won't wonder I wouldn't value a feller like that. No, not that much!" And her ladyship snapped her little fingers. "I say, noblesse oblige, and a man of our family who hasn't got courage, I don't care not this pinch of snuff for him. There now, I don't. Look at our ancestors, George, round these walls. Haven't the Esmonds always fought for their country and king? Is there one of us that, when the moment arrives, ain't ready to show that he's an Esmond and a nobleman? If my eldest son was to show the white feather, 'My Lord Esmond,' I would say to him, for that's the second title in our family, 'I disown your lordship.'" And so saying, the intrepid little woman looked round at her ancestors, whose effigies, depicted by Learly and Kneller, figured round the walls of her drawing-room at Castlewood. Over that apartment, and the whole house, domain, and village, the new Countess speedily began to rule with an unlimited sway. It was surprising how quickly she learned the ways of command; and if she did not adopt those methods of precedence usual in England among great ladies, invented regulations for herself, and promulgated them, and made others submit. Having been bred a dissenter, and not being over familiar with the established church service, Mr. Warrington remarked that she made a blunder or two during the office, not knowing, for example, when she was to turn her face towards the east, a custom not adopted, I believe, in other reforming churches besides the English. But between Warrington's first bridal visit to Castlewood and his second, my lady had got to be quite perfect in that part of her duty, and sailed into chapel on her cousin's arm, her two footmen bearing her ladyship's great prayer book behind her, as demurely as that delightful old devotee with her lackey in Mr. Hogarth's famous picture of Mourning, and as if my Lady Lydia had been accustomed to have a chaplain all her life. She seemed to patronise not only the new chaplain, but the service and the church itself, as if she had never in her own country heard a ranter in a barn. She made the oldest established families in the country, grave baronets and their wives, worthy squires of 20 descents, who rode over to Castlewood to pay the bride and bridegroom honour, know their distance, as the phrase is, and give her the pass. She got an old heraldry book, and a surprising old maiden lady from Winton, learned in politeness and genealogies, from whom she learned the court etiquette, as the old Winton lady had known it in Queen Anne's time. And ere long she jabbered gules and sables, bends and saltires, not with correctness always, but with a wonderful volubility and perseverance. She made little progresses to the neighbouring towns in her gilt coach and six, or to the village in her chair, and asserted a quasi regal right of homage from her tenants and other clodpoles. She lectured the parson on his divinity, the bailiff on his farming, instructed the astonished housekeeper how to preserve and pickle, would have taught the great London footman to jump behind the carriage, only it was too high for her little ladyship to mount, gave the village gossips instructions how to nurse and take care of their children long before she had one herself; and as for physic, Madam Esmond in Virginia was not more resolute about her pills and draughts than Miss Lydia, the Earl's new bride. Do you remember the story of the fisherman and the genie in the Arabian Nights? So one wondered, with regard to this lady, how such a prodigious genius could have been corked down into such a little bottle as her body. When Mr. Warrington returned to London after his first nuptial visit, she brought him a little present for her young friends in Dean Street, as she called them, Theo being older and Hetty scarce younger than herself, and sent a trinket to one and a book to the other, G. Warrington always vowing that Theo's present was a doll, while Hetty's share was a nursery book with words of one syllable. As for old age, my Lady Lydia had little respect for that accident in the life of some gentlemen and gentlewomen, and once the settlements were made in her behalf, treated the ancient Van den Bosch and his large periwig with no more ceremony than Dinah her black attendant, whose great ears she would pinch, and whose woolly pate she would pull without scruple, upon offence given. So at least Dinah told Gumbo, who told his master. All the household trembled before my lady the Countess. The housekeeper, of whom even my lord and the Dowager had been in awe, the pampered London footmen, who used to quarrel if they were disturbed at their cards, and grumbled as they swilled the endless beer, now stepped nimbly about their business when they heard her ladyship's call. Even old Lockwood, who had been gate porter for half a century or more, tried to rally his poor old wandering wits when she came into his lodge to open his window, inspect his wood closet, and turn his old dogs out of doors. Lockwood bared his old bald head before his new mistress, turned an appealing look towards his niece, and vaguely trembled before her little ladyship's authority. Gumbo, addressing his master for dinner, talked about Elisha, of whom he had heard the chaplain read in the morning. "And his bald head, and the boys who call him names, and the bars eat him up and serve him right," says Gumbo. But as for my lady, when discoursing with her cousin about the old porter, "Pooh, pooh! Stupid old man!" says she. "Past his work, he and his dirty old dogs. They are as old and ugly as those old fish in the pond." Here she pointed to two old monsters of carp that had been in a pond in Castlewood Gardens for centuries, according to tradition, and had their backs all covered with a hideous grey mould. "Lockwood must pack off. The workhouse is the place for him. And I shall have a smart, good-looking, tall fellow in the lodge that will do credit to our livery." "He was my grandfather's man, and served him in the wars of Queen Anne," interposed Mr. Warrington; on which my lady cried petulantly, "Oh, Lord! Queen Anne's dead, I suppose, and we ain't a-going into mourning for her." This matter of Lockwood was discussed at the family dinner, when her ladyship announced her intention of getting rid of the old man. "I am told," demurely remarks Mr. Van den Bosch, "that by the laws, poor servants and poor folks of all kinds are admirably provided in their old age here in England. I am sure I wish we had such an asylum for our folks at home, and that we were eased of the expense of keeping our old hands." "If a man can't work, he ought to go," cries her ladyship. "Yes, indeed, and that's a fact," says grandpapa. "What! An old servant?" asks my lord. "Mr. Van den Bosch possibly was independent of servants when he was young," remarks Mr. Warrington. "Greased my own boots, opened my own shutters, sanded and watered my own—" "Sugar, sir?" says my lord. "No. Floor, son-in-law," says the old man with a laugh. though there is such tricks in grocery stores saving your ladyship's presence." "La, pa! What should I know about stores and groceries?" cries her ladyship. "He! Remember stealing the sugar, and what came on it, my dear ladyship?" says grandpapa. "At any rate, a handsome, well-grown man in our livery will look better than that shrivelled old porter creature," cries my lady. "No livery is so becoming as old age, madam, and no lace as handsome as silver hairs," says Mr. Warrington. "What will the county say if you banish old Lockwood?" "Oh, if you plead for him, sir, I suppose he must stay. Hadn't I better order a couch for him out of my drawing-room, and send him some of the best wine from the cellar?" "Indeed, your ladyship couldn't do better," Mr. Warrington remarked, very gravely. And my lord said, yawning, "Cousin George is perfectly right, my dear. To turn away such an old servant as Lockwood would have an ill look. You see, those mouldy old carps are, after all, a curiosity, and attract visitors," continues Mr. Warrington, gravely. "Your ladyship must allow this old wretch to remain. It won't be for long, and you may then engage the tall porter. It is very hard on us, Mr. Van den Bosch, that we are obliged to keep our old negroes when they are past work. I shall sell that rascal Gumbo in 8 or 10 years." "Don't think you will, master," says Gumbo, grinning. "Hold your tongue, sir! He doesn't know English ways, you see, and perhaps thinks an old servant has a claim on his master's kindness," says Mr. Warrington. The next day, to Warrington's surprise, my lady absolutely did send a basket of good wine to Lockwood, and a cushion for his armchair. "I thought of what you said yesterday, at night when I went to bed, and guess you know the world better than I do, cousin, and that it's best to keep the old man, as you say." And so this affair of the porter's lodge ended, Mr. Warrington wondering within himself at this strange little character out of the West, with her naivete and simplicities, and a heartlessness would have done credit to the most battered old dowager who ever turned trumps at St. James's. "You tell me to respect old people. Why? I don't see nothing to respect in the old people I know," she said to Warrington. "They ain't so funny, and I'm sure they ain't so handsome. Look at grandfather! Look at Aunt Bernstein! They say she was a beauty once. That picture painted from her? I don't believe it, nohow. No one shall tell me that I shall ever be as bad as that. When they come to that, people oughtn't to live. No, that they oughtn't." Now, at Christmas, Aunt Bernstein came to pay her nephew and niece a visit, in company with Mr. Warrington. They travelled at their leisure in the Baroness's own landau, the old lady being in particular good health and spirits, the weather delightfully fresh and not too cold; and as they approached her paternal home, Aunt Beatrice told her companion 100 stories regarding it and old days. Though often lethargic, and not seldom, it must be confessed, out of temper, the old lady would light up at times when the conversation became wonderfully lively, her wit and malice were brilliant, and her memory supplied her with 100 anecdotes of a bygone age and society. Sure, 'tis hard, with respect to beauty, that its possessor should not have even a life enjoyment of it, but be compelled to resign it after, at the most, some 40 years' lease. As the old woman prattled of her former lovers and admirers, her auditor having much more information regarding her past career than her ladyship knew of, I would look in her face, and, out of the ruins, try to build up in my fancy a notion of her beauty in its prime. What a homily I read there! How the courts were grown with grass, the towers broken, the doors ajar, the fine gilt saloons tarnished, and the tapestries cobwebbed and torn. Yonder dilapidated palace was all alive once with splendour and music, and those dim windows were dazzling and blazing with light. What balls and feasts were once here! What splendour and laughter! I could see lovers in waiting, crowds in admiration, rivals furious. I could imagine twilight assignations, and detect intrigues, though the curtains were close and drawn. I was often minded to say to the old woman as she talked, "Madam, I know the story was not as you tell it, but so and so." I had read at home the history of her life, as my dear old grandfather had wrote it, and my fancy wandered about in her, amused and solitary, as I had walked about our father's house at Castlewood, meditating on departed glories, and imagining ancient times. When Aunt Bernstein came to Castlewood, her relatives there, more, I think, on account of her own force of character, imperiousness, and sarcastic wit, than from their desire to possess her money, were accustomed to pay her a great deal of respect and deference, which she accepted as her due. She expected the same treatment from the new Countess, whom she was prepared to greet with special good humour. The match had been of her making. "As you silly creature, would not have the heiress," she said, "I was determined she should not go out of the family." And she laughingly told of many little schemes for bringing the marriage about. She had given the girl a coronet, and her nephew £100,000. Of course she should be welcome to both of them. She was delighted with the little Countess's courage and spirit in routing the Dowager and Lady Fanny; almost always pleased with pretty people on her first introduction to them. Madame Bernstein raffled of her niece Lydia's bright eyes and lovely little figure. The marriage was altogether desirable. The old man was an obstacle, to be sure, and his talk and appearance somewhat too homely; but he will be got rid of. He is old and in delicate health. "He will want to go to America, or perhaps farther," says the Baroness with a shrug. "As for the child, she had great fire and liveliness, and a Cherokee manner which is not without its charm," said the pleased old Baroness. "Your brother had it. So have you, Master George. Nous la formerons cette petite." Eugene wants character and vigour, but he is a finished gentleman, and between us we shall make the little savage perfectly presentable. In this way we discoursed on the second afternoon, as we journeyed towards Castlewood. We lay at the King's Arms at Bagshot the first night, where the Baroness was always received with profound respect, and thence drove post to Hexton, where she had written to have my lord's horses in waiting for her. But these were not forthcoming at the inn, and after a couple of hours we were obliged to proceed with our Bagshot horses to Castlewood. During this last stage of the journey, I am bound to say the old aunt's testy humour returned, and she scarce spoke a single word for 3 hours. As for her companion, being prodigiously in love at the time, no doubt he did not press his aunt for conversation, but thought unceasingly about his Dulcinea, until the coach actually reached Castlewood Common, and rolled over the bridge before the house. The housekeeper was ready to conduct her ladyship to her apartments. My lord and lady were both absent. She did not know what had kept them, the housekeeper said, heading the way. "Not that door, my lady!" cries the woman, as Madame de Bernstein put her hand upon the door of the room which she had always occupied. "That's her ladyship's room now. This way." And our aunt followed, by no means in increased good humour. I do not envy her maids when their mistress was displeased. But she had cleared her brow before she joined the family, and appeared in the drawing-room before supper time with a countenance of tolerable serenity. "How d'ye do, aunt?" was the Countess's salutation. "I declare now, I was taking a nap when your ladyship arrived. Hope you found your room fixed to your liking." Having addressed 3 brief sentences to the astonished old lady, the Countess now turned to her other guests, and directed her conversation to them. Mr. Warrington was not a little diverted by her behaviour, and by the appearance of surprise and wrath which began to gather over Madame Bernstein's face. La Petite, whom the Baroness proposed to form, was rather a rebellious subject, apparently, and proposed to take a form of her own. Looking once or twice rather anxiously towards his wife, my lord tried to atone for her pertness towards his aunt, by profuse civility on his own part. Indeed, when he so wished, no man could be more courteous or pleasing. He found a score of agreeable things to say to Madame Bernstein. He warmly congratulated Mr. Warrington on the glorious news which had come from America, and on his brother's safety. He drank a toast at supper to Captain Warrington. "Our family is distinguishing itself, cousin," he said, and added, looking with fond significance towards his Countess, "I hope the happiest days are in store for us all." "Yes, George," says the little lady. "You'll write and tell Harry that we are all very much pleased with him. This action at Quebec is a most glorious action; and now we have turned the French king out of the country, shouldn't be at all surprised if we set up for ourselves in America." "My love, you are talking treason!" cries Lord Castlewood. "I am talking reason, anyhow, my lord. I've no notion of folks being kept down and treated as children for ever." "George? Harry?" I protest I was almost as much astonished as amused. "When my brother hears that your ladyship is satisfied with his conduct, his happiness will be complete," he said gravely. Next day, when talking beside her sofa, where she chose to lie in state, the little Countess no longer called her cousin George, but Mr. George, as before; on which Mr. George laughingly said she had changed her language since the previous day. "Guess I did it to tease old Madam Buzzwig," says her ladyship. "She wants to treat me as a child, and do the grandmother over me. I don't want no grandmothers, I don't. I'm the head of this house, and I intend to let her know it. And I've brought her all the way from London in order to tell it to her, too. La! how she did look when I called you George! I might have called you George, only you had seen that little Theo first, and liked her best, I suppose." "Yes, I suppose I like her best," says Mr. George. "Well, I like you because you tell the truth; because you was the only one of 'em in London who didn't seem to care for my money, though I was downright mad and angry with you once, and with myself too, and with that little sweetheart of yours, who ain't to be compared to me. I know she ain't." "Don't let us make the comparison, then," I said, laughing. "I suppose people must lie on their beds as they make 'em," says she, with a little sigh. "Dare say Miss Theo is very good, and you'll marry her and go to Virginia, and be as dull as we are here. We were talking of Miss Lambert, my lord, and I was wishing my cousin joy. How is old Goody to day? What a supper she did eat last night, and drink! Drink like a dragoon. No wonder she has got a headache, and keeps her room. Guess it takes her ever so long to dress herself." "You, too, may be feeble when you are old, and require rest and wine to warm you," says Mr. Warrington. "Hope I shan't be like her when I'm old, anyhow," says the lady. "Can't see why I am to respect an old woman, because she hobbles on a stick, and has shaky hands, and false teeth." And the little heathen sank back on her couch, and showed 24 pearls of her own. "Law!" she adds, after gazing at both her hearers through the curled lashes of her brilliant dark eyes, "how frightened you both look! My lord has already given me ever so many sermons about old Goody. You are both afraid of her, and I ain't, that's all. Don't look so scared at one another. I ain't a going to bite her head off. We shall have a battle, and I intend to win. How did I serve the Dowager, if you please, and my little Fanny, with their high and mighty airs, when they tried to put down the Countess of Castlewood in her own house, and laugh at the poor American girl? We had a fight, and which got the best of it, pray? Me and Goody will have another, and when it's over, you will see that we shall both be perfect friends." When, at this point of our conversation, the door opened, and Madam Beatrix, elaborately dressed according to her wont, actually made her appearance, I, for my part, am not ashamed to own that I felt as great a panic as ever coward experienced. My lord, with his profoundest bounds and blandest courtesies, greeted his aunt and led her to the fire, by which my lady, who was already hoping for an heir to Castlewood, lay reclining on her sofa. She did not attempt to rise, but smiled a greeting to her venerable guest; and then, after a brief talk, in which she showed a perfect self-possession, while the two gentlemen blundered and hesitated with the most dastardly tremor, my lord said, "If we are to look for those pheasants, cousin, we had better go now." "And I and aunt will have a cosy afternoon, and you will tell me about Castlewood in the old times, won't you, Baroness?" says the new mistress of the mansion. Oh, les lâches qu'elles errent! I was so frightened that I scarce saw anything, but vaguely felt that Lady Castlewood's dark eyes were following me. My lord gripped my arm in the corridor; we quickened our paces, till our retreat became a disgraceful run. We did not breathe freely till we were in the open air in the courtyard, where the keepers and the dogs were waiting. And what happened? I protest, children, I don't know. But this is certain. If your mother had been a woman of the least spirit, or had known how to scold for 5 minutes during as many consecutive days of her early married life, there would have been no more humble, henpecked wretch in Christendom than your father. When Parson Blake comes to dinner, don't you see how, at a glance from his little wife, he puts his glass down and says, "No, thank you, Mr. Gumbo," when old Gum brings him wine? Blake wore a red coat before he took to black, and walked up Breed's Hill with 1,000 bullets whistling round his ears before ever he saw our Bunker Hill in Suffolk. And the fire eater of the 43rd now dare not face a glass of old port wine. 'Tis his wife has subdued his courage. The women can master us, and did they know their own strength, were invincible. Well, then, what happened I know not on that disgraceful day of panic when your father fled the field, nor dared to see the heroines engage. But when we returned from our shooting, the battle was over. America had revolted and conquered the mother country. End of chapter 73. Chapter 74 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 74. News from Canada. Our Castlewood relatives kept us with them till the commencement of the new year, and after a fortnight's absence, which seemed like an age to the absurd and infatuated young man, he returned to the side of his charmer. Madame de Bernstein was not sorry to leave the home of her father. She began to talk more freely as we got away from the place. What passed during that interview in which the battle royal between her and her niece occurred, she never revealed. But the old lady talked no more of forming ces petites, and indeed, when she alluded to her, spoke in a nervous, laughing way, but without any hostility towards the young Countess. Her nephew Eugene, she said, was doomed to be henpecked for the rest of his days. That she saw clearly. A little order brought into the house would do it all the good possible. The little old vulgar American gentleman seemed to be a shrewd person, and would act advantageously as a steward. The Countess's mother was a convict, she had heard, sent out from England, where, no doubt, she had beaten hemp in most of the jails. But this news need not be carried to the town crier; and, after all, in respect to certain kind of people, what mattered what their birth was? The young woman would be honest for her own sake now, was shrewd enough, and would learn English presently; and the name to which she had a right was great enough to get her into any society. A grocer, a smuggler, a slave dealer, what mattered what Mr. Van den Bosch's pursuit or previous profession? The Countess of Castlewood could afford to be anybody's daughter, and as soon as my nephew produced her, says the old lady, it is our duty to stand by her. The ties of relationship binding Madame de Bernstein strongly to her nephew, Mr. Warrington hoped that she would be disposed to be equally affectionate to her niece, and spoke of his visit to Mr. Hagan and his wife, for whom he entreated her aunt's favour. But the old lady was obdurate regarding Lady Maria, begged that her name might never be mentioned, and immediately went on for 2 hours talking about no one else. She related a series of anecdotes regarding her niece, which, as this book lies open virginibus puerisque to all the young people of the family, I shall not choose to record. But this I will say of the kind creature, that if she sinned, she was not the only sinner of the family, and if she repented, that others will do well to follow her example. Hagan, 'tis known, after he left the stage, led an exemplary life, and was remarkable for elegance and eloquence in the pulpit. His lady adopted extreme views, but was generally respected in the sect which she joined, and when I saw her last, talked to me of possessing a peculiar spiritual illumination, which I strongly suspected at the time to be occasioned by the too free use of liquor. But I remember when she and her husband were good to me and mine, at a period when sympathy was needful, and many a Pharisee turned away. I have told how easy it was to rise and fall in my fickle aunt's favour, and how each of us brothers, by turns, was embraced and neglected. My turn of glory had been after the success of my play. I was introduced to the town wits, held my place in their company tolerably well, was pronounced to be pretty well bred by the macaronis and people of fashion, and might have run a career amongst them, had my purse been long enough, had I chose to follow that life, had I not loved at that time a pair of kind eyes better than the brightest orbs of the Gunnings or Chudleys, or all the painted beauties of the Ranelagh ring. Because I was fond of your mother, will it be believed, children, that my tastes were said to be low, and deplored by my genteel family? So it was, and I know that my godly Lady Warrington and my worldly Madame Bernstein both laid their elderly heads together and lamented my way of life. Why, with his name he might marry anybody, says meek Religion, who had ever one eye on heaven and one on the main chance. I meddle with no man's affairs, and admire genius, says uncle, but it is a pity you consort with those poets and authors, and that sort of people, and that, when you might have had a lovely creature with 100,000 pounds, you let her slip and make up to a country girl without a penny piece. But if I had promised her, uncle? Says I. Promise, promise. These things are matters of arrangement and prudence, and demand a careful look-out. When you first committed yourself with little Miss Lambert, you had not seen the lovely American lady whom your mother wished you to marry, as a good mother naturally would. And your duty to your mother, nephew, your duty to the fifth commandment, would have warranted your breaking with Miss L. and fulfilling your excellent mother's intentions regarding Miss... What was the Countess's Dutch name? Never mind. A name is nothing, but a plum, Master George, is something to look at. Why, I have my dear little Miley at a dancing school with Miss Barwell, Nabob Barwell's daughter, and I don't disguise my wish that the children may contract an attachment which may endure through their lives. I tell the Nabobs so. We went from the House of Commons one dancing day and saw them. 'Twas beautiful to see the young things walking a minuet together. It brought tears into my eyes, for I have a feeling heart, George, and I love my boy. But if I prefer Miss Lambert, uncle, with 2 pence to her fortune, to the Countess, with her 200,000 pounds? Why then, sir, you have a singular taste, that's all, says the old gentleman, turning on his heel and leaving me. And I could perfectly understand his vexation at my not being able to see the world as he viewed it. Nor did my Aunt Bernstein much like the engagement which I had made, or the family with which I passed so much of my time. Their simple ways wearied and perhaps annoyed the old woman of the world, and she no more relished their company than a certain person, who is not so black as he is painted, likes holy water. The old lady chafed at my forever dangling at my sweetheart's lap. Having risen mightily in her favour, I began to fall again, and once more Harry was the favourite, and his brother, Heaven knows, not jealous. He was now our family hero. He wrote us brief letters from the seat of war where he was engaged, Madame Bernstein caring little at first about the letters or the writer, for they were simple, and the facts he narrated not over interesting. We had early learned in London the news of the action on the glorious 1st of August at Minden, where Wolfe's old regiment was one of the British 6 which helped to achieve the victory on that famous day. At the same hour, the young General lay in his bed in sight of Quebec, stricken down by fever, and perhaps rage and disappointment at the check which his troops had just received. Arriving in the St. Lawrence in June, the fleet which brought Wolfe and his army had landed them on the last day of the month on the island of Orleans, opposite which rises the great cliff of Quebec. After the great action in which his general fell, the dear brother, who accompanied the chief, wrote home to me one of his simple letters, describing his modest share in that glorious day, but added nothing to the many descriptions already wrote of the action of the 13th of September. Save only I remember he wrote, from the testimony of a brother aide de camp, who was by his side, that the General never spoke at all after receiving his death wound; so that the phrase which has been put into the mouth of the dying hero may be considered as no more authentic than an oration of Livy or Thucydides. From his position on the island, which lies in the great channel of the river to the north of the town, the General was ever hungrily on the lookout for a chance to meet and attack his enemy. Above the city and below it he landed, now here and now there. He was bent upon attacking wherever he saw an opening. 'Twas surely a prodigious fault on the part of the Marquis of Montcalm to accept a battle from Wolfe on equal terms, for the British General had no artillery, and when we had made our famous scalade of the heights, and were on the plains of Abraham, we were a little nearer the city, certainly, but as far off as ever from being within it. The game that was played between the brave chiefs of those two gallant little armies, and which lasted from July until Mr. Wolfe won the crowning hazard in September, must have been as interesting a match as ever eager players engaged in. On the very first night after the landing, as my brother has narrated it, the sport began. At midnight the French sent a flaming squadron of fire ships down upon the British ships which were discharging their stores at Orleans. Our seamen thought it was good sport to tow the fire ships clear of the fleet, and ground them on the shore, where they burnt out. As soon as the French commander heard that our ships had entered the river, he marched to Beauport in advance of the city, and there took up a strong position. When our stores and hospitals were established, the General crossed over from his island to the left shore, and drew nearer to his enemy. He had the ships in the river behind him, but the whole country in face of him was in arms. The Indians in the forest seized our advance parties as they strove to clear it, and murdered them with horrible tortures. The French were as savage as their Indian friends. The Montmorency River rushed between Wolfe and the enemy. He could neither attack these nor the city behind them. Bent on seeing whether there was no other point at which his foe might be assailable, the General passed round the town of Quebec, and skirted the left shore beyond. Everywhere it was guarded, as well as in his immediate front, and having run the gauntlet of the batteries up and down the river, he returned to his post at Montmorency. On the right of the French position, across the Montmorency River, which was fordable at low tide, was a redoubt of the enemy. He would have that. Perhaps, to defend it, the French chief would be forced out from his lines, and a battle be brought on. Wolfe determined to play these odds. He would fetch over the body of his army from the island of Orleans, and attack from the St. Lawrence. He would time his attack so that at shallow water his lieutenants, Murray and Townsend, might cross the Montmorency, and at the last day of July he played this desperate game. He first, and General Monckton, his second in command, setting out from Point Levi, which he occupied, crossed over the St. Lawrence from their respective stations, being received with a storm of shot and artillery as they rode to the shore. No sooner were the troops landed than they rushed at the French redoubt without order, were shot down before it in great numbers, and were obliged to fall back. At the preconcerted signal, the troops on the other side of the Montmorency advanced across the river in perfect order. The enemy even evacuated the redoubt and fell back to their lines, but from these the assailants were received with so severe a fire that an impression on them was hopeless, and the General had to retreat. The Battle of Montmorency, which my brother Harry and I have fought again many a time over our wine, formed the dismal burthen of the first despatch from Mr. Wolfe which reached England and plunged us all in gloom. What more might one expect of a commander so rash? What disasters might one not foretell? Was ever scheme so wild as to bring 3 great bodies of men across broad rivers in the face of murderous batteries, merely on the chance of inducing an enemy, strongly entrenched and guarded, to leave his position and come out and engage us? 'Twas the talk of the town. No wonder grave people shook their heads and prophesied fresh disaster. The General, who took to his bed after this failure, shuddering with fever, was to live barely 6 weeks longer, and die immortal. How is it, and by what and whom, that greatness is achieved? Is merit, is madness the patron? Is it frolic or fortune? Is it fate that awards successes and defeats? Is it the just cause that ever wins? How did the French gain Canada from the savage, and we from the French, and after which of the conquests was the right time to sing Te Deum? We are always for implicating Heaven in our quarrels, and causing the gods to intervene, whatever the notice may be. Does Broughton, after pummelling and beating Slack, lift up a black eye to Jove and thank him for the victory? And if 10,000 boxers are to be so heard, why not one? And if Broughton is to be so grateful, what is Slack to be? By the list of disabled officers, many of whom are of rank, you may perceive, sir, that the army is much weakened. By the nature of this river, the most formidable part of the armament is deprived of the power of acting, yet we have almost the whole force of Canada to oppose. In this situation there is such a choice of difficulties that I own myself at a loss how to determine. The affairs of Great Britain, I know, require the most vigorous measures; but then the courage of a handful of brave men should be exerted only where there is some hope of a favourable event. The Admiral and I have examined the town with a view to a general assault, and he would readily join in this or any other measure for the public service. But I cannot propose to him an undertaking of so dangerous a nature, and promising so little success. I found myself so ill, and am still so weak, that I begged the general officers to consult together for the public utility. They are of opinion that they should try by conveying up a corps of 4,000 or 5,000 men, which is nearly the whole strength of the army after the points of Levi and Orleans are put in a proper state of defence, to draw the enemy from their present position and bring them to an action. I have acquiesced in their proposal, and we are preparing to put it into execution. So wrote the General, of whose noble letters it is clear our dear scribe was not the author or secretary, from his headquarters at Montmorency Falls, on 2nd day of September, and on the 14th of October following, the Rodney cutter arrived with the sad news in England. The attack had failed, the chief was sick, the army dwindling, the menaced city so strong that assault was almost impossible. The only chance was to fight the Marquis of Montcalm upon terms of less disadvantage than attacking his entrenchments, and, if possible, to draw him from his present position. Would the French chief, whose great military genius was known in Europe, fall into such a snare? No wonder there were pale looks in the city at the news, and doubt and gloom wheresoever it was known. 3 days after this first melancholy intelligence, came the famous letters announcing that wonderful consummation of fortune with which Mr. Wolfe's wonderful career ended. If no man is to be styled happy till his death, what shall we say of this one? His end was so glorious, that I protest not even his mother nor his mistress ought to have deplored it, or at any rate have wished him alive again. I know it is a hero we speak of, and yet I vow I scarce know whether in the last act of his life I admire the result of genius, invention, and daring, or the boldness of a gambler winning surprising odds. Suppose his ascent discovered a half hour sooner, and his people, as they would have been assuredly, beaten back. Suppose the Marquis of Montcalm not to quit his entrenched lines to accept that strange challenge. Suppose these points, and none of them depend upon Mr. Wolfe at all, and what becomes of the glory of the young hero, of the great minister who discovered him, of the intoxicated nation which rose up frantic with self-gratulation at the victory? I say, what fate is it that shapes our ends or those of nations? In the many hazardous games which my Lord Chatham played, he won this prodigious one; and as the greedy British hand seized the Canadas, it let fall the United States out of its grasp. To be sure, this wisdom d'après coup is easy. We wonder at this man's rashness now the deed is done, and marvel at the other's fault. What generals some of us are upon paper! What repartees come to our mind when the talk is finished! And the game over, how well we see how it should have been played! Writing of an event at a distance of 30 years, 'tis not difficult now to criticise and find fault. But at the time when we first heard of Wolfe's glorious deeds upon the Plains of Abraham, of that army marshalled in darkness and carried silently up the midnight river, of those rocks scaled by the intrepid leader and his troops, of that miraculous security of the enemy, of his present acceptance of our challenge to battle, and of his defeat on the open plain by the sheer valour of his conqueror, we were all intoxicated in England by the news. The whole nation rose up and felt itself the stronger for Wolfe's victory. Not merely all men engaged in the battle, but those at home who had condemned its rashness felt themselves heroes. Our spirit rose as that of our enemy faltered. Friends embraced each other when they met. Coffee houses and public places were thronged with people eager to talk the news. Courtiers rushed to the king and the great minister by whose wisdom the campaign had been decreed. When he showed himself, the people followed him with shouts and blessings. People did not deplore the dead warrior, but admired his euthanasia. Should James Wolfe's friends weep and wear mourning because a chariot had come from the skies to fetch him away? Let them watch with wonder, and see him departing radiant, rising above us superior. To have a friend who has been near or about him was to be distinguished. Every soldier who fought with him was a hero. In our fond little circle, I know 'twas a distinction to be Harry's brother. We should not in the least wonder but that he, from his previous knowledge of the place, had found the way up the heights which the British army took, and pointed it out to his general. His promotion would follow as a matter of course. Why, even our Uncle Warrington wrote letters to bless Heaven and congratulate me and himself upon the share Harry had had in the glorious achievement. Our Aunt Beatrix opened her house and received company upon the strength of the victory. I became a hero from my likeness to my brother. As for Parson Sampson, he preached such a sermon that his auditors, some of whom had been warned by his reverence of the coming discourse, were with difficulty restrained from huzzaying the orator, and were mobbed as they left the chapel. Don't talk to me, madam, about grief, says General Lambert to his wife, who, dear soul, was for allowing herself some small indulgence of her favourite sorrow on the day when Wolfe's remains were gloriously buried at Greenwich. "If our boys should come by such deaths as James's, you know you wouldn't prevent them from being shot, but would scale the Abraham Heights to see the thing done. Wouldst thou mind dying in the arms of victory, Charley?" he asks of the little hero from the Chartreux. "That I wouldn't," says the little man. "And the doctor gave us a holiday, too." Our Harry's promotion was ensured after his share in the famous battle, and our aunt announced her intention of purchasing a company for him. End of chapter 74. Chapter 75 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 75. The Course of True Love. Had your father, young folks, possessed the commonest share of prudence, not only would this chapter of his history never have been written, but you yourselves would never have appeared in the world to plague him in 100 ways, to shout and laugh in the passages when he wants to be quiet at his books, to wake him when he is dozing after dinner, as a healthy country gentleman should, to mislay his spectacles for him, and steal away his newspaper when he wants to read it, to ruin him with tailors' bills, mantua makers' bills, tutors' bills, as you all of you do, to break his rest of nights when you have the impudence to fall ill, and when he would sleep undisturbed, but that your silly mother will never be quiet for half an hour; and when Joan can't sleep, what use, pray, is there in Darby putting on his nightcap? Every trifling ailment that any one of you has had has scared her so that I protest I have never been tranquil, and were I not the most long-suffering creature in the world, would have liked to be rid of the whole pack of you. And now, forsooth, that you have grown out of childhood, long petticoats, chicken pox, smallpox, whooping coughs, scarlet fever, and the other delectable accidents of puerile life, what must that unconscionable woman propose but to arrange the south rooms as a nursery for possible grandchildren, and set up the captain with a wife, and make him marry early because we did? He is too fond, she says, of brooks and goose trees when he is in London. She has the perversity to hint that, though an entree to Carlton House may be very pleasant, 'tis very dangerous for a young gentleman; and she would have Miles live away from temptation, and sow his wild oats, and marry as we did. Marry! My dear creature, we had no business to marry at all. By the laws of common prudence and duty, I ought to have backed out of my little engagement with Miss Theo, who would have married somebody else, and taken a rich wife. Your Uncle John was a parson, and couldn't fight. Poor Charley was a boy at school. And your grandfather was too old a man to call me to account with sword and pistol. I repeat, there never was a more foolish match in the world than ours, and our relations were perfectly right in being angry with us. What are relations made for, indeed, but to be angry and find fault? When Hester marries, do you mind, Master George, to quarrel with her if she does not take a husband of your selecting? When George has got his living, after being senior wrangler and fellow of his college, Miss Hester, do you toss up your little nose at the young lady he shall fancy? As for you, my little Theo, I can't part with you. You must not quit your old father, for he likes you to play Haydn to him, and peel his walnuts after dinner. On the blank leaf opposite this paragraph is written in a large girlish hand, "I never intend to go. Theodosia." Nor I, Hester. They both married, as I see by the note in the family Bible. Miss Theodosia Warrington to Joseph Clinton, son of the Reverend Joseph Blake, and himself subsequently master of Rodwell Regis Grammar School; and Miss Hester Mary in 1804 to Captain F. Handyman, R.N., Editor. Whilst they had the blessing, forsooth, of meeting, and billing, and cooing every day, the two young people, your parents, went on in a fool's paradise, little heeding the world round about them, and all its tattling and meddling. Rinaldo was as brave a warrior as ever slew Turk, but you know he loved dangling in Armida's garden. Pray, my Lady Armida, what did you mean by flinging your spells over me in youth, so that not glory, not fashion, not gaming tables, not the society of men of wit in whose way I fell, could keep me long from your apron strings, or out of reach of your dear simple prattle? Pray, my dear, what used we to say to each other during those endless hours of meeting? I never went to sleep after dinner then. Which of us was so witty? Was it I or you? And how came it our conversations were so delightful? I remember that year I did not even care to go and see my Lord Ferrers tried and hung, when all the world was running after his lordship. The King of Prussia's capital was taken. Had the Austrians and Russians been encamped round the Tower, there could scarce have been more stir in London. Yet Miss Theo and her young gentlemen felt no inordinate emotion of pity or indignation. What to us was the fate of Leipzig or Berlin? The truth is, that dear old house in Dean Street was an enchanted garden of delights. I have been as idle since, but never as happy. Shall we order the post chaise, my dear? Leave the children to keep house, and drive up to London and see if the old lodgings are still to be let? And you shall sit at your old place in the window, and wave a little handkerchief as I walk up the street. Say what we did was imprudent. Would we not do it over again? My good folks, if Venus had walked into the room and challenged the apple, I was so infatuated I would have given it your mother. And had she had the choice, she would have preferred her humble servant in a threadbare coat to my Lord Clive with all his diamonds. Once, to be sure, and for a brief time in that year, I had a notion of going on the highway in order to be caught and hung as my Lord Ferrers, or of joining the King of Prussia and requesting some of his Majesty's enemies to knock my brains out, or of enlisting for the India service and performing some desperate exploit which should end in my bodily destruction. Ah me! That was indeed a dreadful time. Your mother scarce dares speak of it now, save in a whisper of terror, or think of it. It was such cruel pain. She was unhappy years after on the anniversary of the day, until one of you was born on it. Suppose we had been parted, what had come to us? What had my lot been without her? As I think of that possibility, the whole world is a blank. I do not say, were we parted now. It has pleased God to give us 30 years of union. We have reached the autumn season. Our successors are appointed and ready, and that one of us who was first called away knows the survivor will follow ere long. But we were actually parted in our youth, and I tremble to think what might have been had not a dearest friend brought us together. Unknown to myself, and very likely meaning only my advantage, my relatives in England had chosen to write to Madam Esmond in Virginia, and represent what they were pleased to call the folly of the engagement I had contracted. Every one of them sang the same song, and I saw the letters and burned the whole cursed pack of them years afterwards, when my mother showed them to me at home in Virginia. Aunt Bernstein was forward with her advice. A young person, with no wonderful good looks, of no family, with no money, was ever such an imprudent connection, and ought it not, for dear George's sake, to be broken off? She had several eligible matches in view for me. With my name and prospects, was a shame I should throw myself away on this young lady. Her sister ought to interpose, and so forth. My Lady Warrington must write too, and in her peculiar manner. Her ladyship's letter was garnished with Scripture texts. She dressed her worldliness out in phylacteries. She pointed out how I was living in an unworthy society of player folks and the like, people who she could not say were absolutely without religion, heaven forbid, but who were deplorably worldly. She would not say an artful woman had inveigled me for her daughter, having in vain tried to captivate my younger brother. She was far from saying any harm of the young woman I had selected, but at least this was certain: Miss L. had no fortune or expectations, and her parents might naturally be anxious to compromise me. She had taken counsel, etc., etc. She had sought for guidance where it was, etc. Feeling what her duty was, she had determined to speak. Sir Miles, a man of excellent judgment in the affairs of this world, though he knew and sought a better, fully agreed with her in opinion, nay, desired her to write and entreat her sister to interfere, that the ill-advised match should not take place. And who, besides, must put a little finger into the pie but the new Countess of Castlewood? She wrote a majestic letter to Madam Esmond, and stated, that having been placed by Providence at the head of the Esmond family, it was her duty to communicate with her kinswoman, and warn her to break off this marriage. I believe the three women laid their heads together previously, and packet after packet sent off their warnings to the Virginian lady. One raw April morning, as Corydon goes to pay his usual duty to Phillis, he finds, not his charmer with her dear smile, as usual, ready to welcome him, but Mrs. Lambert with very red eyes, and the General as pale as death. "Read this, George Warrington," says he, as his wife's head drops between her hands, and he puts a letter before me, of which I recognise the handwriting. I can hear now the sobs of the good Aunt Lambert, and to this day the noise of fire irons stirring a fire in a room overhead gives me a tremor. I heard such a noise that day in the girls' room where the sisters were together. Poor gentle child! Poor Theo! "What can I do after this, George, my poor boy?" asks the General, pacing the room with desperation in his face. I did not quite read the whole of Madam Esmond's letter, for a kind of sickness and faintness came over me, but I fear I could say some of it now by heart. Its style was good, and its actual words temperate enough, though they only implied that Mr. and Mrs. Lambert had inveigled me into the marriage; that they knew such a union was unworthy of me; that, as Madam E. understood, they had desired a similar union for her younger son, which project, not unluckily for him, perhaps, was given up when it was found that Mr. Henry Warrington was not the inheritor of the Virginian property. If Mr. Lambert was a man of spirit and honour, as he was represented to be, Madam Esmond scarcely supposed that, after her representations, he would persist in desiring this match. She would not lay commands upon her son, whose temper she knew, but for the sake of Miss Lambert's own reputation and comfort, she urged that the dissolution of the engagement should come from her family, and not from the just unwillingness of Rachel Esmond Warrington of Virginia. "God help us, George," the General said, "and give us all strength to bear this grief, and these charges which it has pleased your mother to bring. They are hard, but they don't matter now. What is of most importance is to spare as much sorrow as we can to my poor girl. I know you love her so well that you will help me and her mother to make the blow as tolerable as we may to that poor gentle heart. Since she was born, she has never given pain to a soul alive, and 'tis cruel that she should be made to suffer." And as he spoke, he passed his hand across his dry eyes. "It was my fault, Martin, it was my fault," weeps the poor mother. "Your mother spoke us fair, and gave her promise," said the father. "And do you think I will withdraw mine?" cried I, and protested with 1,000 frantic vows what they knew full well, that I was bound to Theo before Heaven, and that nothing should part me from her. She herself will demand the parting. She is a good girl, God help me, and a dutiful. She will not have her father and mother called schemers, and treated with scorn. Your mother knew not, very likely, what she was doing, but 'tis done. You may see the child, and she will tell you as much. Is Theo dressed, Molly? I brought the letter home from my office last evening, after you were gone. The women have had a bad night. She knew at once by my face that there was bad news from America. She read the letter quite firmly. She said she would like to see you and say good-bye. Of course, George, you will give me your word of honour not to try and see her afterwards. As soon as my business will let me, we will get away from this; but mother and I think we are best altogether. 'Tis you, perhaps, had best go; but give me your word, at any rate, that you will not try and see her. We must spare her pain, sir, we must spare her pain." And the good man sate down in such deep anguish himself, that I, who was not yet under the full pressure of my own grief, actually felt his, and pitied it. It could not be that the dear lips I had kissed yesterday were to speak to me only once more. We were all here together, loving each other, sitting in the room where we met every day, my drawing on the table by her little workbox. She was in the chamber upstairs. She must come down presently. Who is this opens the door? I see her sweet face. It was like our little Mary's when we thought she would die of the fever. There was even a smile upon her lips. She comes up and kisses me. "Good-bye, dear George," she says. Great Heaven! An old man sitting in this room, with my wife's workbox opposite, and she but 5 minutes away, my eyes grow so dim and full that I can't see the book before me. I am 23 years old again. I go through every stage of that agony. I once had it sitting in my own post chaise, with my wife actually by my side. Who dared to sully her sweet love with suspicion? Who had a right to stab such a soft bosom? Don't you see my ladies getting their knives ready, and the poor child bearing it? My wife comes in. She has been serving out tea or tobacco to some of her pensioners. "What is it makes you look so angry, papa?" she says. "My love," I say, "it is the 13th of April." A pang of pain shoots across her face, followed by a tender smile. She has undergone the martyrdom, and in the midst of the pang comes a halo of forgiveness. I can't forgive. Not until my days of dotage come, and I cease remembering anything. "Hal will be home for Easter. He will bring 2 or 3 of his friends with him from Cambridge," she says; and straightway she falls to devising schemes for amusing the boys. When is she ever occupied but with plans for making others happy? A gentleman sitting in spectacles before an old ledger, and writing down pitiful remembrances of his condition, is a quaint and ridiculous object. My corns hurt me, I know, but I suspect my neighbour's shoes pinch him too. I am not going to howl much over my own grief, or enlarge at any great length on this one. Many another man, I dare say, has had the light of his day suddenly put out, the joy of his life extinguished, and has been left to darkness and vague torture. I have a book I tried to read at this time of grief, Howell's Letters, and when I come to the part about Prince Charles in Spain, up starts the whole tragedy alive again. I went to Brighthelmstone, and there at the inn had a room facing the east, and saw the sun get up ever so many mornings, after blank nights of wakefulness, and smoked my pipe of Virginia in his face. When I am in that place by chance, and see the sun rising now, I shake my fist at him, thinking, "O Orient Phoebus, what horrible grief and savage wrath have you not seen me suffer? Though my wife is mine ever so long, I say I am angry just the same. Who dared, I want to know, to make us suffer so? I was forbidden to see her. I kept my promise, and remained away from the house. That is, after that horrible meeting and parting. But at night I would go and look at her window, and watch the lamp burning there. I would go to the Chartreux, where I knew another boy, and call for her brother, and gorge him with cakes and half-crowns. I would meanly have her elder brother to dine, and almost kiss him when he went away. I used to breakfast at a coffee-house in Whitehall, in order to see Lambert go to his office, and we would salute each other sadly, and pass on without speaking. Why did not the women come out? They never did. They were practising on her, and persuading her to try and forget me. Oh, the weary, weary days! Oh, the maddening time! At last, a doctor's chariot used to draw up before the General's house every day. Was she ill? I fear I was rather glad she was ill. My own suffering was so infernal, that I greatly wanted her to share my pain. And would she not? What grief of mind has it not felt, that gentlest and most compassionate of hearts? What pain would it not suffer to spare mine a pang? I sought that doctor out. I had an interview with him. I told him my story, and laid bare my heart to him with an outburst of passionate sincerity which won his sympathy. My confession enabled him to understand his young patient's malady, for which his drugs had no remedy or anodyne. I had promised not to see her or to go to her. I had kept my promise. I had promised to leave London. I had gone away. Twice, thrice I went back, and told my sufferings to him. He would take my fee now and again, and always received me kindly, and let me speak. Ah, how I clung to him! I suspect he must have been unhappy once in his own life, he knew so well and gently how to succour the miserable. He did not tell me how dangerously, though he did not disguise from me how gravely and seriously, my dearest girl had been ill. I told him everything: that I would marry her and brave every chance and danger; that without her I was a man utterly wrecked and ruined, and cared not what became of me. My mother had once consented, and had now chosen to withdraw her consent, when the tie between us had been, as I held, drawn so closely together as to be paramount to all filial duty. "I think, sir, if your mother heard you, and saw Miss Lambert, she would relent," said the doctor. "Who was my mother to hold me in bondage, to claim a right of misery over me, and to take this angel out of my arms?" He could not, he said, be a message carrier between young ladies who were pining, and young lovers on whom the sweetheart's gates were shut; but so much he would venture to say, that he had seen me, and was prescribing for me too. Yes, he must have been unhappy once himself. I saw him, you may be sure, on the very day when he had kept his promise to me. He said she seemed to be comforted by hearing news of me. She bears her suffering with an angelical sweetness. I prescribe Jesuit's bark, which she takes, but I am not sure the hearing of you has not done more good than the medicine. The women owned afterwards that they had never told the General of the doctor's new patient. I know not what wild expressions of gratitude I poured out to the good doctor for the comfort he brought me. His treatment was curing two unhappy sick persons. 'Twas but a drop of water, to be sure, but then a drop of water to a man raging in torment. I loved the ground he trod upon, blessed the hand that took mine, and had felt her pulse. I had a ring with a pretty cameo head of a Hercules on it. 'Twas too small for his finger, nor did the good old man wear such ornaments. I made him hang it to his watch chain, in hopes that she might see it, and recognise that the token came from me. How I fastened upon Spencer at this time, my friend of the Temple, who also had an unfortunate love match, and walked with him from my apartments to the Temple, and he back with me to Bedford Gardens, and our talk was for ever about our women. I dare say I told everybody my grief. My good landlady and Betty the housemaid pitied me. My son Miles, who for a wonder had been reading in my MS., says, "By Jove, sir, I didn't know you and my mother were took in this kind of way. The year I joined I was hit very bad myself, an infernal little jilt that threw me over for Sir Craven Oakes of our regiment. I thought I should have gone crazy." And he gives a melancholy whistle, and walks away. The General had to leave London presently on one of his military inspections, as the doctor casually told me. But having given my word that I would not seek to present myself at his house, I kept it, availing myself, however, as you may be sure, of the good physician's leave to visit him and have news of his dear patient. His accounts of her were far from encouraging. "She does not rally," he said. "We must get her back to Kent again, or to the sea." I did not know then that the poor child had begged and prayed so piteously not to be moved; that her parents, divining perhaps the reason of her desire to linger in London, and feeling that it might be dangerous not to humour her, had yielded to her entreaty, and consented to remain in town. At last one morning I came, pretty much as usual, and took my place in my doctor's front parlour, whence his patients were called in their turn to his consulting room. Here I remained, looking heedlessly over the books on the table, and taking no notice of any person in the room, which speedily emptied itself of all save me and one lady, who sat with her veil down. I used to stay till the last, for Osborne, the doctor's man, knew my business, and that it was not my own illness I came for. When the room was empty of all save me and the lady, she puts out two little hands, cries in a voice which made me start, "Don't you know me, George?" And the next minute I have my arms round her, and kissed her as heartily as ever I kissed in my life, and gave way to a passionate outgush of emotion the most refreshing, for my parched soul had been in rage and torture for 6 weeks past, and this was a glimpse of heaven. Who was it, children? You think it was your mother whom the doctor had brought to me? No, it was Hetty. End of chapter 75. Chapter 76 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 76 informs us how Mr. Warrington jumped into a landau. The emotion at the first surprise and greeting over, the little maiden began at once. "So you are come at last to ask after Theo, and you feel sorry that your neglect has made her so ill. For 6 weeks she has been unwell, and you have never asked a word about her. Very kind of you, Mr. George, I'm sure." "Kind!" gasps out Mr. Warrington. "I suppose you call it kind to be with her every day and all day for a year, and then to leave her without a word?" "My dear, you know my promise to your father," I reply. "Promise!" says Miss Hetty, shrugging her shoulders. "A very fine promise indeed, to make my darling ill, and then suddenly one fine day to say, 'Good-bye, Theo,' and walk away for ever. I suppose gentlemen make these promises because they wish to keep them. I wouldn't trifle with a poor child's heart and leave her afterwards, if I were a man. What has she ever done to you, but be a fool and too fond of you? Pray, sir, by what right do you take her away from all of us, and then desert her because an old woman in America don't approve of her? She was happy with us before you came. She loved her sister. There never was such a sister, until she saw you. And now, because your mamma thinks her young gentleman might do better, you must leave her forsooth." "Great powers, child!" I cried, exasperated at this wrongheadedness. "Was it I that drew back? Is it not I that am forbidden your house? And did not your father require on my honour that I should not see her? Honour! And you are the men who pretend to be our superiors, and it is we who are to respect you and admire you? I declare, George Warrington, you ought to go back to your schoolroom in Virginia again, have your black nurse to tuck you up in bed, and ask leave for your mamma when you might walk out. Oh, George, I little thought that my sister was giving her heart away to a man who hadn't the spirit to stand by her. but at the first difficulty left her. When Dr. Heberden said he was attending you, I determined to come and see you, and you do look very ill, that I am glad to see. And I suppose it's your mother you are frightened of. But I shan't tell Theo that you are unwell. She hasn't left off caring for you. She can't walk out of a room, break her solemn engagements, and go into the world the next day as if nothing had happened. That is left for men, our superiors in courage and wisdom. And to desert an angel, yes, an angel 10,000 times too good for you, an angel who used to love me till she saw you, and who was the blessing of life and all of us, is what you call honour? Don't tell me, sir. I despise you all. You are our betters, are you? We are to worship and wait on you, I suppose? I don't care about your wit, and your tragedies, and your verses, and I think they are often very stupid. I won't set up nights copying your manuscripts, nor watch hour after hour at a window, wasting my time and neglecting everybody because I want to see your worship walk down the street with your hat cocked. If you are going away, and welcome, give me back my sister, I say. Give me back my darling of old days, who loved every one of us till she saw you. And you leave her because your mamma thinks she can find somebody richer for you. Oh, you brave gentleman! Go and marry the person your mother chooses, and let my dear die here deserted. Great heavens, Hetty! I cry, amazed at the logic of the little woman. Is it I who wish to leave your sister? Did I not offer to keep my promise, and was it not your father who refused me, and made me promise never to try and see her again? What have I but my word and my honour? Honour, indeed! You keep your word to him, and you break it to her. Pretty honour! If I were a man, I would soon let you know what I thought of your honour. Only I forgot. You are bound to keep the peace, and mustn't... Oh, George, George, don't you see the grief I am in? I am distracted, and scarce know what I say. You must not leave my darling. They don't know it at home. They don't think so, but I know her best of all, and she will die if you leave her. Say you won't. Have pity upon me, Mr. Warrington, and give me my dearest back. Thus the warm-hearted, distracted creature ran from anger to entreaty, from scorn to tears. Was my little doctor right in thus speaking of the case of her dear patient? Was there no other remedy than that which Hetty cried for? Have not others felt the same cruel pain of amputation, undergone the same exhaustion and fever afterwards, lain hopeless of anything save death, and yet recovered after all, and limped through life subsequently? Why, but that love is selfish, and does not heed other people's griefs and passions, or that ours was so intense and special that we deemed no other lovers could suffer like ourselves. Here in the passionate young pleader for her sister we might have shown an instance that a fond heart could be stricken with the love malady and silently suffer it, live under it, recover from it. What had happened in Hetty's own case? Her sister and I, in our easy triumph and fond confidential prattle, had many a time talked over that matter, and, egotists as we were, perhaps drawn a secret zest and security out of her less fortunate attachment. 'Twas like sitting by the fireside, and hearing the winter howling without. 'Twas like walking by the Maxi Magno, and seeing the ship tossing at sea. We clung to each other only the more closely, and, wrapped in our own happiness, viewed others' misfortunes with complacent pity. Be the truth as it may. Grant that we might have been sundered, and after a while survived the separation, so much my sceptical old age may be disposed to admit it. Yet at that time I was eager enough to share my ardent little Hetty's terrors and apprehensions, and willingly chose to believe that the life dearest to me in the world would be sacrificed if separated from mine. Was I wrong? I would not say as much now. I may doubt about myself, or not doubt, I know, but of her, never. and Hetty found in her quite a willing sharer in her alarms and terrors. I was for imparting some of these to our doctor, but the good gentleman shut my mouth. "Hush!" says he, with a comical look of fright. "I must hear none of this. If two people who happen to know each other chance to meet and talk in my patient's room, I cannot help myself. But as for matchmaking and love-making, I am your humble servant. What will the General do when he comes back to town? He will have me behind Montagu House, as sure as I am alive, doctor, and alive I wish to remain, my good sir." And he skips into his carriage, and leaves me there meditating. "And you and Miss Hetty must have no meetings here again. Mind you that," he had said previously. "Oh no, of course we would have none. We are gentlemen of honour, and so forth, and our word is our word. Besides, to have seen Hetty, was not that an inestimable boon? And would we not be for ever grateful? I am so refreshed with that drop of water I have had, that I think I can hold out for ever so long a time now. I walk away with Hetty to Soho, and never once thought of arranging a new meeting with her. But the little emissary was more thoughtful, and she asks me whether I go to the museum now to read. And I say, "Oh yes, sometimes, my dear, but I am too wretched for reading now. I cannot see what is on the paper. I do not care about my books. Even Pocahontas is wearisome to me. I might have continued ever so much further, when "Nonsense!" she says, stamping her little foot. "Why, I declare, George, you are more stupid than Harry." "How do you mean, my dear child?" I asked. "When do you go? You go away at 3 o'clock. You strike across on the road to Tottenham Court. You walk through the village, and return by the green lane that leads back towards the new hospital. You know you do. If you walk for a week there, it can't do you any harm. Good morning, sir. You'll please not follow me any farther." And she drops me a curtsey, and walks away with a veil over her face. That green lane, which lay to the north of the new hospital, is built all over with houses now. In my time, when good old George II was yet king, 'twas a shabby rural outlet of London, so dangerous that the city folks who went to their villas and junketing houses at Hampstead and the outlying villages would return in parties of nights, and escorted by waiters with lanterns, to defend them from the footpads who prowled about the town outskirts. Hampstead and Highgate churches, each crowning its hill, filled up the background of the view which you saw as you turned your back to London. And 1, 2, 3 days Mr. George Warrington had the pleasure of looking upon this landscape, and walking back in the direction of the new hospital. Along the lane were sundry small houses of entertainment, and I remember at one place, where they sold cakes and beer, at the sign of the Protestant Hero, a decent woman smiling at me on the 3rd or 4th day, and curtseying in her clean apron, as she says, "It appears the lady don't come, sir. Your honour had best step in, and take a can of my cool beer." At length, as I am coming back through Tottenham Road, on the 25th of May, O day to be marked with the whitest stone, a little way beyond Mr. Whitefield's tabernacle, I see a landau before me, and on the box seat by the driver is my young friend Charley, who waves his hat to me and calls out, "George! George!" I ran up by the carriage, my knees knocking together so that I thought I should fall by the wheel, and inside I see Hetty, and by her my dearest Theo propped with a pillow. How thin the little hand had become since last it was laid in mine! The cheeks were flushed and wasted, the eyes strangely bright, and the thrill of the voice when she spoke a word or two smote me with a pang. I know not of grief or joy was it, so intimately were they blended. "I am taking her an airing to Hampstead," says Hetty demurely. "The doctor says the air will do her good." "I have been ill, but I am better now, George," says Theo. There came a great burst of music from the people in the chapel hard by, as she was speaking. I held her hand in mine. Her eyes were looking into mine once more. It seemed as if we had never been parted. I can never forget the tune of that psalm. I have heard it all through my life. My wife has touched it on her harpsichord, and her little ones have warbled it. Now do you understand, young people, why I love it so? Because 'twas the music played at our amores redintegratio. Because it sang hope to me at the period of my existence the most miserable, yes, the most miserable, for that dreary confinement of Duquesne had its tenderness and kindly associations connected with it; and many a time in after days I have thought with fondness of the poor Biche and my tipsy jailor, and the reveille of the forest birds, and the military music of my prison. Master Charley looks down from his box seat upon his sister and me engaged in beatific contemplation, and Hetty listening, too, to the music. "I think I should like to go and hear it. And that famous Mr. Whitfield, perhaps he is going to preach this very day. Come in with me, Charley, and George can drive for half an hour with dear Theo towards Hampstead and back." Charley did not seem to have any very strong desire for witnessing the devotional exercises of good Mr. Whitfield and his congregation, and proposed that George Warrington should take Hetty in. But Het was not to be denied. "I will never help you in another exercise as long as you live, sir," cries Miss Hetty, "if you don't come on," while the youth clambered down from his box seat, and they entered the temple together. Can any moralist, bearing my previous promises in mind, excuse me for jumping into the carriage and sitting down once more by my dearest Theo? Suppose I did break 'em, will he blame me much? Reverend sir, you are welcome. I broke my promise, and if you would not do as much, good friend, you are welcome to your virtue. Not that I for a moment suspect my own children will ever be so bold as to think of having hearts of their own, and bestowing them according to their liking. No, my young people, you will let papa choose for you. Be hungry when he tells you, be thirsty when he orders, and settle your children's marriages afterwards. And now, of course, you are anxious to hear what took place when papa jumped into the landau by the side of poor little mamma, propped up by her pillows. "I am come to your part of the story, my dear," says I, looking over to my wife as she is plying her needles. "To what, pray?" says my lady. "You should skip all that part, and come to the grand battles, and your heroic defence of—" "Of Fort Fiddlededee in the year 1778, when I pulled off Mr. Washington's epaulet, gouged General Gates's eye, cut off Charles Lee's head, and pasted it on again." "Let us hear all about the fighting," say the boys. Even the captain condescends to own he will listen to any military details, though only from a militia officer. Fair and softly, young people, everything in its turn. I am not yet arrived at the war. I am only a young gentleman, just stepping into a landau by the side of a young lady whom I promised to avoid. I am taking her hand, which, after a little ado, she leaves in mine. Do you remember how hot it was, the little thing? How it trembled, and how it throbbed and jumped 120 in a minute? And as we trot on towards Hampstead, I address Miss Lambert in the following terms: "Ah! ah! ah!" say the girls in a chorus with Mademoiselle, their French governess, who cries, "Nous écoutons maintenant. La parole est à vous, monsieur le chevalier." Here we have seen them all in a circle. Mamma is at her side of the fire, papa at his. Mademoiselle Eleanor, at whom the captain looks rather sweetly, "Eyes off, Captain!" The two girls listening like nymphas decentes to Apollo, let us say, and John and Thomas with obtuse ears, who are bringing in the tea trays and urns. "Very good," says the Squire, pulling out the MS. and waving it before him. "We are all going to tell your mother's secrets and mine." "I am sure you may, papa," cries the house matron. "There's nothing to be ashamed of," and a blush rises over her kind face. "But before I begin, young folks, permit me 2 or 3 questions." "Allons, toujours des questions," says Mademoiselle, with a shrug of her pretty shoulders. Florac has recommended her to us, and I suspect the little Chevalier has himself an eye upon this pretty Mademoiselle de Blois. To the questions, then. End of chapter 76. Chapter 77 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 77. And How Everybody Got Out Again. You, Captain Miles Warrington, have the honour of winning the good graces of a lady, of ever so many ladies, of the Duchess of Devonshire, let us say, of Mrs. Crewe, of Mrs. Fitzherbert, of the Queen of Prussia, of the Goddess Venus, of Mademoiselle Hillisberg of the Opera, never mind of whom, in fine. If you win a lady's good graces, do you always go to the mess and tell what happened? Not such a fool, Squire, says the captain, surveying his side curl in the glass. Have you, Miss Theo, told your mother every word you said to Mr. Joe Blake, Junior, in the shrubbery this morning? Joe Blake, indeed! Cries Theo, Junior. And you, mademoiselle, that scented billet which came to you under Sir Thomas's frank, have you told us all the letter contains? Look how she blushes! As red as the curtain, on my word. No, mademoiselle, we all have our secrets, says the Squire, here making his best French bow. No, Theo, there was nothing in the shrubbery. Only nuts, my child. No, Miles, my son, we don't tell all, even to the most indulgent of fathers. And if I tell what happened in a landau on the Hampstead Road on the 25th of May, 1760, may the Chevalier Ruspini pull out every tooth in my head. Pray tell, papa, cries mamma. Or, as Jobson, who drove us, is in your service now, perhaps you will have him in from the stables. I insist upon your telling. What is, then, this mystery? Asks mademoiselle, in her pretty French accent, of my wife. Eh, my fille, whispers the lady, thou wouldst ask me what I said? I said yes. Behold all I said. And so, 'tis my wife has peached, and not I. And this was the sum of our conversation, as the carriage, all too swiftly as I thought, galloped towards Hampstead, and flew back again. Theo had not agreed to fly in the face of her honoured parents, no such thing. But we would marry no other person. No, not if we lived to be as old as Methuselah. No, not the Prince of Wales himself would she take. Her heart she had given away with her papa's consent, nay, order. It was not hers to resume. So kind a father must relent one of these days. And if George would keep his promise, were it now, or were it in 20 years, or were it in another world, she knew she should never break hers. Hetty's face beamed with delight when, my little interview over, she saw Theo's countenance wearing a sweet tranquillity. All the doctor's medicine has not done her so much good, the fond sister said. The girls went home after their act of disobedience. I gave up the place which I had held during a brief period of happiness by my dear invalid's side. Hetty skipped back into her seat, and Charley on to his box. He told me in after days that it was a very dull, stupid sermon he had heard. The little chap was too orthodox to love dissenting preachers' sermons. Hetty was not the only one of the family who remarked her sister's altered countenance and improved spirits. I am told that on the girls' return home, their mother embraced both of them, especially the invalid, with more than common ardour of affection. There was nothing like a country ride, Aunt Lambert said, for doing her dear Theo good. She had been on the road to Hampstead, had she? She must have another ride to-morrow. Heaven be blessed, my Lord Wrotham's horses were at their orders 3 or 4 times a week, and the sweet child might have the advantage of them. As for the idea that Mr. Warrington might have happened to meet the children on their drive, Aunt Lambert never once entertained it, at least spoke of it. I leave anybody who is interested in the matter to guess whether Mrs. Lambert could, by any possibility, have supposed that her daughter and her sweetheart could ever have come together again. Do women help each other in love perplexities? Do women scheme, intrigue, make little plans, tell little fibs, provide little amorous opportunities, hang up the rope ladder, coax, wheedle, mystify the garden or Abigail, and turn their attention away while Strephon and Chloe are billing and cooing in the twilight, or whisking off in the post chaise to Gretna Green? My dear young folks, some people there are of this nature, and some kind souls who have loved tenderly and truly in their own time, continue ever after to be kindly and tenderly disposed towards their young successors when they begin to play the same pretty game. Miss Prim doesn't. If she hears of two young persons attached to each other, it is to snarl at them for fools, or to imagine of them all conceivable evil. Because she has a humpback herself, she is for biting everybody else's. I believe if she saw a pair of turtles cooing in a wood, she would turn her eyes down, or fling a stone to frighten them. But I am speaking, you see, young ladies, of your grandmother, Aunt Lambert, who was one great syllabub of human kindness. And besides, about the affair at present under discussion, how am I ever to tell whether she knew anything regarding it or not? So, all she says to Theo on her return home is, "My child, the country air has done you all the good in the world, and I hope you will take another drive to-morrow, and another, and so on. Don't you think, papa, the ride has done the child most wonderful good, and must she not be made to go out into the air?" Aunt Lambert asks of the General, when he comes in for supper. "Yes, sure, if a coach and six will do his little Theo good, she shall have it," Lambert says, "or he will drag the landau up Hampstead Hill himself, if there are no horses." And so the good man would have spent, freely, his guineas, or his breath, or his blood, to give his child pleasure. He was charmed at his girl's altered countenance. She picked a bit of chicken with appetite. She drank a little negus, which he made for her. Indeed, it did seem to be better than the doctor's best medicine, which hitherto, God wot, had been of little benefit. Mamma was gracious and happy. Hetty was radiant and rident. It was quite like an evening at home at Oakhurst. Never for months past, never since that fatal cruel day that no one spoke of, had they spent an evening so delightful. But if the other women chose to coax and cajole the good simple father, Theo herself was too honest to continue for long even that sweet and fond delusion. When, for the third or fourth time, he comes back to the delightful theme of his daughter's improved health, and asks, what has done it? Is it the country air? Is it the Jesuit's bark? Is it the new medicine? "Can't you think, dear, what it is?" she says, laying a hand upon her father's, with a tremor in her voice, perhaps, but eyes that are quite open and bright. "And what is it, my child?" asks the General. "It is because I have seen him again, papa," she says. The other two women turn pale, and Theo's heart, too, begins to palpitate, and her cheek to whiten, as she continues to look in her father's scarred face. "It was not wrong to see him," she continues, more quickly. "It would have been wrong not to tell you." "Great God!" groans the father, drawing his hand back, and with such a dreadful grief in his countenance that Hetty runs to her almost swooning sister, clasps her to her heart, and cries out rapidly, "Theo knew nothing of it, sir! It was my doing! It was all my doing!" Theo lies on her sister's neck, and kisses it 20, 50 times. "Women! Women! Are you playing with my honour?" cries the father, bursting out with a fierce exclamation. Aunt Lambert sobs wildly. "Martin! Martin!" "Don't say a word to her!" again calls out Hetty, and falls back herself, staggering towards the wall, for Theo has fainted on her shoulder. I was taking my breakfast next morning, with what appetite I might, when my door opens, and my faithful black announces, "General Lambert." At once I saw by the General's face that the yesterday's transaction was known to him. "Your accomplices did not confess," the General said, as soon as my servant had left us, "but sided with you against their father. A proof how desirable clandestine meetings are. It was from Theo herself, I heard that she had seen you. Accomplices, sir? I said, perhaps not unwilling to turn the conversation from the real point at issue. You know how fondly and dutifully your young people regard their father. If they side against you in this instance, it must be because justice is against you. A man like you is not going to set up sic volo, sic jubeo, as the sole law in his family. Psha, George! Cries the General. For though we are parted, God forbid I should desire that we should cease to love each other. I had your promise that you would not seek to see her. Nor did I go to see her, sir, I said, turning red, no doubt. For though this was truth, I own it was untrue. You mean she was brought to you, says Theo's father in great agitation. Is it behind Hester's petticoat that you will shelter yourself? What a fine defence for a gentleman! Well, I won't screen myself behind the poor child, I replied. To speak as I did was to make an attempt at evasion, and I am ill accustomed to dissemble. I did not infringe the letter of my agreement, but I acted against the spirit of it. From this moment I annul it altogether. You break your given word to me? Cries Mr. Lambert. I recall a hasty promise made on a sudden at a moment of extreme excitement and perturbation. No man can be for ever bound by words uttered at such a time. And what is more, no man of honour or humanity, Mr. Lambert, would try to bind him. Dishonour to me, sir! Exclaims the General. Yes, if the phrase is to be shuttlecocked between us, I answered hotly. There can be no question about love, or mutual regard, or difference of age, when that word is used. And were you my own father, and I love you better than a father, Uncle Lambert, I would not bear it. What have I done? I have seen the woman whom I consider my wife before God and man, and if she calls me, I will see her again. If she comes to me, here is my home for her, and the half of the little I have. 'Tis you who have no right, having made me the gift, to resume it. Because my mother taunts you unjustly, are you to visit Mrs. Esmond's wrong upon this tender, innocent creature? You profess to love your daughter, and yet can't bear a little wounded pride for her sake. Better she should perish away in misery than an old woman in Virginia should say that Mr. Lambert had schemed to marry one of his daughters. Say that, to satisfy what you call honour, and I call selfishness, we part. We break our hearts well nigh. We rally, we try to forget each other, we marry elsewhere. Can any man be to my dear as I have been? God forbid! Can any woman be to me what she is? You shall marry her to the Prince of Wales to-morrow, and it is a cowardice and treason. How can we, how can you undo the promises we have made to each other before Heaven? You may part us, and she will die as surely as if she were Jephthah's daughter. Have you made any vow to Heaven to compass her murder? Kill her if you conceive your promise so bind you. But this I swear, that I am glad you have come, so that I may here formally recall a hasty pledge which I gave, and that, call me when she will, I will come to her. No doubt this speech was made with the flurry and agitation belonging to Mr. Warrington's youth, and with the firm conviction that death would infallibly carry off one or both of the parties, in case their worldly separation was inevitably decreed. Who does not believe his first passion eternal? Having watched the world since, and seen the rise, progress, and, alas, that I must say it, decay of other amours, I may smile now as I think of my own youthful errors and ardours. But if it be a superstition, I had rather hold it. I had rather think that neither of us could have lived with any other mate, and that, of all its innumerable creatures, Heaven decreed these special two should be joined together. We must come, then, to what I had fain have spared myself, says the General in reply to my outbreak, to an unfriendly separation. When I meet you, Mr. Warrington, I must know you no more. I must order, and they will not do other than obey me. My family and children not to recognise you when they see you, since you will not recognise in your intercourse with me the respect due my age, the courtesy of gentlemen. I had hoped so far from your sense of honour, and the idea I had formed of you, that in my present great grief and perplexity I should have found you willing to soothe and help me as far as you might, for, God knows, I have need of everybody's sympathy. But instead of help, you fling obstacles in my way. Instead of a friend, a gracious Heaven pardon me, I find in you an enemy to the peace of my home and the honour of my children, sir. And as such I shall treat you, and know how to deal with you when you molest me." And waving his hand to me, and putting on his hat, Mr. Lambert hastily quit my apartment. I was confounded, and believed indeed there was war between us. The brief happiness of yesterday was clouded over and gone, and I thought that never since the day of the first separation had I felt so exquisitely unhappy as now, when the bitterness of quarrel was added to the pangs of parting, and I stood not only alone, but friendless. In the course of 1 year's constant intimacy I had come to regard Lambert with a reverence and affection which I had never felt for any mortal man except my dearest Harry. That his face should be turned from me in anger was as if the sun had gone out of my sphere, and all was dark around me. And yet I felt sure that in withdrawing the hasty promise I had made not to see Theo, I was acting rightly; that my fidelity to her, as hers now to me, was paramount to all other ties of duty or obedience; and that, ceremony or none, I was hers, first and before all. Promises were passed between us, from which no parent could absolve either; and all the priests in Christendom could no more than attest and confirm the sacred contract which had tacitly been ratified between us. I saw Jack Lambert by chance that day, as I went mechanically to my not usual haunt, the library of the new museum; and with the impetuousness of youth, and eager to impart my sorrow to some one, I took him out of the room, and led him about the gardens, and poured out my grief to him. I did not much care for Jack, who in truth was somewhat of a prig, and not a little pompous and wearisome with his Latin quotations, except in the time of my own sorrow, when I would fasten upon him or any one; and, having suffered himself in his affair with the little American, being haud ignaris mali, as I knew he would say, I found the college gentleman ready to compassionate another's misery. I told him, what has been here represented at greater length, of my yesterday's meeting with his sister, of my interview with his father in the morning, of my determination at all hazards never to part with Theo. When I found from the various quotations from the Greek and Latin authors which he uttered, that he leaned to my side of the dispute, I thought him a man of great sense, clung eagerly to his elbow, and bestowed upon him much more affection than he was accustomed at other times to have from me. I walked with him up to his father's lodgings in Dean Street, saw him enter at the dear door, surveyed the house from without with a sickening desire to know from its exterior appearance how my beloved fared within, and called for a bottle at the coffee-house where I waited Jack's return. I called him brother when I sent him away. I fondled him as the condemned wretch at Newgate hangs about the jailor or the parson, or any one who is kind to him in his misery. I drank a whole bottle of wine at the coffee-house (by the way, Jack's coffee-house was its name), called another. I thought Jack would never come back. He appeared at length with rather a scared face, and coming to my box, poured out for himself 2 or 3 bumpers from my second bottle, and then fell to his story, which to me at least was not a little interesting. My poor Theo was keeping her room, it appeared, being much agitated by the occurrences of yesterday, and Jack had come home in time to find dinner on table, after which his good father held forth upon the occurrences of the morning, being anxious and able to speak more freely, he said, because his eldest son was present, and Theodosia was not in the room. The General stated what had happened at my lodgings between me and him. He bade Hester be silent, who indeed was as dumb as a mouse, poor thing. He told Aunt Lambert, who was indulging in that matafaction of pocket-handkerchiefs which I have before described, and with something like an imprecation that the women were all against him, and pimps, he called them, for one another, and frantically turning round to Jack, asked what was his view in the matter. To his father's surprise, and his mother's and sister's delight, Jack made a speech on my side. He ruled with me, citing what ancient authorities I don't know, that the matter had gone out of the hands of the parents on either side, that, having given their consent some months previously, the elders had put themselves out of court. Though he did not hold with a respectable, he might say a host of divines, those sacramental views of the marriage ceremony, for which there was a great deal to be said, yet he held it, if possible, even more sacredly than they, conceiving that though marriages were made before the civil magistrate, and without the priest, yet they were, before Heaven, binding and indissoluble. "It is not merely, sir," says Jack, turning to his father, "those whom I, Jack Lambert, priest, have joined, let no man put asunder. It is those whom God has joined, let no man separate." Here he took off his hat as he told the story to me. "My views are clear upon the point, and surely these young people were joined, or permitted to plight themselves to each other, by the consent of you, the priest of your own family. My views, I say, are clear, and I will lay them down at length in a series of 2 or 3 discourses, which, no doubt, will satisfy you." Upon which, says Jack, my father said, "I am satisfied already, my dear boy." And my lively little Het, who has much archness, whispers to me, "Jack, mother and I will make you a dozen shirts, as sure as eggs is eggs." Whilst we were talking, Mr. Lambert resumed, my sister Theodosia made her appearance, I must say very much agitated and pale, kissed our father, and sat down at his side, and took a sippet of toast. "My dear George, this port is excellent, and I drink your health," and took a sippet of toast, and dipped it in the negus. "You should have been here to hear Jack's sermon," says Hester. "He has been preaching most beautifully." "Has he?" asks Theodosia, who is too languid and weak, poor thing, much to care for the exercises of eloquence or the display of authorities, such as I must own, says Jack, it was given to me this afternoon to bring forward. "He has talked for 3/4 of an hour, by Shrewsbury clock," says my father, though I certainly had not talked so long or half so long by my own watch. "And his discourse has been you, my dear," says papa, playing with Theodosia's hand. "Me, papa?" "You and Mr. Warrington, and George, my love," says papa, upon which, says Mr. Jack, my sister came closer to the General, and laid her head upon him, and wept upon his shoulder. "This is different, sir," says I, "to a passage I remember in Pausanias." "In Pausanias, indeed!" says the General. "And pray who was he?" I smiled at my father's simplicity in exposing his ignorance before his children. When Ulysses was taking away Penelope from her father, the king hastened after his daughter and bridegroom, and besought his darling to return; whereupon, it is related, Ulysses offered her choice, whether she would return or go on with him. Upon which the daughter of Icarius covered her face with her veil. "For want of a veil, my sister has taken refuge in your waistcoat, sir," I said, and we all laughed, though my mother vowed that if such a proposal had been made to her, or Penelope had been a girl of spirit, she would have gone home with her father that instant. "But I am not a girl of any spirit, dear mother," says Theodosia, still in gremio patris. "I do not remember that this habit of caressing was frequent in my own youth," continues Jack. "But after some more discourse, Brother Warrington bethought me of you, and left my parents insisting upon Theodosia returning to bed. The late transactions have, it appears, weakened and agitated her much. I myself have experienced in my own case how full of soliciti timoris is a certain passion, how it racks the spirits, and I make no doubt, if carried far enough, or indulged to the extent to which women who have little philosophy will permit it to go, I make no doubt, I say, is ultimately injurious to the health. My service to you, brother." From grief to hope, how rapid the change was! What a flood of happiness poured into my soul, and glowed in the whole being! Landlord, more port! Would honest Jack have drunk a binful, I would have treated him. And to say truth, Jack's sympathy was large in this case, and it had been generous all day. I declined to score the bottles of port, and placed to the fabulous computations of interested waiters the amount scored against me in the reckoning. Jack was my dearest, best of brothers. My friendship for him, I swore, should be eternal. If I could do him any service, were it a bishopric, by George, he should have it. He says it was interrupted by the watchman rhapsodising verses beneath the loved one's window. I know not. I know I awoke joyfully and rapturously, in spite of a racking headache the next morning. Nor did I know the extent of my happiness quite, or the entire conversation of my dear noble enemy of the previous morning. It must have been galling to the pride of an elder man to have to yield to representations and objections couched in language so little dutiful as that I had used towards Mr. Lambert. But the true Christian gentleman, retiring from his talk with me, mortified and wounded by my asperity of remonstrance, as well as by the pain which he saw his beloved daughter suffer, went thoughtfully and sadly to his business, as he subsequently told me, and in the afternoon, as his custom not unfrequently was, into a church which was open for prayers; and it was here, on his knees, submitting his case in the quarter whither he frequently, though privately, came for guidance and comfort, that it seemed to him that his child was right in her persistent fidelity to me, and himself wrong in demanding her utter submission. Hence Jack's cause was won almost before he began to plead it; and the brave, gentle heart, which could bear no rancour, which bled at inflicting pain on those it loved, which even shrank from asserting authority or demanding submission, was only too glad to return to its natural pulses of love and affection. End of chapter 77. Chapter 78 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 78. Pyramus and Thisbe. In examining the old papers at home, years afterwards, I found, docketed and labelled with my mother's well-known neat handwriting, "From London, April, 1760," my son's dreadful letter. When it came to me mind, I burnt the document, not choosing that that story of domestic grief and disunion should remain amongst our family annals for future Warringtons to gaze on, mayhap, and disobedient sons to hold up as examples of foregone domestic rebellions. For similar reasons, I have destroyed the paper which my mother despatched to me at this time of tyranny, revolt, annoyance, and irritation. Maddened by the pangs of separation from my mistress, and not unrightly, considering that Mrs. Esmond was the prime cause of the greatest grief and misery which had ever befallen me in the world, I wrote home to Virginia a letter, which might have been more temperate, it is true, but in which I endeavoured to maintain the extremest respect and reticence. I said I did not know by what motives she had been influenced, but that I held her answerable for the misery of my future life, which she had chosen wilfully to mar and render wretched. She had occasioned a separation between me and a virtuous and innocent young creature, whose own hopes, health, and happiness were cast down for ever by Mrs. Esmond's interference. The deed was done as I feared, and I would offer no comment upon the conduct of the perpetrator, who was answerable to God alone. But I did not disguise from my mother that the injury which she had done me was so dreadful and mortal that her life or mine could never repair it; that the tie of my allegiance was broken towards her, and that I never could be, as heretofore, her dutiful and respectful son. Madam Esmond replied to me in a letter of very great dignity. Her style and correspondence were extraordinarily elegant and fine. She uttered not a single reproach or hard word, but coldly gave me to understand that it was before that awful tribunal of God she had referred the case between us, and asked for counsel; that in respect of her own conduct as a mother she was ready, in all humility, to face it. Might I, as a son, be equally able to answer for myself, and to show, when the great judge demanded the question of me, whether I had done my own duty, and honoured my father and mother? Oh, popoi! My grandfather has quoted in his memoir a line of Homer, showing how in our troubles and griefs the gods are always called in question. When our pride, our avarice, our interest, our desire to domineer are worked upon, are we not for ever pestering Heaven to decide in their favour? In our great American quarrel, did we not on both sides appeal to the skies as to the justice of our causes, sing Te Deum for victory, and boldly express our confidence that the right should prevail? Was America right because she was victorious? Then I suppose Poland was wrong because she was defeated. How am I wandering into this digression about Poland, America, and what not? And all the while thinking of a little woman now no more, who appealed to Heaven and confronted it with 1,000 texts out of its own book, because her son wanted to make a marriage not of her liking. We appeal, we imprecate, we go down on our knees, we demand blessings, we shriek out the sentence according to law. The great course of the great world moves on. We pant, and strive, and struggle. We hate, we rage, we weep passionate tears, we reconcile, we race and win, we race and lose, we pass away, and other little strugglers succeed. Our days are spent, our night comes, and another morning rises, which shines on us no more. My letter to Madam Esmond, announcing my revolt and disobedience. Perhaps I myself was a little proud of the composition of that document. I showed in duplicate to Mr. Lambert, because I wished him to understand what my relations to my mother were, and how I was determined, whatever of threats or quarrels the future might bring, never, for my own part, to consider my separation from Theo as other than a forced one. Whenever I could see her again, I would. My word given to her was in secula seculorum, or binding at least as long as my life should endure. I implied that the girl was similarly bound to me, and her poor father knew indeed as much. He might separate us, as he might give her a dose of poison, and the gentle obedient creature would take it and die. But the death or separation would be his doing. Let him answer them. Now, he was tender about his children to weakness, and could not have the heart to submit any one of them, this one especially, to torture. We had tried to part. We could not. He had endeavoured to separate us. It was more than was in his power. The bars were up, but the young couple, the maid within and the knight without, were loving each other all the same. The wall was built, but Pyramus and Thisbe were whispering on either side. In the midst of all his grief and perplexity, Uncle Lambert had plenty of humour, and could not but see that his role was rather a sorry one. Light was beginning to show through that lime and rough plaster of the wall. The lovers were getting their hands through, then their heads through. Indeed, it was Wall's best business to retire. I forget what happened stage by stage and day by day, nor, for the instruction of future ages, does it much matter. When my descendants have love scrapes of their own, they will find their own means of getting out of them. I believe I did not go back to Dean Street, but that practice of driving in the open air was considered most healthful for Miss Lambert. I got a fine horse, and rode by the side of her carriage. The old woman at Tottenham Court came to know both of us quite well, and nod and wink in the most friendly manner when we passed by. I fancy the old goody was not unaccustomed to interest herself in young couples, and had dispensed the hospitality of her roadside cottage to more than one pair. The doctor and the country air effected a prodigious cure upon Miss Lambert. Hetty always attended as duenna, and sometimes of his holiday Master Charley rode my horse when I got into the carriage. What a deal of love making Miss Hetty heard! With what exemplary patience she listened to it! I do not say she went to hear the Methodist sermons any more, but 'tis certain that when we had a closed carriage, she would very kindly and considerately look out of the window. Then what heaps of letters there were! What running to and fro! Gumbo's bandy legs were for ever on the trot, from my quarters to Dean Street; and on my account or her own, Mrs. Molly, the girl's maid, was for ever bringing back answers to Bloomsbury. By the time when the autumn leaves began to turn pale, Miss Theo's roses were in full bloom again, and my good Dr. Heberden's cure was pronounced to be complete. What else happened during this blessed period? Mr. Warrington completed his great tragedy of Pocahontas, which was not only accepted by Mr. Garrick this time, his friend Dr. Johnson having spoken not unfavourably of the work, but my friend and cousin Hagan was engaged by the manager to perform the part of the hero, Captain Smith. Hagan's engagement was not made before it was wanted. I had helped him and his family with means disproportioned, perhaps, to my power, especially considering my feud with Madam Esmond, whose answer to my angry missive of April came to me towards autumn, and who wrote back from Virginia with war for war, controlment for controlment. These menaces, however, frightened me little, for my mother's thunder could not reach me, and my conscience or casuistry supplied me with other interpretations for her texts of Scripture, so that her oracles had not the least weight with me in frightening me from my purpose. How my new love speeded, I neither informed her nor any other members of my maternal or paternal family, who, on both sides, had been bitter against my marriage. Of what use wrangling with them? It was better to carpere diem and its sweet loves and pleasures, and to leave the railers to grumble, or the seniors to advise, at their ease. Besides Madam Esmond, I had, it must be owned, in the frantic rage of my temporary separation, addressed notes of wondrous sarcasm to my Uncle Warrington, to my Aunt Madame de Bernstein, and to my Lord or Lady of Castlewood, I forget to which individually, thanking them for the trouble which they had taken in preventing the dearest happiness of my life, and promising them a corresponding gratitude from their obliged relative. Business brought the jovial Baronet and his family to London somewhat earlier than usual, and Madame de Bernstein was never sorry to get back to Clarges Street and her cards. I saw them. They found me perfectly well. They concluded the match was broken off, and I did not choose to undeceive them. The Baroness took heart at seeing how cheerful I was, and made many sly jokes about my philosophy, and my prudent behaviour as a man of the world. She was, as ever, bent upon finding a rich match for me, and I fear I paid many compliments at her house to a rich young soap boiler's daughter from Mile End, whom the worthy Baroness wished to place in my arms. "You court her with infinite wit and esprit, my dear," said the pleased kinswoman, "but she does not understand half you say, and the other half, I think, frightens her. This ton de persiflage is very well in our society, but you must be sparing of it, my dear nephew, amongst these roturiers." Miss Badge married a young gentleman of royal dignity, though shattered fortunes, from a neighbouring island, and I trust Mrs. Mackshane has ere this pardoned my levity. There was another person besides Miss at my aunt's house, who did not understand my persiflage much better than Miss herself, and that was a lady who had seen James the Second's reign, and who was alive and as worldly as ever in King George's. I love to be with her, but that my little folks have access to this volume, I could put down 100 stories of the great old folks whom she had known in the great old days, of George the First and his ladies, of St. John and Marlborough, of his reigning Majesty and the late Prince of Wales, and the causes of the quarrel between them. But my modest muse pipes for boys and virgins. Son Miles does not care about court stories, or, if he doth, has a fresh budget from Carlton House, quite as bad as the worst of our old Baroness. No, my dear wife, thou hast no need to shake thy powdered locks at me. Papa is not going to scandalise his nursery with old world gossip, nor bring a blush over our chaste bread and butter. But this piece of scandal I cannot help. My aunt used to tell it with infinite gusto, for, to do her justice, she hated your would-be good people, and sniggered over the faults of the self-styled righteous with uncommon satisfaction. In her later days she had no hypocrisy at least, and in so far was better than some whitewashed. Well, to the story. My Lady Warrington, one of the tallest and the most virtuous of her sex, who had goodness for ever on her lips and heaven in her eye, like the woman in Mr. Addison's tedious tragedy, which has kept the stage, from which some others, which shall be nameless, have disappeared, had the world in her other eye, and an exceedingly shrewd desire of pushing herself in it. What does she do, when my marriage with your ladyship yonder was supposed to be broken off, but attempt to play off on me those arts which she had tried on my poor Harry with such signal ill success, and which failed with me likewise? It was not the beauty. Miss Flora was for my master, and what a master! I protest I take off my hat at the idea of such an illustrious connection. It was Dora, the muse, was set upon me to languish at me and to pity me, and to read even my godless tragedy, and applaud me and console me. Meanwhile, how was the beauty occupied? Will it be believed that my severe aunt gave a great entertainment to my Lady Yarmouth, presented her boy to her, and placed poor little Miles under her ladyship's august protection? That so far is certain. But can it be that she sent her daughter to stay at my lady's house, which our gracious lord and master daily visited, and within the views which old Aunt Bernstein attributed to her? "But for that fit of apoplexy, my dear," Bernstein said, "that aunt of yours intended that there should have been a countess in her own right in the Warrington family." Compare Walpole's letters in Mr. Cunningham's excellent new edition. See the story of the supper at N. House, to show what great noblemen would do for a king's mistress, and the pleasant account of the waiting for the Prince of Wales before Holland House. Editor. My neighbour and kinswoman, my Lady Claypole, is dead and buried. Grow white, ye daisies, upon Flora's tomb. I can see my pretty Miles, in a gay little uniform of the Norfolk militia, led up by his parent to the lady whom the king delighted to honour, and the good-natured old Jezebel laying her hand upon the boy's curly pate. I am accused of being but a lukewarm Royalist, but sure I can contrast those times with ours, and acknowledge the difference between the late sovereign and the present, who, born a Briton, has given to every family in the empire an example of decorum and virtuous life. The Warrington, MS., is dated 1793. Editor. Thus my life sped in the pleasantest of all occupation, and being so happy myself, I could afford to be reconciled to those who, after all, had done me no injury, but rather added to the zest of my happiness by the brief obstacle which they had placed in my way. No specific plans were formed, but Theo and I knew that a day would come when we need say farewell no more. Should the day befall a year hence, 10 years hence, we were ready to wait. Day after day we discussed our little plans, with Hetty for our confidante. On our drives we spied out pretty cottages that we thought might suit young people of small means. We devised all sorts of delightful schemes and childish economies. We were Strephon and Chloe, to be sure. A cot and a brown loaf should content us. Gumbo and Molly should wait upon us, as indeed they have done from that day until this. At 20, who is afraid of being poor? Our trials would only confirm our attachment. The sweet sorrow of every day's parting but made the morrow's meeting more delightful. And when we separated, we ran home and wrote each other those precious letters which we and other young gentlemen and ladies write under such circumstances. But though my wife has them all in a great tin sugar-box in the closet in her bedroom, and I own I myself have looked at them once, and even thought some of them pretty, I hereby desire my heirs and executors to burn them all unread at our demise, specially desiring my son the Captain, to whom I know the perusal of MSS. Is not pleasant, to perform this duty. Those secrets whispered to the penny post, or delivered between Molly and Gumbo, were intended for us alone, and no ears of our descendants shall overhear them. We heard, in successive brief letters, how our dear Harry continued with the army as Mr. General Amherst's aide de camp after the death of his own glorious general. By the middle of October there came news of the capitulation of Montreal and the whole of Canada, and a brief postscript in which Hal said he would ask for leave now, and must go and see the old lady at home, who wrote as sulky as a bear, Captain Warrington remarked. I could guess why, though the clause could not reach me. I had written pretty fully to my brother how affairs were standing with me in England. Then, on the 25th October, comes the news that his Majesty has fallen down dead at Kensington, and that George III reigned over us. I fear we grieve but little. What do those care for the Atridae, whose hearts are strung only to Erota Maunin? A modest, handsome, brave new prince, we gladly accept the common report that he is endowed with every virtue, and we cry huzzay with the loyal crowd that hails his accession. It could make little difference to us, as we thought, simple young sweethearts, whispering our little love stories in our corner. But who can say how great events affect him? Did not our little Charley at the Chartreux wish impiously for a new king immediately, because on his gracious Majesty's accession Dr. Crusius gave his boys a holiday? He and I, and Hetty, and Theo Miss Theo was strong enough to walk many a delightful mile now heard the heralds proclaim his new Majesty before Savile House in Leicester Fields, and a pickpocket got the watch and chain of a gentleman hard by us, and was caught and carried to Bridewell, all on account of his Majesty's accession. Had the king not died, the gentleman would not have been in the crowd, the chain would not have been seized, the thief would not have been caught and soundly whipped. In this way many of us, more or less remotely, were implicated in the great change which ensued, and even we humble folks were affected by it presently. As thus, my Lord Wrotham was a great friend of the august family of Savile House, who knew and esteemed his many virtues. Now, of all living men, my Lord Wrotham knew and loved best his neighbour and old fellow soldier, Martin Lambert, declaring that the world contained few better gentlemen. and my Lord Bute, being all potent, at first, with his Majesty, and a nobleman, as I believe, very eager at the commencement of his brief and luckless tenure of power, to patronise merit wherever he could find it, was strongly prejudiced in Mr. Lambert's favour by the latter's old and constant friend. My and Harry's old friend Parson Sampson, who had been in and out of jail I don't know how many times of late years, and retained an ever enduring hatred for the Esmonds of Castlewood, and as lasting a regard for me and my brother, was occupying poor Hal's vacant bed at my lodgings at this time, being in truth hunted out of his own by the bailiffs. I liked to have Sampson near me, for a more amusing Jack Friar never walked in cassock, and besides, he entered into all my rhapsodies about Miss Theo, was never tired, so he vowed, of hearing me talk of her, admired Pocahontas and Carpezan with, I do believe, an honest enthusiasm, and could repeat whole passages of those tragedies with an emphasis and effect that Barry or Cousin Hagan himself could not surpass. Sampson was the go-between between Lady Maria and such of her relations as had not disowned her, and, always in debt himself, was never more happy than in drinking a pot, or mingling his tears with his friends in similar poverty. His acquaintance with pawnbrokers' shops was prodigious. He could procure more money, he boasted, on an article than any gentleman of his cloth. He never paid his own debts, to be sure, but he was ready to forgive his debtors. Poor as he was, he always found means to love and help his needy little sister, and a more prodigal, kindly, amiable rogue never probably grinned behind bars. They say that I love to have parasites about me. I own to have had a great liking for Sampson, and to have esteemed him much better than probably much better men. When he heard how my Lord Bute was admitted into the Cabinet, Sampson vowed and declared that his lordship, a great lover of the drama, who had been to see Carpezan, who had admired it, and who would act the part of the king very finely in it, he vowed by George that my lord must give me a place worthy of my birth and merits. He insisted upon it that I should attend his lordship's levee. I wouldn't? The Esmonds were all as proud as Lucifer, and, to be sure, my berth was as good as that of any man in Europe. Demmy! Where was my lord himself when the Esmonds were lords of great counties, warriors, and crusaders? Where were they? Beggarly Scotchmen, without a rag to their backs, by George, tearing raw fish in their islands. But now the times were changed. The Scotchmen were in luck. Mum's the word. I don't envy him, says Sampson, but he shall provide for you and my dearest, noblest, heroic captain. He shall, by George! Would my worthy parson roar out. And when, in the month after his accession, his Majesty ordered the play of Richard III. At Drury Lane, my chaplain cursed, vowed, swore, but he would have him to Covent Garden to see Carpezan too. And now, one morning, he bursts into my apartment, where I happened to lie rather late, waving the newspaper in his hand, and singing "Huzzah!" with all his might. "What is it, Sampson?" says I. "Has my brother got his promotion?" "No, in truth, but some one else has. Huzzay! Huzzay! His Majesty has appointed Major General Martin Lambert to be Governor and Commander-in-Chief of the island of Jamaica." I started up. Here was news indeed. Mr. Lambert would go to his government, and who would go with him? I had been supping with some genteel young fellows at the Cocoa Tree. The rascal Gumbo had a note for me from my dear mistress on the night previous, conveying the same news to me, and had delayed to deliver it. Theo begged me to see her at the old place at midday the next day without fail. In the Warrington MS. there is not a word to say what the old place was. Perhaps some obliging reader of Notes and Queries will be able to inform me, and who Mrs. Goodison was. Editor. There was no little trepidation in our little council when we reached our place of meeting. Papa had announced his acceptance of the appointment, and his speedy departure. he would have a frigate given him, and take his family with him. Merciful powers! And were we to be parted? My Theo's old deathly paleness returned to her. Aunt Lambert thought she would have swooned. One of Mrs. Goodison's girls had a bottle of salts, and ran up with it from the workroom. Going away? Going away in a frigate, Aunt Lambert? Going to tear her away from me? Great God, Aunt Lambert, I shall die! She was better when mamma came up from the workroom with the young lady's bottle of salts. You see, the women used to meet me. Knowing dear Theo's delicate state, how could they refrain from compassionating her? But the General was so busy with his levees, and his waiting on ministers, and his outfit, and the settlement of his affairs at home, that they never happened to tell him about our little walks and meetings; and, even when orders for the outfit of the ladies were given, Mrs. Goodison, who had known and worked for Miss Molly Benson as a schoolgirl, she remembered Miss Esmond of Virginia perfectly, the worthy lady told me, and a dress she made for the young lady to be presented at her Majesty's ball. Even when the outfit was ordered for the three ladies, says Mrs. Goodison, demurely, why, I thought I could do no harm in completing the order. Now, I need not say in what perturbation of mind Mr. Warrington went home in the evening to his lodgings, after the discussion with the ladies of the above news. No, or at least a very few, more walks, no more rides to dear, dear Hampstead or beloved Islington, no more fetching and carrying of letters for Gumbo and Molly. The former blubbered so, that Mr. Warrington was quite touched by his fidelity, and gave him a crown piece to go to supper with the poor girl, who turned out to be his sweetheart. What, you too unhappy, Gumbo, and torn from the maid you love? I was ready to mingle with him tear for tear. What a solemn conference I had with Sampson that evening! He knew my affairs, my expectations, my mother's anger. Psha! That was far off, and he knew some excellent Liberal people of the order of Melchizedek, who would discount the other. The General would not give his consent. Sampson shrugged his broad shoulders, and swore a great roaring oath. My mother would not relent. What then? A man was a man, and to make his own way in the world, he supposed. He is only a churl who won't play for such a stake as that, and lose or win, by George! Shouts the chaplain, over a bottle of Burgundy at the Bedford Head, where he dined. I need not put down our conversation. We were two of us, and I think there was only one mind between us. Our talk was of a Saturday night. I did not tell Theo, nor any relative of hers, what was being done. But when the dear child faltered and talked, trembling, of the coming departure, I bade her bear up, and vowed all would be well so confidently, that she, who has ever taken her alarms and joys from my face (I wish, my dear, it were sometimes not so gloomy), could not but feel confidence, and placed, with many fond words that need not here be repeated, her entire trust in me, murmuring those sweet words of Ruth that must have comforted myriads of tender hearts in my dearest maiden's plight: that whither I would go, she would go, and that my people should be hers. At last, one day, the General's preparations being made, the trunks encumbering the passages of the dear old Dean Street lodging, which I shall love as long as I shall remember at all, one day, almost the last of his stay, when the good man, his Excellency we called him now, came home to his dinner, a comfortless meal enough it was in the present condition of the family, he looked round the table at the place where I had used to sit in happy old days, and sighed out, "I wish Molly George were here." "Do you, Martin?" asks Aunt Lambert, flinging into his arms. "Yes, I do. But I don't wish you to choke me, Molly," he says. "I love him dearly. I may go away and never see him again, and take his foolish little sweetheart along with me. I suppose you will write to each other, children? I can't prevent that, you know. And until he changes his mind, I suppose Miss Theo won't obey papa's orders, and get him out of her foolish little head. Wilt thou, Theo?" "No, dearest, dearest, best papa." "What? More embraces and kisses? What does all this mean?" "It means that George is in the drawing room," says mamma. "Is he? My dearest boy!" cries the General. "Come to me. Come in." And when I entered he held me to his heart and kissed me. I confess at this I was so overcome that I fell down on my knees before the dear good man, and sobbed on his own. "God bless you, my dearest boy!" he mutters hurriedly. "Always loved you as a son, haven't I, Molly? Broke my heart nearly when I quarrelled with you about this little What? Odds marrow bones! All down on your knees? Mrs. Lambert, pray, what is the meaning of all this?" "Dearest, dearest papa, I will go with you all the same," whimpers one of the kneeling party, "and I will wait, oh, as long as ever my dearest father wants me." "In Heaven's name," roars the General, "tell me what has happened!" What had happened was, that George Esmond Warrington and Theodosia Lambert had been married in Southwark that morning, their banns having been duly called in the church of a certain friend of the Reverend Mr. Sampson. End of chapter 78. Chapter 79 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 79, containing both comedy and tragedy. We who had been active in the guilty scene of the morning felt terribly guilty when we saw the effect which our conduct had produced upon him who of all others we loved and respected. The shock to the good man was strange, and pitiful to us to witness who had administered it. The child of his heart had deceived and disobeyed him. I declare I think, my dear, now we would not or could not do it over again. His whole family had entered into a league against him. Dear, kind friend and father! We know thou hast pardoned our wrong in the heaven where thou dwellest amongst purified spirits who learned on earth how to love and pardon. To love and forgive were easy duties with that man. Beneficence was natural to him, and a sweet, smiling humility; and to wound either was to be savage and brutal, as to torture a child or strike blows at a nursing woman. The deed done, all we guilty ones grovelled in the earth before the man we had injured. I pass over the scenes of forgiveness, of reconciliation, of common worship together, of final separation when the good man departed to his government, and the ship sailed away before us, leaving me and Theo on the shore. We stood there hand in hand, horribly abashed, silent, and guilty. My wife did not come to me till her father went. In the interval between the ceremony of our marriage and his departure, she had remained at home, occupying her old place by her father, and bed by her sister's side. He as kind as ever, but the women almost speechless among themselves. Aunt Lambert, for once, unkind and fretful in her temper, and little Hetty feverish and strange, and saying, "I wish we were gone! I wish we were gone!" Though admitted to the house and forgiven, I slunk away during those last days, and only saw my wife for a minute or two in the street or with her family. She was not mine till they were gone. We went to Winchester and Hampton for what may be called our wedding. It was but a dismal business. For a while we felt utterly lonely, and of our dear father as if we had buried him, or drove him to the grave by our undutifulness. I made Sampson announce our marriage in the papers. My wife used to hang down her head before the poor fellow afterwards. I took Mrs. Warrington back to my old lodgings in Bloomsbury, where there was plenty of room for us, and our modest married life began. I wrote home a letter to my mother in Virginia, informing her of no particulars, but only that Mr. Lambert being about to depart for his government, I considered myself bound in honour to fulfil my promise towards his dearest daughter, and stated that I intended to carry out my intention of completing my studies for the bar, and qualifying myself for employment at home. or in our own or any other colony. My good Mrs. Mountain answered this letter, by desire of Madam Esmond, she said, who thought that, for the sake of peace, my communications had best be conducted that way. I found my relatives in a fury which was perfectly amusing to witness. The butler's face, as he said, "Not at home," at my uncle's house in Hill Street, was a blank tragedy that might have been studied by Garrick when he sees Banquo. My poor little wife was on my arm, and we were tripping away, laughing at the fellow's accueil, when we came upon my lady in a street stoppage in her chair. I took off my hat and made her the lowest possible bow. I affectionately asked after my dear cousins. "I wonder you dare look me in the face!" Lady Warrington gasped out. "Nay, don't deprive me of that precious privilege," says I. "Move on, Peter!" she screams to her chairman. "Your ladyship would not impale your own husband's flesh and blood?" says I. She rattles up the glass of her chair in a fury. I kiss my hand, take off my hat, and perform another of my very finest bows. Walking shortly afterwards in Hyde Park with my dearest companion, I met my little cousin exercising on horseback with a groom behind him. As soon as he sees us, he gallops up to us, the groom powdering afterwards and bawling out, "Stop, Master Miles, stop!" "I am not to speak to my cousin," says Miles, "but telling you to send my love to Harry is not speaking to you, is it? Is that my new cousin? I'm not told not to speak to her. I'm Miles' cousin, Sir Miles Warrington, Baronet's son, and you are very pretty." "Now, do now, Master Miles," says the groom, touching his hat to us, and the boy trots away laughing and looking at us over his shoulder. "You see how my relations have determined to treat me," I said to my partner. "As if I married you for your relations," says Theo, her eyes beaming joy and love into mine. Ah, how happy we were! How brisk and pleasant the winter! How snug the kettle by the fire, where the abashed Sampson sometimes came and made the punch! How delightful the night at the theatre, for which our friends bought us tickets of admission, and where we daily expected our new play of Pocahontas would rival the successes of all former tragedies! The fickle old aunt of Clarges Street, who received me on my first coming to London with my wife with a burst of scorn, mollified presently, and as soon as she came to know Theo, who she had pronounced to be an insignificant little country-faced chit, fell utterly in love with her, and would have her to tea and supper every day when there was no other company. "As for company, my dears," she would say, "I don't ask you. You are no longer du monde. Your marriage has put that entirely out of the question." So she would have had us come to amuse her, and go in and out by the back stairs. My wife was fine lady enough to feel only amused at this reception, and I must do the Baroness's domestics the justice to say, that had we been Duke and Duchess we could not have been received with more respect. Madame de Bernstein was very much tickled and amused with my story of Lady Warrington and the chair. I acted it for her, and gave her anecdotes of the pious baronet's lady and her daughters, which pleased the mischievous, lively old woman. The Dowager Countess of Castlewood, now established in her house at Kensington, gave us that kind of welcome which genteel ladies extend to their poorer relatives. We went once or twice to her ladyship's drums at Kensington, but losing more money at cards, and spending more money in coach hire than I liked to afford, we speedily gave up those entertainments, and, I dare say, were no more missed or regretted than other people in the fashionable world, who are carried by death, debt, or other accident out of the polite sphere. My Theo did not in the least regret this exclusion. She had made her appearance at one of these drums, attired in some little ornaments which her mother left behind her, and by which the good lady set some store. But I thought her own white neck was a great deal prettier than those poor twinkling stones, and there were dowagers whose wrinkled old bones blazed with rubies and diamonds, which, I am sure, they would gladly have exchanged for her modest parure of beauty and freshness. Not a soul spoke to her, except, to be sure, Beau Lothair, a friend of Mr. Will's, who prowled about Bloomsbury afterwards, and even sent my wife a billet. I met him in Covent Garden shortly after, and promised to break his ugly face if ever I saw it in the neighbourhood of my lodgings, and Madam Theo was molested no further. The only one of our relatives who came to see us Madame de Bernstein never came. She sent her coach for us sometimes, or made inquiries regarding us by her woman or her major domo, was our poor Maria, who, with her husband, Mr. Hagan, often took a share of our homely dinner. Then we had friend Spencer from the Temple, who admired our Arcadian felicity, and gently asked our sympathy for his less fortunate loves. And twice or thrice the famous Dr. Johnson came in for a dish of Theo's tea. A dish? A pailful! "And a pail the best thing to feed him, sir," says Mr. Gumbo indignantly. For the doctor's appearance was not pleasant, nor his linen particularly white. He snorted, he grew red and sputtered in feeding. He flung his meat about, and bawled out in contradicting people, and annoyed my Theo, whom he professed to admire greatly, by saying every time he saw her, "Madam, you do not love me. I see by your manner you do not love me, though I admire you, and come here for your sake. Here is my friend Mr. Reynolds, that shall paint you. He has no ceruse in his paint box that is as brilliant as your complexion." And so Mr. Reynolds, a most perfect and agreeable gentleman, would have painted my wife; but I knew what his price was, and did not choose to incur that expense. I wish I had now, for the sake of the children, that they might see what yonder face was like some 35 years ago. To me, madam, 'tis the same now as ever, and your ladyship is always young. What annoyed Mrs. Warrington with Dr. Johnson more than his contradictions, his sputterings, and his dirty nails, was, I think, an unfavourable opinion which he formed of my new tragedy. Hagan once proposed that he should read some scenes from it after tea. "Nay, sir, conversation is better," says the doctor. "I can read for myself, or hear you at the theatre. I had rather hear Mrs. Warrington's artless prattle than your declamation of Mr. Warrington's decasyllables. Tell us about your household affairs, madam, and whether his Excellency your father is well, and whether you made the pudding and the butter sauce. The butter sauce was delicious. He loved it so well that he had kept a large quantity in the bosom of a very dingy shirt. You made it as though you loved me. You helped me as though you loved me, though you don't. Faith, sir, you were taking some of the present away with you in your waistcoat," says Hagan, with much spirit. "Sir, you are rude!" bawls the doctor. "You are unacquainted with the first principles of politeness, which is courtesy before ladies. Having received an university education, I am surprised that you have not learned the rudiments of politeness. I respect Mrs. Warrington. I should never think of making personal remarks about her guests before her." "Then, sir," says Hagan, fiercely, "why did you speak of my theatre?" "Sir, you are saucy!" roars the doctor. "De te fabula," says the actor. "I think it is your waistcoat that is saucy. Madam, shall I make some punch in the way we make it in Ireland?" The doctor, puffing and purple in the face, was wiping the dingy shirt with a still more dubious pocket handkerchief, which he then applied to his forehead. After this exercise he blew a Hyperborean whistle, as if to blow his wrath away. It is de me, sir, though, as a young man, perhaps you need not have told me so. I drop my point, sir. If you had been wrong, I am sure I am bound to ask your pardon for setting you so," says Mr. Hagan, with a fine bow. "Doesn't he look like a god?" says Maria, clutching my wife's hand; and indeed Mr. Hagan did look like a handsome young gentleman. His colour had risen, he had put his hand to his breast with a noble air. Chaumont or Castalio could not present himself better. "Let me make you some lemonade, sir. My papa has sent us a box of fresh limes. May we send you some to the Temple?" "Madam, if they stay in your house, they will lose their quality and turn sweet," says the doctor. "Mr. Hagan, you are a young sauce box, that's what you are. Ho, ho! It is I have been wrong." "Oh, my lord, my Polidor!" bleats Lady Maria, when she was alone in my wife's drawing-room. "Oh, I could hear thee talk for ever thus, eternally admiring, fix and gaze on those dear eyes, for every glance they send darts through my soul, and fills my heart with rapture. Thou knowest not, my Theo, what a pearl and paragon of a man my Castalio is, my Chaumont, my oh, dear me, child! What a pity it is that in your husband's tragedy he should have to take the horrid name of Captain Smith!" Upon this tragedy not only my literary hopes, but much of my financial prospects were founded. My brother's debts discharged, my mother's drafts from home duly honoured, my own expenses paid, which, though moderate, were not inconsiderable, pretty nearly the whole of my patrimony had been spent, and this auspicious moment I must choose for my marriage. I could raise money on my inheritance, that was not impossible, though certainly costly. My mother could not leave her eldest son without a maintenance, whatever our quarrels might be. I had health, strength, good wits, some friends, and reputation. Above all, my famous tragedy, which the manager had promised to perform, and upon the proceeds of this I counted for my present support. What becomes of the arithmetic of youth? How do we then calculate that £100 is a maintenance, and 1,000 a fortune? How did I dare play against fortune with such odds? I succeeded, I remember, in convincing my dear General, and he left home convinced that his son-in-law had, for the present necessity at least, a score of £100 at his command. He and his dear Molly had begun life with less, and the ravens had somehow always fed them. As for the women, the question of poverty was one of pleasure to those sentimental souls, and Aunt Lambert, for her part, declared it would be wicked and irreligious to doubt of a provision being made for her children. Was the righteous ever forsaken? Did the just man ever have to beg his bread? She knew better than that. No, no, my dears, I am not going to be afraid on that account, I warrant you. Look at me and my General. Theo believed all I said, and wished to believe myself. So we actually began life upon a capital of 5 acts, and about £300 of ready money in hand. Well, the time of the appearance of the famous tragedy drew near, and my friends canvassed the town to get a body of supporters for the opening night. I am ill at asking favours from the great, but when my Lord Wrotham came to London, I went, with Theo in my hand, to wait on his lordship, who received us kindly out of regard for his old friend, her father, though he good-naturedly shook a finger at me, at which my little wife hung down her head, for having stole a march on the good General. However, he would do his best for her father's daughter, hoped for a success, said he had heard great things of the piece, and engaged a number of places for himself and his friends. But this patron secured, I had no other. "Mon cher, at my age," says the Baroness, "I should bore myself to death at a tragedy; but I will do my best, and I will certainly send my people to the boxes. Yes, Case in his best black looks like a nobleman, and Brett in one of my gowns has a faux air de moi which is quite distinguished. Put down my name for 2 in the front boxes. Good-bye, my dear. Bonne chance." The Dowager Countess presented compliments on the back of the 9 of clubs, had a card party that night, and was quite sorry she and Fanny could not go to my tragedy. As for my uncle and Lady Warrington, they were out of the question. After the affair of the sedan chair, I might as well have asked Queen Elizabeth to go to Drury Lane. These were all my friends, that host of aristocratic connections about whom poor Sampson had bragged, and on the strength of whom the manager, as he said, had given Mr. Hagan his engagement. Where was my Lord Bute? Had I not promised his lordship should come? He asks, snappishly, taking snuff. How different from the brisk and engaging and obsequious little manager of 6 months ago! I promised Lord Bute should come. Yes, says Mr. Garrick, and her Royal Highness the Princess of Wales, and his Majesty too. Poor Sampson owned that he, buoyed up by vain hopes, had promised the appearance of these august personages. The next day, at rehearsal, matters were worse still, and the manager in a fury. "Great heavens, sir!" says he, "into what a pretty guet-apens you have led me! Look at that letter, sir! Read that letter!" And he hands me one. "My dear sir," said the letter, "I have seen his lordship, and conveyed to him Mr. Warrington's request that he would honour the tragedy of Pocahontas by his presence. His lordship is a patron of the drama, and a magnificent friend of all the liberal arts. But he desires me to say that he cannot think of attending himself, much less of asking his gracious master to witness the performance of a play, a principal part in which is given to an actor who has made a clandestine marriage with a daughter of one of his Majesty's nobility. Your well-wisher, Saunders Macduff. Mr. D. Garrick, at the Theatre Royal, in Drury Lane. My poor Theo had a nice dinner waiting for me after the rehearsal. I pleaded fatigue as the reason for looking so pale. I did not dare to convey to her this dreadful news. End of chapter 79. Chapter 80 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 80. Pocahontas. The English public, not being so well acquainted with the history of Pocahontas as we of Virginia, who still love the memory of that simple and kindly creature, Mr. Warrington, at the suggestion of his friends, made a little ballad about this Indian princess, which was printed in the magazines a few days before the appearance of the tragedy. This proceeding Sampson and I considered to be very artful and ingenious. "It is like ground bait, sir," says the enthusiastic parson, "and you will see the fish rise in multitudes on the great day." He and Spencer declared that the poem was discussed and admired at several coffee houses in their hearing, and that it had been attributed to Mr. Mason, Mr. Cowper of the Temple, and even to the famous Mr. Gray. I believe poor Sam had himself set abroad these reports; and if Shakespeare had been named as the author of the tragedy, would have declared Pocahontas to be one of the poet's best performances. I made acquaintance with brave Captain Smith as a boy in my grandfather's library at home, where I remember how I would sit at the good old man's knees, with my favourite volume on my own, spelling out the exploits of our Virginian hero. I loved to read of Smith's travels, sufferings, captivities, escapes, not only in America, but Europe. I become a child again almost, as I take from the shelf before me in England the familiar volume, and all sorts of recollections of my early home come crowding over my mind. The old grandfather would make pictures for me of Smith doing battle with the Turks on the Danube, or led out by our Indian savages to death. Ah, what a terrific fight was that in which he was engaged with the 3 Turkish champions, and how I used to delight over the story of his combat with Bonny Mulgrew, the last and most dreadful of the 3. What a name Bonny Mulgrew was! and with what a prodigious turban, scimitar, and whiskers we represented him! Having slain and taken off the heads of his first two enemies, Smith and Bonny Molgro met, falling to, says my favourite old book, with their battle axes, whose piercing bills made sometimes the one, sometimes the other, to have scarce sense to keep their saddles. Especially the Christian received such a wound that he lost his battle axe, whereat the supposed conquering Turk had a great shout from the ramparts. Yet by the readiness of his horse, and his great judgment and dexterity, he not only avoided the Turk's blows, but, having drawn his falchion, so pierced the Turk under the cutlets, through back and body, that, though he alighted from his horse, he stood not long ere he lost his head, as the rest had done. In reward for which deed, Duke Segismundus gave him 3 Turks' heads in a shield for arms, and 300 ducats yearly for a pension. Disdaining time and place, with that daring which is the privilege of poets, in my tragedy, Smith is made to perform similar exploits on the banks of our Potomac and James's River. Our ground bait verses ran thus: Pocahontas. Wearied arm and broken sword wage in vain the desperate fight. Round him press the countless horde, he is but a single knight. Hark! a cry of triumph shrill through the wilderness resounds, as with 20 bleeding wounds sinks the warrior fighting still. Now they heap the fatal pyre, and the torch of death they light. Ah! 'tis hard to die of fire. Who will shield the captive knight? Round the stake with fiendish cry wheel and dance the savage crowd. Cold the victim's mien and proud, and his breast is bared to die. Who will shield the fearless heart? Who avert the murderous blade? From the throng with sudden start, see there springs an Indian maid. Quick she stands before the knight. Loose the chain, unbind the ring. I am the daughter of the king, and I claim the Indian right. Dauntlessly aside she flings lifted axe and thirsty knife. Fondly to his heart she clings, and her bosom guards his life. In the woods of Powhatan, still 'tis told by Indian fires, how a daughter of their sires saved the captive Englishman. I need not describe at length the plot of my tragedy, as my children can take it down from the shelves any day and peruse it for themselves. Nor shall I, let me add, be in a hurry to offer to read it again to my young folks, since Captain Miles and the parson both chose to fall asleep last Christmas, when, at mamma's request, I read aloud a couple of acts. But any person having a moderate acquaintance with plays and novels can soon, out of the above sketch, fill out a picture to his liking. An Indian king, a loving princess, and her attendant, in love with a British captain's servant, a trader in the English fort, a brave Indian warrior, himself entertaining an unhappy passion for Pocahontas, a medicine man and priest of the Indians, very well played by Palmer, capable of every treason, stratagem, and crime, and bent upon the torture and death of the English prisoner. These, with the accidents of the wilderness, the war dances and cries, which Gumbo had learned to mimic very accurately from the red people at home, and the arrival of the English fleet, with allusions to the late glorious victories in Canada, and the determination of Britons ever to rule and conquer in America, some of us not unnaturally thought might contribute to the success of our tragedy. But I have mentioned the ill omens which preceded the day, the difficulties which a peevish and jealous and timid management threw in the way of the piece, and the violent prejudice which was felt against it in certain high corners. What wonder, then, I ask, that Pocahontas should have turned out not to be a victory? I laugh to scorn the malignity of the critics who found fault with the performance. Pretty critics, forsooth, who say that Carpezan was a masterpiece, whilst a far superior and more elaborate work received only their sneers. I insist on it that Hagan acted his part so admirably that a certain actor and manager of the theatre might well be jealous of him, and that, but for the cabal made outside, the piece would have succeeded. The order had been given that the play should not succeed, so at least Sampson declared to me. The house swarmed with Macs, by George, and they should have the galleries washed with brimstone, the honest fellow swore, and always vowed that Mr. Garrick himself would not have had the piece succeed for the world, and was never in such a rage as during that grand scene in the second act, where Smith, poor Hagan, being bound to the stake, Pocahontas comes and saves him, and when the whole house was thrilling with applause and sympathy. Anybody who has curiosity sufficient may refer to the published tragedy, in the octavo form, or in the subsequent splendid quarto edition of my collected works, and poems original and translated, and say whether the scene is without merit, whether the verses are not elegant, the language rich and noble. One of the causes of the failure was my actual fidelity to history. I had copied myself at the Museum, and tinted neatly, a figure of Sir Walter Raleigh in a frill and beard, and my dear Theo giving some of her mother's best lace for the ruff. We dressed Hagan accurately after this drawing, and no man could look better. Miss Pritchard as Pocahontas I dressed too as a Red Indian, having seen enough of that costume in my own experience at home. Will it be believed the house tittered when she first appeared? They got used to her, however, but just at the moment when she rushes into the prisoner's arms, and a number of people were actually in tears, a fellow in the pit bawls out, "Bedad, there's the Belle Savage kissing the Saracen's head!" on which an impertinent roar of laughter sprang up in the pit, breaking out with fitful explosions during the remainder of the performance. As the wag in Mr. Sheridan's amusing critic admirably says about the morning guns, the playwrights were not content with one of them, but must fire two or three. So with this wretched pothouse joke of the Belle Savage. The ignorant people not knowing that Pocahontas herself was the very Belle Savage from whom the tavern took its name. My friend of the pit repeated it ad nauseam during the performance, and as each new character appeared, saluted him by the name of some tavern. For instance, the English governor, with a long beard, he called the Goat and Boots; his lieutenant, Barker, whose face certainly was broad, the Bull and Mouth, and so on. And the curtain descended amidst a shrill storm of whistles and hisses, which especially assailed poor Hagan every time he opened his lips. Sampson saw Master Will in the green boxes, with some pretty acquaintances of his, and has no doubt that the treacherous scoundrel was one of the ringleaders of the conspiracy. I would have flung him over into the pit, the faithful fellow said, and Sampson was man enough to execute his threat. But I saw a couple of Mr. Nadab's followers prowling about the lobby, and was obliged to sheer off. And so the eggs we had counted on selling at market were broken, and our poor hopes lay shattered before us. I looked in at the house from the stage before the curtain was lifted, and saw it pretty well filled, especially remarking Mr. Johnson in the front boxes in a laced waistcoat, having his friend Mr. Reynolds by his side. The latter could not hear, and the former could not see, and so they came good-naturedly à deux to form an opinion of my poor tragedy. I could see Lady Maria I knew the hood she wore in the lower gallery, where she once more had the opportunity of sitting and looking at her beloved actor performing a principal character in a piece. As for Theo, she fairly owned that, unless I ordered her, she had rather not be present. Nor had I such command to give, for if things went wrong, I knew that to see her suffer would be intolerable pain to myself, and so acquiesced in her desire to keep away. Being of a pretty equanimous disposition, and, as I flatter myself, able to bear good or evil fortune without disturbance, I myself, after taking a light dinner at the Bedford, went to the theatre a short while before the commencement of the play, and proposed to remain there until the defeat or victory was decided. I own now I could not help seeing which way the fate of the day was likely to turn. There was something gloomy and disastrous in the general aspect of all things around. Miss Pritchard had the headache. The barber who brought home Hagan's wig had powdered it like a wretch. Among the gentlemen and ladies in the green room I saw none but doubtful faces, and the manager, a very flippant, not to say impertinent gentleman, in my opinion, and who himself on that night looked as dismal as a mute at a funeral, had the insolence to say to me, "For heaven's sake, Mr. Warrington, go and get a glass of punch at the Bedford, and don't frighten us all here by your dismal countenance." "Sir," says I have a right for 5 shillings to comment upon your face, but I never gave you any authority to make remarks upon mine." "Sir," he says in a pet, "I most heartily wish I had never seen your face at all." "Yours, sir," said I, "has often amused me greatly, and when painted for Abel Drugger is exceedingly comic." And indeed I have always done Mr. G. the justice to think that in low comedy he was unrivalled. I made him a bow, and walked off to the coffee house, and for 5 years after never spoke a word to the gentleman when he apologized to me at a nobleman's house where we chanced to meet. I said I had utterly forgotten the circumstance to which he alluded, and that on the first night of a play no doubt author and manager were flurried alike, and added, "After all, there is no shame in not being made for the theatre. Mr. Garrick, you were." A compliment with which he appeared to be as well pleased as I intended he should. Fidus Achates ran over to me at the end of the first act to say that all things were going pretty well, though he confessed to the titter in the house upon Miss Pritchard's first appearance, dressed exactly like an Indian princess. "I cannot help it, Sampson," said I, filling him a bumper of good punch, "if Indians are dressed so. Why," says he, "would you have had Caractacus painted blue like an ancient Briton? Or Bonduca with nothing but a cowskin?" And indeed it may be that the fidelity to history was the cause of the ridicule cast on my tragedy, in which case I, for one, am not ashamed of its defeat. After the second act, my aide de camp came from the field with dismal news indeed. I don't know how it is that, nervous before action, in disaster I become pretty cool and cheerful. The writer seems to contradict himself here, having just boasted of possessing a pretty equanimous disposition. He was probably mistaken in his own estimate of himself, as other folks have been besides. Editor. "Are things going ill?" says I. I call for my reckoning, put on my hat, and marched to the theatre as calmly as if I was going to dine at the Temple. Fidus Achates walking by my side, pressing my elbow, kicking the link boys out of the way, and crying, "By George, Mr. Warrington, you are a man of spirit! A Trojan, sir!" So there were men of spirit in Troy, but, alas! fate was too strong for them. At any rate, no man can say that I did not bear my misfortune with calmness. I could no more help the clamour and noise of the audience than a captain can help the howling and hissing of the storm in which his ship goes down. But I was determined that the rushing waves and broken masts should impavidum ferient, and flatter myself that I bore my calamity without flinching. "Not Regulus, my dear madam, could step into the barrel more coolly," Sampson said to my wife. "'Tis unjust to say of men of the parasitic nature that they are unfaithful in misfortune. Whether I was prosperous or poor, the wild parson was equally true and friendly, and shared our crust as eagerly as ever he had partaken of our better fortune. I took my place on the stage, whence I could see the actors of my poor piece, and a portion of the audience who condemned me. I suppose the performers gave me a wide berth out of pity for me. I must say that I think I was as little moved as any spectator, and that no one would have judged from my mien that I was the unlucky hero of the night. But my dearest Theo, when I went home, looked so pale and white, that I saw from the dear creature's countenance that the knowledge of my disaster had preceded my return. Spencer, Sampson, Cousin Hagan, and Lady Maria were to come after the play and congratulate the author. God, what! Poor Miss Pritchard was engaged to us likewise, but sent word that I must understand that she was a great deal too unwell to sup that night. My friend, the gardener of Bedford House, had given my wife his best flowers to decorate her little table. There they were, the poor little painted standards, and the battle lost. I had borne the defeat well enough, but as I looked at the sweet pale face of the wife across the table, and those artless trophies of welcome which she had set up for her hero, I confess my courage gave way, and my heart felt a pang almost as keen as any that ever has smitten it. Our meal, it may be imagined, was dismal enough, nor was it rendered much gayer by the talk we strove to carry on. Old Mrs. Hagan was, luckily, very ill at this time, and her disease, and the incidents connected with it, a great blessing to us. Then we had his Majesty's approaching marriage, about which there was a talk. How well I remember the most futile incidents of the day, down to a tune which a carpenter was whistling by my side at the playhouse, just before the dreary curtain fell. Then we talked about the death of good Mr. Richardson, the author of Pamela and Clarissa, whose works we all admired exceedingly; and as we talked about Clarissa, my wife took on herself to wipe her eyes once or twice, and say faintly, "You know, my love, mamma and I could never help crying over that dear book. Oh, my dearest, dearest mother!" She adds, "How I wish she could be with me now!" This was an occasion for more open tears, for, of course, a young lady may naturally weep for her absent mother. And then we mixed a gloomy bowl with Jamaica limes, and drank to the health of his Excellency the Governor. And then, for a second toast, I filled a bumper, and, with a smiling face, drank to our better fortune. This was too much. The two women flung themselves into each other's arms, and irrigated each other's neck-handkerchiefs with tears. "Oh, Maria, is not my George good and kind?" sobs Theo. "Look at my Hagan! How great, how godlike he was in his part!" gasps Maria. "It was a beastly cabal which threw him over, and I could plunge this knife into Mr. Garrick's black heart, the odious little wretch!" And she grasps a weapon at her side; but, throwing it presently down, the enthusiastic creature rushes up to her lord and master, flings her arms round him, and embraces him in the presence of the little company. I am not sure whether some one else did not do likewise. We were all in a state of extreme excitement and enthusiasm. In the midst of grief, Love the consoler appears amongst us, and soothes us with such fond blandishments and tender caresses, that one scarce wishes the calamity away. 2 or 3 days afterwards, on our birthday, a letter was brought to me in my study, which contained the following lines: From Pocahontas. Returning from the cruel fight, how pale and faint appears my knight! He sees me anxious at his side. Why seek, my love, your wounds to hide? or deem your English girl afraid to emulate the Indian maid. Be mine my husband's grief to cheer, in peril to be ever near. Whate'er of ill or woe betide, to bear it clinging at his side. The poisoned stroke of fate to ward, his bosom with my own to guard. Ah, could it spare a pang to his, it could not know a purer bliss. 'Twould gladden as it felt the smart, and thank the hand that flung the dart. I do not say the verses are very good, but that I like them as well as if they were; and that the face of the writer, whose sweet young voice I fancy I can hear as I hum the lines, when I went into her drawing room after getting the letter, and when I saw her blushing and blessing me, seemed to me more beautiful than any I can fancy out of heaven. Chapter 80